नहीं हम कैमरा टेस्टिंग
It's a brilliant morning, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome each and every one of you at our International Procurement and Supply Chain Conference 2026 at Ahmedabad, where we're truly looking forward to having a magnificent day with all of you. May I please request you all to kindly take your seats, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you. Thank you very much. A humble request to all of you to kindly be seated. It's gonna be a great day ahead. And I am truly thrilled and overwhelmed to welcome each and every one of you. Ladies and gentlemen, with folded hands, a global namaste. Suprabhat, kem cho tame? Hope we enjoyed the delicacy of this brilliant place of Ahmedabad in the state of Gujarat. आपकी मुस्कुराहटें कुछ कुछ बता रही है. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very special morning where all our visions shall be fulfilled. It gives me a huge honor to welcome each and every one of you and a humble request to kindly put your mobile phones on the silent mode. Though I'm going to request you all to please make sure that you take tons of pictures and videos, and do remember to hashtag us on all the social media handles. Hashtag IPSC2026. So without any further ado, sit back tall, have that smile on your face, the confidence that today is a great knowledge day where we get the opportunity to truly get to hear from our leaders, our honorable ministers, our trailblazers, ladies and gentlemen, because we look forward to bringing ahead the leaders of tomorrow. And we can have all the leaders seated here today. Gives me a huge honor, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome each and every one of you at our prestigious International Procurement Supply Chain 2026, proudly organized by Blue Ocean Corporation. Thank you for the applause. That was a good one for the morning. But this is the moment where we're truly looking forward to warming up because hum sab ke sapne aaj saakar hone ja rahe hain. So, ladies and gentlemen, we request you all to kindly give us Google reviews as well, as we've already received an overwhelming response with 12,000 Google reviews. We invite you all to share your experience from today's conference on Google as well. Here at the magnificent place, the Leela Ahmedabad, Atmanirbhar Supply Chains, India, leading the rise of global trade. And we all are the lucky ones to be a part of it. IPSC Ahmedabad 2026, which is proudly organized by Blue Ocean Corporation. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to thank our partners. Our knowledge partners are ASCM, IPS CMI, CILT, CIPS, CMI, IATA, PMI, ACI, CompTIA, PeopleCert, HRCI, and ZOO. We extend our sincere thanks to our logistics tech partner, Delivery. Our industry partner, All Cargo. And our associate partners, Moglix, Dock and Flow, Snowcap, and Air Surge. Our exhibit partners are Atos, Digilog, and Sure Logitrends for their valuable support and their continuous faith in us in truly making IPSC Ahmedabad 2026 a successful and impactful conference. Now, I'm saying this in the beginning, successful and impactful conference, towards the beginning of the conference. And that's what leadership is all about. We know exactly what we're going to experience all day long. Ladies and gentlemen, we also invite you to visit our exhibitor and sponsor booths in the networking area. Do stop by the photo booth and share your amazing moments on LinkedIn, Instagram, and Facebook using the hashtags hashtag IPSC2026, hashtag Blue Ocean Corporation, and hashtag Atmanirbhar Supply Chain. Your certificate of attendance shall be emailed to you right after the event. Please do check your inbox. And a very important announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, do mark the date in your calendars. Our 13th next edition of IPSC Bangalore is coming to the Ritz-Carlton Bangalore on the 10th of September 2026. Further details shall be shared with you shortly. Stay tuned and stay connected. Ladies and gentlemen, so let's get started with the brilliance of today. A very warm and a hearty welcome to each and every one of you present here, to every leader, procurement expert, logistics pioneer, and the change maker joining us today here at Ahmedabad. Thank you for being with us in the ballroom. This is IPSC Ahmedabad 2026, the International Procurement Supply Chain Conference organized by the prestigious Blue Ocean Corporation, hosted here in the heart of India's most dynamic Western trade corridor. This edition's theme is centered on Atmanirbhar supply chains. India leading the rise of global trade. Since 2014, ladies and gentlemen, Blue Ocean Conferences has been creating stage for global excellence, bringing together industry leaders, innovators, and trailblazers across the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UK, Egypt, and India. And our last edition, IPSC Egypt, welcomed over 1,000 participants in a powerful celebration of talent and leadership. And the journey continues. Our next milestone, IPSC Bangalore, is where global leaders will unite to share their insights, spark innovation, and turn connections into opportunities. Today, the conversations that begin in this room have the power to travel far beyond it, into the boardrooms, into policy, into the decisions that will shape India's supply chain future. And what makes truly special are the people who have chosen to be a part of that journey with us. It is each and every one of you present here. So I'm going to put my hands together for each and every one, as we are deeply honored to have India's most distinguished leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall be humbled by the gracious presence of our Honorable Minister, Shri Praful Pancheria ji, Honorable Minister of State for Health, Family Welfare, Medical Education and Protocol, Government of Gujarat. We shall also be truly had the gracious presence of the hero that we've been dreaming in our lives, Ladies and gentlemen, this is something very important that I'm going to tell you in his presence. It's time for us as we put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for the one and only Mr. Saurav Ganguly, member of the board, Blue Ocean Corporation. We're truly blessed to have with us Mrs. Preeti Adani ji, chairperson, Adani Foundation. We are truly humbled that they will be joining us, and a few of them have already joined us with a gracious presence, and they've chosen to give their valuable time and their insights and share their experience for all of us to grow here at IPSC Ahmedabad 2026, and to set the stage for what promises to be an extraordinary day today. Ladies and gentlemen, may we please put our hands together and invite Mr. Timothy Elton Charles to welcome you all and unveil this year's defining theme. I'm truly waiting to introduce all of you to the trailblazer, but that's right after Mr. Timothy Elton Charles has spoken about him. May we please welcome him with a loud round of applause. Good morning, Mr. Tim. How are you doing this morning, sir?
Good morning, Ahmedabad. Distinguished guests, respected leaders, industry professionals, partners, and everyone gathered here. It is a true honor to welcome you all to the International Procurement and Supply Chain Conference 2026 here in the vibrant city of Ahmedabad. I have visited India a couple of times, and every visit has given me unforgettable warmth, energy, kindness, and a sense of possibility that is very rare to find anywhere else in the world. But this is my first time in Ahmedabad. So before coming here, I did what any curious visitor would do. I tried to understand this city. I read about it, I watched videos, I looked at its history, its culture, its business spirit, its food, its architecture, and its people. But the more I tried to know about Ahmedabad, from a distance, the more I realized something beautiful. Some places cannot be understood through screens. Some cities cannot be captured fully in words, images, or videos. Ahmedabad, I believe, is one of those cities. It is a city to be experienced, walked through, and listened to. And perhaps that is the magic of India itself. India is not a country that reveals everything at once. It reveals itself slowly through its cities, its people, its conversations, its ambitions, and its incredible spirit. Today, standing here in Ahmedabad, I can already feel that spirit, a spirit of enterprise, resilience, trade, culture, and progress. And that makes this the perfect place to speak about today's powerful theme. Ahmedabad, supply chains, India leading the rise of global trade. I paused for a moment when I first saw the word Ahmedabad. As someone from the United Kingdom, that word sounded a little new to me, so naturally I wanted to understand it. I looked it up, I asked people, and the more I understood it, the more powerful it became. I understood the word does not mean self-reliance. I quickly realized that in an Indian context, it means something much deeper. More than just standing alone, it is about standing strong. It's about building the strength to contribute more confidently to the world. And when we place that word next to supply chains, it becomes even more meaningful, because self-reliant supply chains are about creating supply chains that are stronger, smarter, more resilient, more reliable, and more globally competitive. This is exactly what the world needs today. And increasingly, the world is looking towards India, because India is growing with confidence. India is preparing a new generation of supply chain leaders for the world. From the United Kingdom and from a global perspective, it is impossible not to admire the momentum of this nation. India is no longer only spoken about as a land of potential. India is being recognized as a land of performance, progress, and leadership. and supply chain is at the heart of this rise. Speaking of journeys that connect nations, there is something I wanted to share with you with great pride. A few days ago, Dr. Menon was in Wales, and with a shared sense of purpose, Blue Ocean Corporation and the University of Wales signed an MOU, the beginning of an executive education partnership that brings deep industry knowledge Blue Ocean brings to everything in a very meaningful way. For Blue Ocean, this marks a significant step. For the professionals we serve, it opens doors to internationally grounded learning, programs that carry credibility of a respected British university shaped by Blue Ocean Corporation. And this relationship with Wales runs deeper still. Through an ongoing engagement with the Welsh Government, Blue Ocean is now a part of knowledge and skills exchange focused on artificial intelligence, aerospace, and sustainability. For Blue Ocean, it is a proud moment. And for all of us in this room, it is a reminder that Blue Ocean has always believed in building consistently and with great intention. And what better place to celebrate that spirit than right here in this room on this day? So today, as we gather at the International Procurement and Supply Chain Conference, we are becoming part of a larger conversation. I have no doubts that this conference will be remarkable. It is happening at the right time, in the right country, with the right people, and around a theme that truly belongs to the future. Yes, the future of global trade is being rewritten, and India is not waiting to be part of that future. India is building it, and India is leading it. Ladies and gentlemen, a gathering of this scale, purpose, and vision does not happen by chance. It is made possible by an organization that has been consistently working to empower professionals, strengthen industries, and transform nations. And that's Blue Ocean Corporation. As the force behind this incredible gathering, Blue Ocean continues to bring together knowledge, leadership, opportunity, and transformation as one platform. Before we move ahead, let's take a moment to know more about the journey, vision, and global impact of Blue Ocean Corporation. May I now request your attention to the video wall as we present Blue Ocean Corporation corporate video. Once again, a very warm welcome to all of you, IPSC Ahmedabad. Thank you.
Nations thrive when their economies grow, and economies grow through the strength of their people. Across continents, across industries, the real drivers of progress are knowledge, capability, and skills. Welcome to Blue Ocean Corporation, the only super brand in the training and consulting domain, building skills, strengthening capabilities, and powering economies, driving impact through world-class training, transformational consulting, and global platforms that connect leaders. A multinational conglomerate headquartered in London with a global presence. Guided by visionary leadership, we are committed to delivering excellence through quality, innovation, and continuous improvement. We turn knowledge into action, and action into measurable impact. Recognized worldwide, Blue Ocean stands as a proud recipient of the prestigious Dubai Quality Appreciation Award, ranked as the world #1 in supply chain training and consulting, and a winner of multiple international awards. But beyond achievements, it's our people who make it possible. A great place to work certified organization, powered by a vibrant multinational team, driving excellence every day. Blue Ocean Corporation, inspiring millions.
Wow, the video beautifully captures the vision and the remarkable impact Blue Ocean has created. Ladies and gentlemen, you can truly feel the energy, the commitment, and the sense of purpose in every frame. A sincere thank you, Mr. Timothy Elton Charles, for those powerful opening reflections. Your words have truly framed the purpose of this day with exceptional clarity for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, we begin today with a conversation that sits at the heart of every great organization: leadership. Because when disruption hits, and it always does, it is rarely the system alone that determines the outcome. It is the person leading through it. When uncertainty rises, when pressure builds, when plans are truly resetted in real time and tested, what really separates those who react from those who lead? What allows some minds to stay calm, stay focused and decisive when everything around them is shifting. And today's keynote: leadership under pressure. What high performance supply chains can learn from high performance minds, takes that question head on. Please join me in extending a very warm welcome to our keynote speaker, Dr. Sanjay Gupta, Joint President and Chief Procurement Officer, Adani Group, to address all of us. Good morning, Dr. Sanjay.
Good morning.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning to all. So, I don't understand what the pressure is. If the pressure is not there, then how the people are survive? Either it is a blood pressure or any type of pressure. Can we ride the vehicle without pressure? Or can we reach such a height without the pressure? No. So it is now the life of society. If you want to grow, if you want to become a 5 trillion to 10 trillion society, you should have a corporates, you should have a leader, you should have a thinkers, think tanks who can not only maintain the pressure, also down the pressure with your downline, your delegates, your authoritative, others, board member, who can dream bigger than what you think on. Leadership is a situational thinking, but when it's lead us to be, just a moment, please. Yeah. So I write it a more leadership that it think top from the thinking point of view, but act as the situational point of view. I have represented a group, one of the most prominent group of the Gujarat, not only the Gujarat, also now the #1 position in Asia. Our chairman dreamed around 20 years back, this company become 5,000 crore turnover and market capitalization of 25,000 crore. Today, can you believe it? This company having a 14 listed company, more than 100 the different companies, and market capitalization is reached by $200 billion, and the turnover also exceed more than 8,75,000 crore. It is a just surprise that our EBITDA of this year is reached around 85,000 crore. We have done a biggest capital investment of 2026 to 2027, around 1.5 lakh crore, whereas the India GDP or India budget for infrastructure is around 11,000 crore. So can you contribute a company who can contribute more than 15% of total India investment for the coming days? So how the people's are leaders are sustainable the pressures? So pressure is, what is the pressure? If you really understand the situationals, you think beyond what the capacity you're designed for. So it is not any pressure. High performance supply chain leaders navigate the pressure by the shifting from the reactive firefighting to proactive synchronizing operational things by adoption of the mindset, and the top supply chain leaders organization can be transforming situations into the competitive advantage. In the officer thought strategies, supply chain thought leadership's alignment, exploring the critical role of the leadership in supply chain. He is exploring the dynamic alignment with the customer supplies centric forward thinking. And leadership can be drive the innovation, resilience, and this long-term success planning. So I just have a brief of my presentation. A company having a starting a trading business with the few commodities, and now it is a privilege that we have the biggest port operator in the India. Around 35% of total installed capacity of India is installed by us. Uh, we are the after in power plant, thermal power plant, we started a very small power plant of 300 megawatt, and today we have reached around 25,000 megawatt, and by 2030 we will reaching around 48,000 megawatt. And a public sector company of NTPC, who is still from last 38 years or maybe the 40 years, they still reach the 58,000 megawatt. So it is a speed of execution. And there is a one word is coming generally, people have CTC, the cost of the company. Everybody is a student, the youngest one, when they negotiate the salaries, they're asking the what the CTC. In a true Adanian or a true leadership, there is a one word is a courage, trust, and commitment. If you have a courage, the people shall trust you. And if the people will trust you, you have a commitment to deliver. And that is the main theme of the pressure tactic and how to be handle the pressures and how to be when any war is going on. If the army general is feeling a pressure, how can fight the such a big war where you don't have a clue how the opposite, what ammunitions are opposite having, and what type of now the today's the war is not fighting with the guns. Now the fire is fighting by the intelligence. So if you have a opportunity to learn from other side, you think the dynamism of the future coming, to anticipate what is going on in a coming 5 year, your strap, your business plan should be surrounding the what the company is thinking, what the nation is thinking, what the India is thinking, and what the international world is thinking. So you have how to be balanced with the strategies for the resilience. Leaders must be balances with the defensive and offensive strategies to maintain the resilience in the dynamic supply chain environment. Shielding the thumbs and turbulence. Effective leaders act as a shock absorber. We all ride the vehicle. If you suddenly think if there are no sort of how you can even make a speed of 10 kilometer to 50 kilometers, suddenly some stoppage is coming and how the accident has happened. So if you don't have a shock observer, even all the body designed by the God is also shock observers. If any sudden things are impactable, the body is as a design, they can absorb the shock and it is deliver a uniform structure, and after few seconds it deliver a uniformity. Effective leaders can be shock observers, protecting teams from the upstream turbulence and the operational pressure. A CXO is always having a pressure from the top by the board, by the managing director, by the chairman. But parallelly, they also taking from the beginning the workforce, then the operational workforce, the junior managers, then senior manager, then vice president. These are the operational change. If the pressures come from the top two, and it is a reverse pyramid, it is not a one-side pyramid. Sometimes people are like in Indian Army having a direct pyramid. When our pressures come to the top and it come to the downward, in my opinion, the pressure should be sustained by the leader. It is not converted into the downward side, because if the same things are converted to the downward side, they cannot survive, because they are either the operational guy, they are not a strategic thinker, they are not a strategic sourcing high-end professionals. They are the operational guy. And now the word of AI, most of the things of the operational things are converted into the either from the genetic AI or maybe the genetic AI. So if you are strong in alignment with your own top level to the bottom level, then this pressure is become the uniform, like, the blood pressure of humans around 180 to 120. Then sometime it become 150 or 170, might be sometime impactable. But after few hours or maybe the few days, it can be a normal, and you can survive in a better way. Similarly, elastic is a clear-cut communication. When something is come from the top level, you should have a clear single version of the truth to avoid the miscommunication and align the decisions making. Sometimes a lot of gossips come from the either the few people are come from here and there and they learn something, but which is they understand wrongly and they interpreted it wrong information to their peers or maybe the seniors. You should have a leadership thinking and you should communicate with the front, then what is the right and what is the right things to do. Sometimes the top class processes like in a AI agentic is here. The people are afraid how to be, it can be taken a job, so it's not taking a job, it can perform the productivity, it can preserve the accuracy, it can perform the better qualitative. When you take it at data and you take it 1,000 of days for the converting to the writing data to the action data, then it can be converted in a few seconds. So the bird technology is evolving and everybody understands this is a time requirement. Around 20 years back, how many people having a laptop? Now I think that 4 or 5-year-old kids having a laptop, or they perform the jobs with the better understanding. Even the youths, they are not like computer literate or computer savvy, and they can take in a faster decision than the mature. So you should have a clear-cut communication. And what directive is comes from, at least the people understand the correct directive. They are not misquoted or they are not taking a wrong perception for the organization or maybe the processes or maybe the system, maybe the even the thinking of the management side. The ensuring the promoting well-being, the accountability. Leadership always be prioritize the team well-being, the building the processes, offer them to accountability to outcome. Ultimately, the process is designed, you have a directive you have a responsible for your top level of, similarly your team have always been designed and they are also make it accountability. Nowadays KPI is always be there, SLA also defined, so you should have a clear cut KPIs to your leadership to from bottom leadership, that every step and every decision which is taken for the organization point of view, it can be a clear cut defined accountability. It not chalta hai, hota hai, dekhte hain sir. It is not a word of this. Nowadays, digital supply chain having a clear cut accountability, clear cut defined goal. What the KPIs to be achieved, whether the costs are increasing, you have to continue the quality product have to supply, because your customers are waiting with a high quality deliverable time, high quality of the product, and within the most competitive price. How to we maintain the competitive price? You should have a well clear-cut objectives in your mind. You act as a proper objective and define your mindset how to be achieve such a goal in the typical situation. Like the bar is going on, you can understand. I am right now the CPO in the cement business, and right now the SDP price are even the SDP is not available. An entire product we have make around 250,000 ton cement in every day. How to be deliver? Because ultimately the product, your entire 150,000 crore investment is going on, and parallelly also you achieve how to be significant cost can be impactable to your deliverable. So you think you forward thinking yourself, you take it a very forecasting decisions in the advanced stage, so things are not immediately impact on it. This is such a sob absorber. Suddenly it's come from the war, and how to be act on this and how to be parallelly make it India shine, because the cement and the steel, which is the most competent things for deliverable of any project on the timeline. So it is one of the example I am perceiving. Everything is nowadays the cost is designed by the customers. You are not designing your values. You have to just to make your high productivity and high productive, sustainable supply chain networking, the product, the processes, and the cost to maintain the low cost product and deliverable in the any circumstance of time. So again, leadership is expectation. There is a one side which is you define to the as a leader, but what exactly the expectations come from the another side. The qualitative and measurable outcome. Always like in a पंचवर्षीय योजना चलता था कि whenever things are gone, it can be happen, it can be, yes, we have a multiple excuse in any time. Now we are not getting a money on the time, we are not getting a design or time. So no, everything is a defined KPIs and you have to define your outcome also. Because if you not perform or you are not time effectiveness and if you're not taking a correct decision on a time basis, then your outcome may be disturbed. So always thinking how to be qualitative and the outcome is being performed. Effective teams must be, the leader maintain be clear cutty and waste decisions on the measurable outcome like in a cost and the risk mitigations. For us, fostering of the preparation and the discipline. High perform leader and avoid to reactive firefighting by the promoting preparations, buffer creation, and the processes discipline. Sometimes suddenly some mishap is happen and people are afraid what do we do in the future. How to be, sir, the plant is suddenly shut down, maybe the some accidents has happened, some qualitative rejections are coming from them. So how to be fostering yourself and how to be take it a correct decision to take such a situational based. Sometimes these things are, and it is a normal process. It can be happen. When you ride any vehicle, the accident can be happen either with your own intention or your wrong things. Otherwise, samne, the trucks which is not in your control, it can be taken above. Managing multi-theorem teams. Sometimes your team having a multi-generations, multi-times, and then the gender, right now you have a diversity, then you have a now the equity level and the qualitative level. All the employees, those are directly or indirectly work with you in not in a same acumen. You should have a manage the team with the as per their acumen, as per give the proper training. Those are suffering with the leadership style, they are not taking a right decision on the right time. Give the proper approaching them, give the proper coaching in the right time direction, give the proper training and learning ability, increase their learning ability to understand the things in a proper way. Managing, building trust and accountability. When things are going a bit wrong, you take it to your own ownership rather than to shift the ownerships to other side. Always, what generally the leaders say, when anything is going very good, they take it their own response. That everything is done by me. When everything is going to be wrong, this is done by the team. Same exactly right now the things I open in the. So no, if you want to become a very dynamic leader, if you want to become a very dynamic mindset people, you should take it accountability, whether it is a positive or whether it is a negative. Okay, when it is a negative, you should understand why it's happened and what is the correct measures to take its right direction, even things are going to be wrong. So accountability, never shift the accountability to a junior level. You should think in the proper way, the making your own, and it is a combined effort as a team rather than a single individual decisions of any leader. So you should have a clear cut trust and accountability in your mind. So you should have a radical supply chain visibility. Achieving a visibility across all the supplier, whether it is a tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, you should have a proactive risk management and the strategic sourcing adjustment in your mind. Sometimes that everything is not moved as per your direction. So you should have a alternate auction in your mind. Sometimes the tier 1 supplier or maybe the multiple supplier is not perform one supplier. You should have a shift to immediate decision to take it an alternate option from the supplier 2 or supplier 3, or maybe you should have a buffer stock to maintain your supply chain risk in any digitization to simulations. This is a very buzzword, and now this happen in a ground level. You should have a clear-cut twin technology help to anticipate disturbance by simulation in the supply chain. Shukrans before that they are now. Like an army generals are here, they are also always thinking from the twin. Sometimes the trick number one or maybe the option number strategy one number is not performed. So how to the alternate things are available with you. Suddenly your systems may be having some virus or maybe some risk are detected in. How to we come forward to take it alternate options. So you have a twin tower technology is available. Now the things you parallelly develop the software and the other technology digital mindset. Then suddenly things are one side is happen mishap. You have to have an immediate action to react to it. Align the scenario planning. Scenario planning is the force and the resilience by the developing the alternate active sourcing and the conductive side for the flexibility. I clearly defined you should have an alternate mindset. If things are not performed as per your design, standard design, or as per the standard mindset protocol, then what is the alternate things are available in mind? This is just such a generation things from a visible leader, then he will always perform whenever it is required, either the positive side or maybe the negative side. Okay, resilience and the business continuity. So I have a boundary for time limitation, so I have to just read it out and then something is here, I will just. Then the buffer management and the collaboration, how to be buffer the buffer and how to be collaborative in a timely supply chain. Now the AI is decision maker ability, AI having a support to the, we are the first company in India now, we have working for the 100% agentic AI. Our around 2 lakh invoice from the P2P is cleared by the AI. We have debited more than 100 robots in the systems and everything is done by the AI and the accuracy level is 99.999%. And a company having a invoice settlement or more than 20 lakhs invoice in a year, how to be perform a job. A company having a 5 lakhs 50,000 purchase order, how to be perform such a small team. So you can have this is a power of intelligence, the power of system, there's a power of digital mindset of the people. Innovations, ability, and accountability and the digital transform. I have clearly defined it. I am not example it. We can having a detailed presentations available. We will share to the all of the colleagues. They can understand and offline whenever it is requirement, we will available to sustainability of the global of imperative, procurement stage, strategic roles, leadership and workforce evaluation, collaborate, and the yeah, I'm talking here. We have this developed the case study. This is the first time in any of the part of the such a big scale industry who has performed the completely agentic AI, and this is a complete online procurement has happened in the systems. Thank you.
Dr. Sanjay Gupta, please join us center stage. मैं माफी चाहूंगी, please forgive me, sir. Please join us center stage. We like to felicitate you. It's been a compelling start this morning, sir.
We can deliverable what exactly Adani Group is going to deliver in the real sense.
Sanjay ji,
Not
please
issue.
forgive us.
Thank you.
So much. Appreciate it. I'm going to request Mr. Abdul Aziz, Vice Chairman of Blue Ocean Corporation, to kindly join us here on stage and honor our keynote speaker with a token of appreciation. Dr. Sanjay Gupta has given us a timely reminder that when pressure rises, leadership matters the most. So that was truly a great, insightful presentation. I'm going to request you all for a huge roar of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our keynote speaker, Dr. Sanjay Gupta. Humble thanks to you, respected sir. Mr. Abdul Aziz, to kindly do the honors, please. Thank you so much once again. Ladies and gentlemen, humble thanks to you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all blessed to have the gracious presence. We are truly indeed deeply honored to have amidst us today our distinguished guests. Thank you very much. One of them being Air Marshal Tejinder Singh ji. Sir, your presence truly elevates not just giving us that thrill and excitement in our hearts, but we are proud and honored and humbled to have your brilliant presence. Ladies and gentlemen, Air Marshal Tejinder Singh Ji, a leader of the highest order and the man whose service to the nation speaks for itself. May we please request you all to extend a warmest welcome with a thunderous roar of applause to Air Marshal Tejinder Singh Ji. सत श्री अकाल सर and तहे दिल से आपके शुक्रगुजार हैं. Humble thanks to you, respected sir. Sir, you are the true hero of our nation, and we are so proud of you. We salute your spirit, sir, and thank you for your lovely presence. Thank you. Thank you for the applause. Ladies and gentlemen, moving ahead to our panel discussion, which is we live in this world of AI, artificial intelligence. It's on AI, visibility and predictive control, the future of the intelligent supply chains. Ladies and gentlemen, this next discussion is about one of the biggest shifts that has been happening in the supply chains right now. The shift from reactive operations to predictive intelligence. Across industries, AI is helping organizations anticipate disruptions, improve visibility, optimize inventory, and make smarter decisions faster than ever before. But technology alone does not create transformation. Transformation happens when organizations know how to act on the intelligence in front of them. How do businesses build truly responsive supply chains? What separates digital experimentation from real operational impact? And where is AI genuinely creating measurable value today? Our next panel is about to unpack exactly that. AI, visibility, and predictive control, the future of intelligent supply chains. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to welcome our distinguished panelists on stage, along with the moderator for this brilliant first panel discussion of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us as we like to welcome our distinguished panelists and our moderator here in the next few seconds from now. Meanwhile, a gentle reminder to all of you, do remember to hashtag us, hashtag IPSC2026. A lot of us are having the gadgets in our hands and we're busy taking pictures and videos. Please do remember to hashtag us so that we all stay connected. Hashtag Blue Ocean Corporation. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and welcome the moderator for this session. Let's give it up for Mr. Grant Swepnapal, Regional Lead, Global Channels and Alliances, Europe, Middle East and Africa, ASCM. We welcome you, sir. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's continue the applause for our distinguished panelists and welcome Mr. Suryakanta Dash, Vice President Supply Chain, Reliance Retail. Mr. Ajay Singh, Chief Supply Chain Officer, Hindustan Platinum. Mr. K.U. Doshi, Head of Supply Chain, Badilal Industries Limited. Mr. Varun Chavra, Head of Connected Planning, Nestle. And Mr. Karthik Krishna, Founder, Dock and Flow by Alchemists Limited. We welcome all our distinguished panelists. A very warm round of applause for all of them. And over to Mr. Grant to moderate this session. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. And that was a great introduction to AI, so no need for us to do the introductions on that. So I think what's really great about the AI conversation, and we have a very short time span today, so we're going to have to do it quickly, just like AI. But one of the things I was reading recently was about the ranking of India in AI indices. There's multiple index versions out there, but what I can see is that India ranks extremely highly. One of the latest ones that I looked at was, according to the Global AI Index, India is fourth globally in terms of the uptake in corporations and actually outpaces other economies like Germany, Japan, France, and even Canada. So it really is leading the world in terms of this concept. So what I'd like to do today is to dig into some of the answers to the people that actually use AI on a daily basis. And we're going to talk today about practical use cases in various industries. We have retail here, food, precious metals, and also the data infrastructure that falls behind the AI that we all use. So let's get started so we can get a good conversation going here. The first question I'd like to pose to Mr. Surya Dash from Reliance Retail. So, Surya, you've built various ecosystems across different industries over the last few decades, electronics at Samsung, and in the retail at Reliance. So you've seen the changes and the cycles in the technologies over this time. What I'm really interested in hearing about is how organizations have reacted and used this technology over time, and what do they currently overestimate what they can do with the technology that exists?
Right. Good morning to all. So thank you for your questions. So before that, I just like to take you the 30 years or 35 years before when I started my career and all. That time and today, entirely the basics and everything is drastically changed so far. What I can just translate, articulate what is supply chain so far and understanding point of view. Any business, anything you do, everything is supply chain. So, and supply chain having two major component, demand and supply. The moment demand and supply starts, and every demand has also needs on the predictability side, or the consumer side, how the consumer behaves, how the consumers want and want, how the consumers, the kind of behavior of any kind of things to sell. Same way, the supply side, again, there is a big part, which is called, you would need to plan your supply of manufacturing or getting it produce the things. So supply is a constraint and demand is unconstrained. So to manage that is really, really big task. So far, everything is really, we have been doing manually to start to computerize and then internet and digitalize. Now the AI has come. AI is purely on the data driven the things today. And today, if you see the really AI is having the real potential to make your decisions, solutions very, very proactively and actively. But the question is today how the industry is ready and taking it off. So many companies, starting barring from the large organizations, they are really hoping and started very big way to embrace the AI part. But the small and mid-level companies are still struggling and to understand what kind of AI can give them the real challenges and the benefits. Today, if you see the AI and the mid-level company, because AI is giving you give you the real sense if you have a data correct, right? If a data is not correct, then AI will give you the kind of the accuracy of the AI output will not be really good. So that's the way the AI is really helping, and AI will be transforming the entire ecosystem of the industry, starting from your plan predictability to the real sense of your accuracy or real sense of supply side. You will have a more benefit out of it. So when you go for, you can go the retail side, because retail is more of consumer direct contact. So you have a more contact to the consumer and you have more information of the consumers. Then your AI predictability will be really great to assess everything from the inventory, from your procurement, you're having the kind of delivery. So I can plan everything in right way. So that's the way I can say AI is really taking it that way.
That's fantastic. And I really like what you were talking about there about the data layer behind it, because that's something that I've thought about a lot is, we struggle to get small data right. Now you want to make us do big data. I mean, it's quite a leap, right? And this actually brings me to my question to Karthik. Karthik, you are the founder of docandflow.ai. It's an organization that really sits on that layer, that data layer around how we enable the AI to work correctly. So I'd be really interested in your thoughts around how we get that clean data, how we get those things done right that nobody really thinks about when we're talking about the front end of AI.
Hi, everyone. Morning. So happy to be here. So thanks, Grant, for the question. One question for all of you is, how do you know if data is accurate? So I used to always think that when you look at ChatGPT and the results it gives, how do you know if the results are correct? So what we do in technology is we try to compare it with Claude or Gemini and other AI models to see whether both of them are giving the right answers or not. That's one very easy way to figure out if your AI output is something which you can rely on. That being said, right, so we are here sitting in procurement and supply chain domain. So our company basically focuses on document intelligence. What we realized is data powers AI. All of us, whatever we are doing right now in terms of in supply chain, logistics, exports, imports, every decision is made based on the data we have. And what we realized is data is in the form of documents. You look at supply chain or procurement, it is your purchase order, it is your invoice, it is your airway bill, it is your shipping bill, it is your contract management. Most of the time goes into managing all these documents. I can guarantee that is one of the biggest pain points in any industry. You take government sector, you take manufacturing, you take any domain, your ability to handle data and documents in particular, especially when there are multiple documents in the supply chain space, is your biggest challenge. Right? So classic example is, your purchase order, your invoice, your contract, and your goods received note will not match. As Dr. Sanjay Gupta was mentioning, most of us are involved in reactive firefighting. There are 1 million invoices. There are 10,000 pending payments. You're not getting the raw materials. Typical supply chain issues. If you can figure out how to use AI, and which is what we do, to read all the documents very smartly, do the validation, do the reconciliation without you getting involved, and bringing the human in the loop to add intelligence in the end. That is what is working for us. So we work with large organizations that work in export, import, supply chain. We use data as documents. So we do document intelligence. In fact, when I say doc inflow, it is doc inflow, any inflow of documents, right? So, and we put AI on top of it. So what I'm telling you is a practical example and a real-time example of take any document which comes onto your table, which comes in your email. The moment it gets into the AI system, you can do wonders, right? A very simple thing. I went to 4 doctors because I had a leg injury. I got an MRI report done, and then I put it to AI and got a very insightful model, which I went back and showed to my ortho. They said, "Man, this is better than the MRI report," right? So you got to know how to use AI for your work in the smarter way. Right. So to your question, Grant, what is the purpose and the effectiveness of the data that sits that empowers everything? One short answer and a simple answer for everybody in supply chain and logistics: it is your documents. Your documents are bringing you down. The day you decide how to optimize and digitize, in fact, it's been 20 years since India has been digitizing documents. Now you have AI which can read your documents on your behalf, which can act on your behalf and tell you, boss, this is what it is. Now you take a decision. So I want to summarize by saying that um, instead of reactive firefighting, you want to move to smarter, faster decision making. And even if you bring in with AI, I guarantee you, each one of us sitting here can bring in 50% efficiency in your output, right? So that's what data and documents can do if you use it effectively.
Fascinating, and thank you so much for that very clear explanation that really helps us to visualize what's actually happening in that data layer. So my next question is to Mr. Varun. So Varun, you're head of connected planning at Nestle. Now, I think the word connected has been used quite intentionally. It's really about the connection between all the different aspects that planning touches, specifically supply and demand, and you mentioned that as well, Sriye. So in your world, what kind of impact has AI had to assist with that connection within the planning function?
Thanks for this opportunity. So I'm working for Nestle, where we. So I'm working for Nestle, where we deal with food products, and for food products, freshness is very, very important. Now, when we talk about connected ecosystem, which means that if consumer is picking up our product, then we want to pass on that signal on real-time basis to entire value chain. What does it mean? So it means that, for example, today there is consumption. Today evening, say that consumption gets converted into demand signal for our customer. Tomorrow, our dispatch requirement changes. Very next week, our production plan changes. And simultaneously, that requirement is going to our suppliers. So this is about end-to-end connected system. If we want to improve our responsiveness, if we want to improve our agility, then that is need of an R, because our ecosystem is growing at very fast pace. Consumer preferences are changing every day. So we need to be more agile, more predictive. Now, how does it happen? So first and foremost, number one, data. As Kevin mentioned, data is very, very important. So data foundation has to be there. Data has to be clean. Data has to be uniform across the value chain. Then on top of it, it comes your systems, because entire value chain, you have your procurement system, you have planning system, you have your replenishment system. Today, these all systems, they are working independently. So first and foremost, they need to talk to each other so that it can be connected. Once that is connected, on top of it, then you put AI. With clean data, with connected ecosystem, if you put AI, your responsiveness increases, because then AI models are reading everything end to end, and it takes over your day-to-day work, but it enables you to be more sharper in decision making, to be more sharper in exceptional handling, to focus on real-time basis where it matters. And that's how it happens.
I love that you use the word enabler, because I think, yes, it's a new technology, but it's just like any other technology where we want to use it as an enabler to support the processes that we're trying to achieve in the organization. So that's great. We're very short on time, so I'd just like to ask then a very similar question to you, Kier, specifically around your organization. So Varilal is obviously a very iconic brand here in India, and a very complex brand when it comes to the cold chain and the kind of products that you use. In your use case, what does AI do within your organization, and how are you actually using it?
So, good morning, everyone. So, I am Keo Doshi, working with the Vadilal Group and working with the FMCG industry since last 25 years. So, I have seen so many changes after the Corona came into the picture. So, when we are talking about the SNOP process before 2020 or 2019, so we are dealing with the spreadsheet and everything. Now it is moving into the AI and ML driven SNOP process to predictive analysis and so kind of process. So we can plan in a way so we can manage immediately the demand. And the other factors in terms of the FMCG industry, what I feel. So Keycom is a major factor in terms of the FMCG business. So when we are talking about the ice cream business, so it is very, very negligible in terms of 2020, 21 and 22. It is a growing more than 1000% in last 2 or 3 years. So it is depend upon the infrastructure and everything. So that's a take on from my side.
Thank you so much. And finally, Mr. AJ, I'd like to just ask you about, specifically in your industry, which is much more of an industrial type organization, Hindustan Platinum. How does AI impact you and your organization, and what lessons can you give us really quickly?
A lot, because if you see the predictability in a precious metal domain itself is a large, because you have to process a large amount of data for the accuracy part of it. And humanly, it is not possible to have this data to predict the market, because as you know, the precious metals are circulate every day in, day out. So circularity is one of the options where you need to know from which mines these products are coming out of it. And that because every country has its own regulatory model. So we have to focus on the regulatory terms and conditions, where we need to see what regulatory really compliance you are adhering to in every geographical countries. And that makes a lot of vulnerability when it comes to human processes. I think that is where AI tools are being there, which really processing the things which is really ease of doing business. And that is what we are seeing in since last 10 or 12 years. And that is the way I think the life is there. We have to do a large LLM data to be processed within the system, to analyze the data, to have its predictability coming into the system every day and day out. That is what the short answer I can give it.
Thank you so much. And thank you to the great panel that we've had today. I've learned a lot. I'm sure you have as well. And next time we're going to outsource this entire panel to ChatGPT. Thank you so much, everyone. Appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to request my distinguished panelists and Mr. Grant to please be here with us. This is a very, very special moment, as I'm going to please request you all for the loudest, thunderous applause for our Honorable Minister for Health, Family Welfare and Medical Education, Government of Gujarat, Shri Praful Pancheria ji का तहे दिल से स्वागत है. बहुत बहुत शुक्रगुजार हैं आपके सर. सर, आज के दिन में कहते हैं ना, इट्स ऑल अबाउट सूर्य की किरण. हम अहमदाबाद में हैं, लेकिन यहाँ पर सच में रोशनी आपके प्रेजेंस की वजह से है. तो बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. विद फोल्डेड हैंड्स, जय श्री कृष्ण सर. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to request my distinguished panelists to please be here with us as we like to felicitate you. Now, this has been truly a very fascinating panel discussion altogether. To do the honors, may we please welcome Dr. Pushpinder S. Punia, Chairperson, Consultative Group on Tax Policy, Niti Aayog, and Advisory Board Member, Blue Ocean Corporation, to kindly join us for this honorable moment of felicitation. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Pushpinder ji. A lovely group photo op with this very interesting discussion about the world of AI. Let's begin with Mr. Grant Svenipol. Once again, we'd like to felicitate you. So I'm going to please request you to accept this honor. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, from visibility and control towers to predictive risk management, the future is clearly becoming more intelligent, connected, and proactive. Thank you very much, Mr. Grant. May we please have the felicitation for Mr. Surya? Mr. Ajay, Mr. Keyur, Mr. Varun, and Mr. Karthik. Thank you very much, sir. Please accept this small token of love. Yeah. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. Mr. Karthik, thank you so much. One brilliant group photo op with all of you together very quickly. Together, please come together, everyone. Appreciate it so much. Thank you so much once again. Ladies and gentlemen, feel free to put your hands together for the great knowledge and insights shared by them. Thank you very much. Thank you, sirs. Deviyon Sajano, while we have the stage being cleared, मैं आप सबको याद दिलाना चाहूंगी कि हमारा जो आज का थीम है, इस साल का थीम है ऑफ IPSC 2026 इस आत्मनिर्भर. जी हाँ, the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, on Atmanirbhar Bharat, where we look forward to a Viksit Bharat till 2047. May we please present the video of Gujarat.
કેટલીક જગ્યાઓ નિર્માણ કરે છે. ગુજરાત વિશ્વ સાથે વેપાર કરે છે. એક એવી ભૂમિ જ્યાં ઉદ્યોગ સાહસિકતા વારસામાં મળે છે, જ્યાં દરિયા કિનારા માત્ર સમુદ્રને જ નથી મળતા, તેઓ ખંડોને જોડે છે. મુન્દ્રાના વૈશ્વિક પ્રવેશદ્વારોથી લઈને પાવરહાઉસ ઉદ્યોગો સુધી ગુજરાત તકની રાહ નથી જોતું, તે તકનું સર્જન કરે છે. અહીં સપ્લાય ચેઇન, પુરવઠા સાંકળ માત્ર સહાયક પ્રણાલી નથી, તે પોતે જ એક વ્યવસાય છે. દરેક શિપમેન્ટ, દરેક નિકાસ, દરેક હિલચાલ એક મોટી વાર્તાનો ભાગ છે. ઝડપ, સ્કેલ, વ્યાપ અને વૈશ્વિક મહત્વાકાંક્ષાની વાર્તા. પરંતુ આ વેગની પાછળ એક મહત્વપૂર્ણ પ્રશ્ન છુપાયેલો છે. શું આપણી પાસે આ વિકાસની ગતિને પહોંચી વળવા માટે યોગ્ય પ્રતિભા છે? ઉદ્યોગો ખૂબ ઝડપથી બદલાઈ રહ્યા છે. કૌશલ્યોએ તેનાથી પણ વધુ ઝડપથી બદલાવવું પડશે. ખરી પડકાર સજ્જતાનો છે. ચોકસાઈ, સમયબદ્ધતા અને કાર્યક્ષમતા પર બનેલા આ રાજ્યમાં તે ખામી, ગેપ એક એવું જોખમ છે જે આપણે પરવડી શકીએ તેમ નથી. આજે સપ્લાય ચેઇન માસ્ટરીનો અર્થ છે વૈશ્વિક વેપારને સમજવો, ડિજિટલ ઇકોસિસ્ટમ્સનું સંચાલન કરવું અને વિશ્વને મોટા પાયે ગતિ આપવી. ગુજરાત જેવા રાજ્યને ઉર્જા આપવા માટે આપણને માત્ર પ્રોફેશનલ્સ કરતાં કંઈક વધુ જોઈએ છે. આપણને નિષ્ણાતો, સ્પેશિયલિસ્ટ્સ જોઈએ છે. વ્યૂહરચનાકારો, સ્ટ્રેટેજિસ્ટ્સ જોઈએ છે. ગેમ ચેન્જર્સ જોઈએ છે. ત્યાં જ બ્લુ ઓશન કોર્પોરેશનની એન્ટ્રી થાય છે. સપ્લાય ચેઇન ટ્રેનિંગ અને કન્સલ્ટિંગમાં વિશ્વમાં નંબર 1. ટ્રેનિંગ ક્ષેત્રે ઉદ્યોગો દ્વારા વિશ્વસનીય અને વૈશ્વિક સ્તરે માન્યતા પ્રાપ્ત એકમાત્ર સુપર બ્રાન્ડ, જેનો એક જ મુખ્ય ઉદ્દેશ્ય છે લાખો લોકોને પ્રેરિત કરવા.
Inspiring millions. Blue Ocean Corporation, India's supply chain story, which is evolving at a pace and scale that only a few could have imagined even a decade ago. From policy reforms and infrastructure investments to technology adoption and global trade realignments, the landscape is truly shifting rapidly. And at the center of this transformation, Blue Ocean Corporation has played a quiet but powerful role, building the human capital, the knowledge platforms, and the institutional networks that are helping organizations navigate this new world. Ladies and gentlemen, to share that vision and set the strategic context for everything which we will discuss today, we now have the privilege of presenting the Chairman's Address, India's Evolving Supply Chain Landscape, Blue Ocean's Strategic Contribution. Ladies and gentlemen, may we please welcome on stage Dr. Satya Menon, Chairman and Managing Director, Blue Ocean Corporation, the trailblazer, Dr. Satya Menon, please. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Hello. Good morning, Ahmedabad. This is my 4th visit to Ahmedabad in the last 30 days. I love this city. I love the people of Ahmedabad. I love Gujarat. Thank you very much, Praful Bhai, for here. I've met him many times, and I'm not saying this because he's here. We don't meet often ministers who are very simple, who are very approachable, who can listen to what you are saying. I've seen people with high noses. I'm not talking all about India, across the world. It's very difficult to communicate with somebody when you have something genuine to talk. So first time when I met him 2 years ago, I said, we are coming to change the supply chain landscape of India. So Blue Ocean is coming to India to change the supply chain landscape, because supply chain is a completely new concept here in this part of the world. And I thought he will say, oh, it's okay, we'll see, we will discuss later. He was very receptive in the way he approached what I was saying. And he said, whatever support you want to help India take it forward in the global arena, we are there to support you. The government, the ministers, the central ministers, the central ministry, all of them. We are here to support all the people coming out with new ideas. With that kind of confidence, we are here today, Blue Ocean, and we hope we try to bring in some change. A lot of times when we travel across India, people say, oh, your ideas are so great. There are so many opportunities, but you know, this is India. Idhar kuch nahi chalta hai. But what is my thought process? Even if we can make a 0.001 incremental change, a positive change, it is something great achievement, is what I believe in. So with that, I want to start my presentation on India's evolving supply chain landscape. So the world is rewiring its supply chains. So we are finding it a lot of disruptions across the world. So global disruptions in supply chains. It has now more of a strategic function than an operational function. Previously, supply chain people are just like operations people. They just need to buy, move goods, satisfy the production. Today, it's not the case. Today, it is where it is a national priority. So the economies today are built based on the supply chains. The organizations are looking for resilience, reliability. The China plus one movement, it is there for quite some time. So that's why you can see a lot of manufacturing bases shifting out of China to Vietnam, even to India. Apple have started in India, and many other production houses which are moving to different parts of the world. Even Philippines also is becoming a manufacturing base for many multinational organizations. So here, India has a great opportunity. One, we have a very highly and talented manpower. Two, the language. We can easily communicate in English, which is mostly a global language where businesses trade across. So the China plus one strategy will definitely have a great impact on India's supply chain. So 21st century is not only the century of technology, finance, or geopolitics uncertainty. We are living in a world of lot of uncertainty. We don't know what's going to happen. Today the war is starting. Tomorrow it's ending. Again, third day it is starting. We are today at 102nd day, I think, of the war which is happening, which has affected everyone's daily lives. But we knew now, because of all these crises, right from the time of COVID, that supply chain is very, very vital. Not only to the industries, but also to every common man out there. So we have seen a lot of supply chain disruptions. So why I'm talking about disruptions? It started even much before this, from the time of COVID. During COVID, we found the healthcare was in a very big mess because people did not plan. A medicines which was supposed to be in point A, it is not available in point A, it's available in point B. And the transportations were becoming difficult. So people realized the importance of supply chain across the world, and even in India, that supply chain is a very, very important function for our day-to-day life. The Red Sea crisis of 2023, the Everswiss, the ship which sank or which, just got stuck in the Suez Canal, it brought the world trade down to a significant percentage. The Ukraine war, which is still continuing, is having an effect on the minerals, on the rare earth supplies in the world. Even for military, the lot of parts was built in Russia, Ukraine, all these regions, and because of this war, the parts are not available today for the militaries around the world. The Strait of Hormuz, which we are living currently in a situation which we are all aware, which is affecting our day-to-day life. I will tell you a story. Couple of weeks before, I was in Kerala, which is my hometown. I went to a fancy restaurant. I said, okay, I'm coming from overseas. Let me have some nice Kerala food. So I said, I want this, I want this, I want this from the menu. They said, sir, you get only one idli, one dosha, sambar, and chutney. Okay. I said, why? You have a huge menu. Which world you are living in? You don't know. There is a big war going on. We have a Hormuz problem. I said, what's a Hormuz problem? He's saying, there is no fuel coming in. So all the hotels, so you need to be aware of the situations around the world before you order the food. I said, for me, so I asked, he said that he used the word supply chain. He said there is a big supply chain issue. So he's a waiter serving me idli and dosha. He's telling me, sir, there is a big supply chain issue in the world. So I asked, okay, what is supply chain? वो सब मत पूछो, बहुत बड़ा चीज है वो, ठीक है? Because I wore a very normal dress, our Kerala Mundu style, with the white dress. So he thought. So the person who was sitting with me, just show your interview which you had given about the Strait of Hormuz crisis to Times of India. I said, no, it's okay. He's feeling happy, saying that he has discovered something very big about Strait of Hormuz and supply chain issues. So a waiter understands the term supply chain today. But unfortunately, what exactly it is, he is not able to explain. Possibly if he is able to explain, he will be a better person in running his business, whether it's a restaurant or a healthcare or hospitals or whatever it is. So what are the lessons learned from the disruption? So from cost efficiency, we are going into resilience. So people were only looking at the cost, reduction of cost, reduction of cost. That was the previous concept. But today, we need to be resilient. That's why we are talking about supply chain self-reliance. We have seen our Honorable Prime Minister talking this in many forums, many business forums. He's talking, India should be self-reliant in supply chain. We should have a lot of resilience with respect to supply chain. So from global first to regional and local. So earlier, the focus was on sourcing from overseas, from the east, far east, from China, other parts of the other countries in the east. But today, the manufacturing bases are being set up near the locations where the consumption happens. India is can become a very big manufacturing powerhouse. I was in a conference, in a closed door CXO level conference. So there was a case study that, there was an air cooler manufacturer in Vapi in Gujarat. He was selling very good. He was selling possibly, let's assume, 50 crores worth of products. But his main market was somewhere in Africa. Now, he is very good. He sells in Vapi, he sells in Gujarat, he will sell in nearby states. But his product is so good, it can compete with China and Vietnam. But he is not aware that how to set up his distribution networks across the globe. So that's where supply chain comes into picture. So we need to train people, even an entrepreneur or an government servant or an executive who is working in the organization in any domain, whether it's be finance or HR, they all, I believe, should learn supply chain because it is the key for successful organization and a successful business. So supply chain is like the economic nervous system. Like what our nervous system is, supply chain is the economic nervous system for the entire industry. So sensing, processing, reacting, adapting. See, all of your supply chain professionals, I don't want to talk much about it. So why is this the supply chain era? The world is unusually interconnected. Global challenges today has now become supply chain challenges. we have any challenge which is coming up, we should be able to manage, reroute, remap. So like what we have seen in the last month, what India has done. Our Prime Minister has gone and signed up with United Arab Emirates to make sure our supply lines for fuel is not disturbed. That we store enough 15 days, 30 days, whatever is the strategy for the government, so that our supply lines with respect to the fuel are not broken. That is because of a crisis which controls 20% of the world's oil trade, which is happening now. Supply chains are now boardroom and government priorities, and society depends upon seamless flow of goods. So India's moment has now come to become a supply chain powerhouse. So manufacturing expansion, the government is putting in a lot of money in infrastructure development. Logistics parks are coming. The sea routes are being reimagined. The river routes from Ganges, in Ganges from Calcutta till Banaras is being reimagined. And the goods and the people, the transportation of people, that's also part of logistics. It is happening in big time. So global businesses increasingly view India as a long-term strategic partner. 3 days before, I was in UK with the Welsh government. And believe me, everybody is very positive about the India's growth story. They're saying, can you tell me what you are doing in India that we can do here? Wales has a population of around 3 to 4 million. They're saying the problems which we face, I'm sure you would have faced in India in a much, much bigger manner. So if we can take some solution from you and we can implement here in Wales, I'm sure we will be successful. When we had the last conference in Egypt, in Cairo, the same conference, the government officials, what they're saying is, forget what you did it in London, forget what you did in Saudi or Middle East or UAE or Dubai. We want to know like what India is doing, what India is thinking, how India is progressing. So there is a big narrative out there in the international world that India is progressing and we are going to be the top 3 economies in the world. So this gives us a great opportunity to become very strong in supply chains, which we can help India to reduce the trade deficits, which can help us export more, not only the IT exports, but the manufacturing economy. So what is the challenge? What we have come across in the last 2 years of operations in India? Infrastructure can be built, technology can be purchased, but still the talent must be developed. So that is one area which everyone needs to focus on. So despite massive investments in infrastructure, in logistics parks, in road, rail, all those networks, we need skilled, talented manpower. So the future of supply chains depends upon the future of supply chain talent. 99.99% of the people working in the supply chain domain will not have a qualification in supply chain related fields. They will have a BTech, they will have an MBA, but that is not supply chain. So that gives you the basic understanding. Will you give a BCom graduate or will you make the BCom graduate a CFO of an organization? No. So similarly, a chief supply chain officer or a chief procurement officer should be qualified in this particular domain. You will not make a BTech person or an MBA person as CFO. You need a chartered accountant. Similarly, there are qualifications in supply chain world over which instills skills in supply chain decision making for people. So what we have come out with the concept. What if everyone could learn supply chain, irrespective of whether you are working in the supply chain domain or You are a waiter. Like I want to tell you another story. I went to Jaipur. So we wanted to buy, I think this was just before the Trump tariff. And myself and my friend, Dr. Jitendra Matlani, we went to Jaipur to a small store to buy some curios. Okay, we are going back to Dubai. Let's buy some curios. So it was just Trump had announced tariff wars against India. He's saying, sir, he said, our price is very high. We were bargaining with him. We were haggling over the price. He said, सर आपको खरीदना है तो खरीद लो नहीं तो बहुत बड़ा सप्लाई चेन इश्यू आने वाला है ही से शॉपकीपर ऐसे लोग क्या होने वाला है नहीं ट्रम्प का तारीफ सुना नहीं आपने सो पूरा सप्लाई चेन बर्बाद हो जाएगा अभी सो व्हाटएवर प्रोडक्ट्स आई हैव यू बाय नाउ अदरवाइज यू आर नॉट गोइंग टू गेट सो ऑल दीज इंसिडेंट्स provoked to bring in something. What if everyone could learn supply chain? So supply chain should be accessible to all. So a future where a student in a city, metro, can learn along with a student in a remote corner of India. Language. Now today, supply chain world over is taught only in English, majority, 90%. Even if you talk about French or Spanish or Italian or Portuguese or German, it is very small percentage. Majority supply chain training programs, skill development programs are taught in English. But it's not, we have government schools here. Majority of the people study in government schools with the local language. So can we do something about it? So these are the problems which we identified in the last 2 years working across India. So working professionals, the learning anytime. So should we, based on a particular time zone, we should teach? No. People should be able to access the learning at their fingertips. And industry-ready skills. Now, once they learn, can they be employable? So these were the challenges which we faced, and we learned that we came out with the concept, education, supply chain for few to supply chain for all. So which can become a national movement for capability building in the supply chain domain. So like I said, it cannot be restricted to major cities, elite institutions, English-speaking people, traditional classrooms, or premium learners. It's like the cricket. Once upon a time, see, I was myself a cricketer. Okay, I played for Ranji Trophy. I played with Dravid, Kumble, all those people. Those days, when you in the national team, if you see, you have people from Mumbai, Delhi. One time we saw in Indian playing 11 people were from Karnataka. So today, if you see an Indian cricket, from Dhoni to Vaibhav Suryavanshi, they are all coming from small towns. So there is accessible. So what I want to say is the BCCI has made cricket accessible to the grassroots levels across India. So you don't need to be in a main city to be a cricketer today. Earlier, people used to travel to big cities. They migrated to big cities, correct? Now it is accessible to everyone. So we are finding a lot of talent. Similarly, all these has, really motivated to make this accessible to everyone. So accessible beyond language, beyond geography, beyond timeline. Anytime you can learn and beyond boundaries. So what is only the aim which we have this year in 2026? We should be able to inspire 1 million people in India, irrespective of whether they are supply chain people or no. So every student understands supply chain fundamentals. Every graduate gets employability skills. Every professional can continuously upskill. So we have come out with something known as supply chain education for all, which is a non-profit training program, okay, which anybody can access and they can come learn for free. There are so many programs in procurement, strategy, supply chain, freight forwarding, aviation, leadership. They can just come learn for free in the language which they are comfortable at their choice. their place, their time. Because this can bring a big change. So if people learn supply chain, I am very passionate about supply chain. Okay, so people, any conference, I go for an HR conference, I go to a leadership conference, I go to a tech conference, ultimately I'll go around, I'll come to discuss about supply chain because I'm very passionate about it, because I believe this is the backbone of every country, because stronger supply chains, stronger economy builds a stronger country. So the outcome can be a strong workforce, stronger industry, and a stronger India. So India's transformation will not be driven by infrastructure alone. It has to be driven by the people, their capability, their skills, the talent, which we need to, bring out their talent. Like I said, like in cricket, we need to go to the grassroots level and bring out the talent. So when supply chain education reaches everyone, India's growth reaches everywhere. To the big cities, to the small towns, to a CEO, to a rickshaw puller, to a tea seller, everybody will know tomorrow what is supply chain, what is it corresponding to their language, and they will learn. So I just want to invite you to a small video what we have created, which I'm sure you will enjoy and you will understand what we try to do.
भारत सिर्फ एक देश नहीं, भारत अनेक सुरों, अनेक भाषाओं, अनेक पहचानों का संगम है, जहां हर सुर अलग है, हर बोली अलग है, हर पहचान अलग है। फिर भी जब ये सब साथ आते हैं तो एक ही स्वर बनता है, एक भारत। और इस भारत की सबसे बड़ी ताकत सिर्फ इसकी अनेक पहचानें नहीं, बल्कि वो डोर है जो देश के हर कोने को आपस में जोड़ती है, हर क्षेत्र को एक साथ आगे बढ़ाती है। वो डोर है सप्लाई चेन।
हमारी कला और हमारा शिल्प भारत की पहचान बनकर हर दिशा तक पहुंचता है। सप्लाई चेन इस हुनर को दुनिया के हर घर तक पहुंचाती है। અમારા બંદરો અને ઉદ્યોગ ભારતને દુનિયા સાથે જોડે છે। સપ્લાય ચેઇન જ આપણા વેપારની મજબૂત કડી છે। आमची गती आणि आमचा उद्योग भारताच्या प्रगतीला दिशा देतो। सप्लाय चेनमुळेच आमचा उद्योग अखंड चालू राहतो। আমাদের শিল্প আর সৃজনশীলতা ভারতকে এক সূত্রে বেঁধে রাখে। সাপ্লাই চেইন আমাদের সৃষ্টিকে বিশ্বের বাজারে পৌঁছে দেয়। ज्ञानम मार्गम दर्शयति, व्यापारः भारतम एकसूत्रेण बध्नाति। सप्लाई चेन अस्माकं प्राचीन परंपराम आधुनिक प्रगत्या सह योजयति। আমার সাহে ভারতের প্রতিটো প্ৰান্তক সোৱাদেৰে জুড়ে। সাপ্লাই চেইন এই সোৱাদ আপোনাৰ কাপলৈ লৈ আহে। আমাৰ বন্দৰ শিল্প ভাৰতৰ প্ৰগতিকো আগକୁ নেই যায়। সাপ্লাই চেইন শিল্প সমৃদ্ধিৰ জীৱন రేఖ অটে। మా పంటలు మరియు పరిశ్రమలు భారత పురోగతికి ఆధారం। సప్లై చైన్ మన రైతన్న కష్టాన్ని దేశానికి పంచుతుంది। ನಮ್ಮ ಶ್ರಮ ಮತ್ತು ಕೈಗಾರಿಕೆಗಳು ಪ್ರಗತಿಗೆ ದಿಕ್ಕು ತೋರಿಸುತ್ತವೆ। ಸಪ್ಲೈ ಚೈನ್ ಹೊಲೆಗಳಿಂದ ಹೈಟೆಕ್ ನಗರಗಳವರೆಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲವನ್ನೂ ಬೆಸೆಯುವ ശക്തിയാಗಿದೆ। ഞങ്ങളുടെ തുറമുഖങ്ങളും വ്യാപാരവും ഇന്ത്യയെ ലോകവുമായി ബന്ധിപ്പിക്കുന്നു ഈ സപ്ലൈ ചെയിനാണ് നമ്മുടെ നാടിന്റെ വളർച്ചയുടെ ചാലക ശക്തി। எங்கள் தொழிலும் துறைமுகங்களும் இந்தியாவின் முன்னேற்றத்தை நகர்த்துகின்றன। உற்பத்தி சக்கரம் முதல் உலக வர்த்தகம் வரை சப்ளை செயினே நமது வளர்ச்சியின் அச்சாணி।
Across every state, supply chains drive progress. To sustain it, India needs knowledge and skilled minds. Supply chain education for all. जब हर भाषा में ज्ञान बढ़ेगा, तब हर व्यक्ति सप्लाई चेन समझेगा और हर भारतवासी भारत की प्रगति का हिस्सा बनेगा। ब्लू ओशियन कॉरपोरेशन में आपका स्वागत है। ट्रेनिंग और कंसल्टिंग का एकमात्र सुपर ब्रांड। हम वर्ल्ड क्लास ट्रेनिंग, स्ट्रेटेजिक कंसल्टिंग और ग्लोबल लीडरशिप नेटवर्क के जरिए बदलाव लाते हैं। दुबई क्वालिटी अप्रिसिएशन अवार्ड से सम्मानित और सप्लाई चेन मैनेजमेंट में वर्ल्ड नंबर 1, हम वैश्विक स्तर पर अपनी उत्कृष्टता के लिए जाने जाते हैं। हमारी अनूठी पहल सप्लाई चेन एजुकेशन फॉर ऑल के जरिए इंस्पायर 1 मिलियन के लक्ष्य के साथ हम लाखों युवाओं को नई दिशा दे रहे हैं। आत्मनिर्भर भारत से प्रेरित, मेक इन इंडिया से सशक्त, विकसित भारत 2047 की ओर अग्रसर।
We are here to transform India's supply chain and connect India to the world.
Stronger supply chains, stronger India. जुड़ेगा भारत तो बढ़ेगा भारत. Let's build self-reliant supply chains for India. So this is our humble approach to make sure that people understand what we speak. So not only that, what we are trying to do is we are trying to build a talent pool in supply chain. So we have created something known as an interns hub for an industry academia connect. So all of you from the industry, I would humbly request you, try to take as many people as interns. At least people can get the first step in employability. So this is what we are working on. Try to upskill the youth and make them employable. All these we are not, it's like a non-profit CSR kind of an activity which you are doing. So people ask me, Dr. Menon, you're doing so many things for supply chain, which is for free. What do you get out of it? I said, I might not get anything out of it as a business point of view, but 5 years down the line, if you train 1 million people, if you have 200,000 people working in senior positions in supply chain, I'm sure I don't have to do anything further, correct? The business will run automatically. So this is what we have been famous for. In the Middle East, we have around 90% market share in this domain. Everyone and anyone in any industry will know Blue Ocean and the kind of quality we deliver. India, it's like we are taking the baby steps, and I'm sure with the support and with the initiatives by the government and other bodies, we will be able to grow further. So supply chain education for all is what I just wanted to talk. Thank you very much for listening patiently, and have a good day and a great conference ahead.
Thank you very much, Dr. Satya Menon. We've really gone into a different zone altogether. Yes, as I said, all the visions that you've had for decades together shall be fulfilled. This was absolutely a compelling and forward-looking address by Dr. Satya Menon. Sir, your insights have truly set the perfect strategic foundation for everything that follows today. Ladies and gentlemen, we are deeply honored to share that Sardar Taranjit Singh Sandhuji, Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, has graciously sent a special message for everyone who's gathered here today. A distinguished statesman, seasoned diplomat, and respected voice on the global stage. His words carry great weight and meaning, while prior commitments have prevented him from joining us live here today in person. We are truly privileged and grateful to receive his beautiful message of encouragement and support. May I please kindly request you all to please direct your attention to the screen as we present this very special message for this August.
Namaskar, good morning. Distinguished guests, industry leaders, members of the IPSC Forum, representatives from Blue Ocean Corporation, and of course, the panelists. Supply chains today are not just a business function. They are a measure of how stable, efficient, and competitive an economy is. Recent years have shown how disruptions in one part of the world can affect production and pricing and availability across continents. As a result, countries and businesses are rethinking how trade and supply networks are organized. For India, this shift is particularly significant. Manufacturing is expanding, domestic demand is rising, and global companies are seeking to diversify their supply chains. This presents both an opportunity and a responsibility. The opportunity to position India as a reliable partner in global supply networks. The responsibility is to build systems that are efficient, predictable, and scalable. It is in this context that the idea of Atmanirbhar supply chains must be understood. Hence, this year's theme, Atmanirbhar supply chains, India leading the rise of global trade, is both timely and relevant. Atmanirbhar does not mean isolations. It means developing capabilities within the system while remaining fully integrated with global trade. The objective is resilience, strength, and adaptability. At a practical level, supply chains depend on execution, how efficiently goods move, how procurement decisions are made, how risks are managed, and how quickly systems respond to change. Even small inefficiencies in logistics, warehousing, or regulatory processes can create significant costs at scale. That is why supply chains have become a matter of national competitiveness, not merely corporate efficiency. India has made substantial progress through improved logistics, infrastructure, expanding manufacturing capacity, and increasing digitization of trade processes. The next stage of growth will depend on how effectively these elements are integrated into a coordinated ecosystem. As Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji has said, global supply chains are being reshaped and the world is looking for reliable and resilient manufacturing partners. India has the opportunity to firmly fulfill this role. This vision reflects the essence of Atmanirbhar supply chains, strengthening domestic capability while embracing global integration. Modern supply chain management increasingly relies on data analytics, forecasting, risk assessment, artificial intelligence, and real-time decision making. As supply chains become more diversified and risk sensitive, adaptability is becoming as important as efficiency. This creates a unique opportunity for India. With its scale, skilled workforce, and growing infrastructure, India is well positioned to become a stronger node in global supply chains. However, predictable systems, efficient logistics, and capable professionals will be critical to sustaining this advantage. Platforms like IPSC bring together industry, policymakers, and experts to exchange perspectives and identify practical solutions to shared challenges. I hope the discussions at this conference lead to practical insights, stronger partnerships, and a clearer roadmap for enhancing India's role in global trade and supply chains. Thank you. Dhanyavad. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for your words of encouragement. Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, Sardar Taranjeet Singh Sandhuji. Thank you for giving us and allowing all of us to to excel in our endeavors by the truly wondrous words. As we move forward, ladies and gentlemen, since we all know Gujarat has more than one extraordinary leader in this room here today. We all are completely in love with the state of Gujarat, and Ahmedabad is very close to our hearts. Ladies and gentlemen, behind every strong economy is a healthy nation. And the leader we welcome next has dedicated his life to building exactly that. True public service is always about purpose. And when you look at the work of our next distinguished dignitary across health, though this is the month of June, where we are celebrating the 12th International Yoga Day celebration, और सर ने अभी Instagram पे countdown भी दिया था of 12 days to go. Today we have 9 days to go for our International Yoga Day celebration, because we're truly looking forward to our Bharat being healthy. Ladies and gentlemen, the family welfare, medical education, and the protocol for the government of Gujarat is what we see in our leader, जो सेवा तन मन धन और अपने आत्मा से करते हैं. Ladies and gentlemen, with the loudest roar of applause, क्योंकि तालियां बजाने से हमारे nerves activate होते हैं. That is also a yoga. May we please give a thunderous roar of applause as we welcome respected Honorable Shri Praful Pancheria ji, Honorable Minister of State for Health, Family Welfare and Medical Education, Government of Gujarat, to kindly join us here on stage and address everyone. हम सबका भाग्य भी है और सौभाग्य भी है कि सर को हमें सुनने का आज ये खूबसूरत सा मौका मिला है. देवियों सज्जनों, एक बार फिर से जोरदार तालियां for our Honorable Minister. Jai Shri Krishna with folded hands, sir. Thank you so much, respected sir.
વંદે માતરમ. ઇન્ટરનેશનલ આ જૈન કોન્ફરન્સની અંદર ઉપસ્થિત સૌ મહાનુભાવો, ડૉક્ટર સત્યા મેનન અને એમની ટીમ, ગુજરાતની અંદર આવું સુંદર આયોજન કરવા બદલ હું એમને થેન્ક્સ કરું છું. કારણ કે સાંપ્રત સમયની આ એક માંગ છે. બેસ્ટ ઇન્ફ્રાસ્ટ્રક્ચર એક જરૂરી છે, જેથી ને લોકોને રોજીરોટીથી લઈને બિઝનેસ ડેવલપમેન્ટમાં બધી જ જગ્યા પર આ ખૂબ મહત્વની બાબત છે ને છે. પહેલાંના જમાનાની અંદર પણ આ હતું જ, પણ ટેકનોલોજી ન હતી, માંગ પણ નહોતી, લોકો પોતાનું જીવન સાદાઈથી જીવી રહ્યા હતા. આજનું પ્રોડક્ટ દુનિયાના કોઈ ખૂણે પ્રોડક્શન થયું હોય અને કાલે એ માર્કેટની અંદર દુનિયાના ખૂણે ખૂણે સુધી ટેકનોલોજીના માધ્યમથી પહોંચી જાય છે. એ જ રીતે અમારા હેલ્થ વિભાગની અંદર પણ અમે ખૂબ સરસ રીતે પ્લાનિંગ કરી રહ્યા છીએ. આદરણીય નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદી સાહેબના 12 વર્ષ દેશના વડાપ્રધાન તરીકે પૂર્ણ થાય છે ને પૂરા ભારતની અંદર એનો ઉત્સવ ઉજવી રહ્યા છે. એક દીર્ઘદ્રષ્ટા નેતાએ આપને કેટલી બધી સરસ આઈડિયાઓથી લઈને ભારતને નવી દિશા આપવા માટેનો એક મહત્વની વાત કરી છે. એમનો પહેલો મંત્ર કે પહેલો શબ્દ હતો સ્વાવલંબન. આપણે પોતે જાતે ઊભા રહીએ. અને આ આપણે ઘણીવાર એવું થતું હશે, પરંતુ એગ્રીકલ્ચરમાંનું કૃષિ ક્ષેત્ર છે, તો આ આવનારા હવે સમય ખૂબ પાકી ગયો છે કે દવાઓ, ખાતરો, રાસાયણિક ખાતરોથી પ્રોડક્ટ થયેલી કૃષિ વસ્તુઓ જેને ખાવાથી અને આરોગવાથી આપણે ઘણા પણ બધા રોગો પણ થતા હોય છે. ત્યારે એક શુદ્ધ અને સાત્વિક પ્રોડક્ટ બને અને ચેઇન દ્વારા દુનિયાના ખૂણે ખૂણે સુધી પહોંચાડી શકાય. એકને કામ મળે છે, ચેઇન વચ્ચે એક મદદરૂપ થયું છે અને લોકોને સારું ફૂડ્સ મળે છે. આ બધા જ વિચારો બેઝિક બહુ મહત્વના છે. દુનિયા પીડાઈ રહી છે, આપણે સારા જેટલું સંશોધન જેટલી દવાઓ કરી છે એની સામે એટલા રોગો. એનું કારણ શું છે? કે એની કારણ એમની સામે આપણે શુદ્ધ અને સાત્વિક ફૂડ્સ પ્રાપ્ત કરી શકતા નથી, અથવા તો આવી કોઈ ચેન નથી કે જે તમને સુધી પહોંચાડે. તો સૌથી હ્યુજ મોટું માર્કેટ હોય અને મોટી જો ચેનલ બનાવવાની હોય તો એગ્રીકલ્ચર બાબતની છે, જે ખાદ્ય પદાર્થો પહોંચાડવાની. મેડિસિન બાબતની વાત કરીએ તો એક સમયે આદરણીય નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદી સાહેબે જન ઔષધિ કેન્દ્ર ખુલ્લા મૂક્યા અને જેનરિક દવાઓ જે સસ્તામાં મળે, જે બ્રાન્ડેડ કંપનીઓની સાપેક્ષની અંદર. તો આ એક પણ મોટી ચેનલ છે ભારતની અંદર કે આ દવાઓ પહોંચાડે છે. અને અમે હમણાં આરોગ્ય ક્ષેત્રમાં પણ આ વાત કરીને ગુજરાતની અંદર બેસ્ટ ઇન્ફ્રાસ્ટ્રક્ચર તેનું. એક સમય એવો હતો 108 નો એક ચેનલ છે, 108 એમ્બ્યુલન્સ. લોકો પહોંચી ન શકે દવાખાને, એક્સિડન્ટ થાય. તો આજે ગુજરાતની અંદર એ સમયમાં નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદી સાહેબ મુખ્યમંત્રી હતા અને ત્યારે એમને 14 એમ્બ્યુલન્સથી 108 સુવિધા શરૂ કરી હતી. આજે 1400 એમ્બ્યુલન્સ ગુજરાતના રોડ પર, હું અહીંયા આપણે બોલીએ છીએ ને ત્યાં કોઈના જીવ બચાવે છે. અને એક એમ્બ્યુલન્સ કોલ આવે છે અને સરેરાશ અમે કાઢ્યું ત્યારે 12 મિનિટે એક્સિડન્ટના જગ્યાએ પહોંચે છે અને એમને હોસ્પિટલે લઈ જાય. કેટલી મોટી છે. અને ટેકનોલોજી હવે તો કોલ કરે, એક કોલ કરે અને ડેસ્ટિનેશન વગેરે સરનામું લખવાની પણ વાત નહીં, એમનું લોકેશન જ આવી જાય ને ત્યાં એમ્બ્યુલન્સ પહોંચી જાય. તો માંગ અને પુરવઠો એ આપણા ઇકોનોમિકનું ખૂબ મહત્વનું, અને એની સામે શ્રમ અને તેનું મૂલ્ય. કેટલું શ્રમ કર્યું છે તો એનું મૂલ્ય શું હોઈ શકે? આ મૂલ્ય ટાંકીને દરેક લોકોને સમાન વેતન પ્રાપ્ત થાય, જેથી શોષણની નીતિ કે વગેરે ન થાય. એ પણ ચેન નહીં કામ. આમ તો 4 ઝોનિંગની અંદર ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રી આખા એક બહુ મોટો એક પ્લાનિંગ થવો જોઈએ કે જોને, કારણ કે ટ્રાન્સપોર્ટ એ પણ ખૂબ અગત્યનું છે. અને હવે આદરણીય નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદી સાહેબે ફ્યુલ કે ઈંધણ બચાવવાનો એક મંત્ર આપ્યો છે. એની પાછળ ભારતનું ઇકોનોમિક ખૂબ મજબૂત બનાવશે. આપણું ઇન્ડિયામાં જાજામાં જાજુ એ ઓઇલ ખરીદવાની અંદર વગેરેમાં જાય છે, ત્યારે એક એવી ચેન હોય કે માનો કે કર્ણાટકાથી ગુજરાત એ પ્રોડક્શન થયેલો માલ ઉતારવા આવ્યો અને હવેથી પછી અહીંયાથી એ ટ્રક અથવા તો દિલ્હી જાય તો ખાલી જાય. તો અહીંયાથી એ માલ જે જરૂર હોય ભરીને દિલ્હી જાય, દિલ્હીથી આવી આખી ચેન હવે થવા મળ્યું છે. પણ એક નાનામાં નાની બાબત હતી. તો આપણા રાષ્ટ્રના ઇકોનોમિક માટે પણ આ ચેન દ્વારા આપણે બહુ મહત્વની કામગીરી કરી શકીએ. અને હવે અમારે માનો કે સુરતથી બોમ્બે એરપોર્ટ પર લેવા ગાડી જાય તો અહીંયાથી ખાલી જાય, ત્યાંથી પછી આવવાનું. તો આ હવે શરૂ થઈ છે. આ બધી જ બાબતો નાની નાની બાબતો છે, પણ લોકોને સસ્તું પડશે, એમને પહોંચાડવામાં મદદરૂપ થશે, ઈંધણ બચશે. આ બધી બાબતો જો આપણે ચર્ચા અહીંયા કરીશું તો ચોક્કસ પ્રકારે આવા બધા જ આઈડિયાઓ આપને ખૂબ કામમાં લાગશે. મિત્રો, આવનારા સમયની અંદર ઉત્પાદન કરેલું લાસ્ટ ઘર સુધી પહોંચાડવું એ મહત્વનું તો છે જ, પણ અમે હમણાં આરોગ્ય ક્ષેત્રે ઘણી ચિંતા કરતા હતા, જોઈતા સ્કિલ. એક કોઈ પણ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રી જ કરીએ તો એની સાથે સ્કિલવાળા માણસો જોશે. આજે અમારી પાસે ટેકનિશિયનોની ખૂબ ઉણપ છે, કારણ કે રૂરલ લેવલ, ટાઉન પ્લેસની અંદર માનો કે એક્સરે ટેકનિશિયન તો નથી મળતા. MRI કે સીટી સ્કેન કરનારા ટેકનિશિયનો તો બહુ જ ઓછા છે. અને મેડિકલ ક્ષેત્રે નર્સિંગની કોર્સિસ છે કે માનો કે આઈસીયુની અંદર હાર્ટની સ્પેશિયલ, ક્રિટિકલ હાર્ટ ઓપરેશનની સ્પેશિયલ નર્સિંગ બહુ ઓછા ઉપલબ્ધ છે. તો પહેલાં એ માંગ સાથે એવું એ પણ એક ઇન્ફ્રાસ્ટ્રક્ચર થાય કે સ્કિલવાળા માણસો મળી રહે અને ચેન દ્વારા એમને ત્યાં પહોંચાડી શકે. અથવા તો અન્ય રાજ્યની અંદર વધુ એના માંગ છે, અન્ય રાજ્યની અંદર ત્યાં એજ્યુકેશન છે અને ભણેલા છે, તો એ અન્ય રાજ્યોને, બીજા રાજ્યોને પહોંચાડવા કે અન્ય દેશોને આ ચેન બહુ જરૂરી છે. અને આજે જે સત્યન મેનન તો સાઉથના છે, સાઉથમાંથી નર્સિંગ ક્ષેત્રના યાની કે પેરામેડિકલ ની બધી જ બાબતો ખૂબ ચોકસાઈપૂર્વક અને દુનિયામાં એમનો ડંકો છે. તો આ સાથે જ્યારે આપણે કરીએ છીએ કે જ્યાં ઉદ્યોગ નીતિનો પોલિટિકલ ક્ષેત્રે ખૂબ વિરોધ થતો હોય, જ્યાં ઉદ્યોગને આપણે હેડ કરતા હોય, આવા ઘણી વારો સાંભળીએ છીએ, તો એ દેશનું પ્રગતિ ન થઈ શકે. ઉદ્યોગ પણ જરૂરી છે, શોષણ પણ ન થાય એ જરૂરી છે, એને માણસો મળી જાય, બધું જ. તો આ બધું જ શું કામ આપણે કરીએ છીએ? ખુશ રહીએ, બધાને મદદરૂપ, બધા જ પોતાની લાઈફ સરસ રીતે જીવી શકે. આપણે જીવીએ છીએ ખરા? મનની શાંતિ છે ખરી? તો આ બધી જ બાબતો માત્ર એક રોબોટિક માણસ નહીં, આત્મીયતા સભર માણસ જિંદગી જીવી શકે એ પણ એમનો ગોલ, એમના મોટિવેશનના પ્રોગ્રામ. જ્યાં જ્યાં સ્કિલના બેઝના માણસો પણ એમને મોટિવેશન ખૂબ જરૂર છે. માત્ર પ્રોફેશનલિઝમ નહીં કે ચાલો કામ પત્યું ને જે આત્મીયતા. અને એની સાથે નરેન્દ્રભાઈ એક સરસ G20ની અંદર અહીંયા મંત્ર આપ્યો તો વસુધૈવ કુટુંબકમની ભાવના. આજે દુનિયા જો ને એકાબીજા દેશો સૌ સામે સામે આવીને કેટલું દુનિયાની અંદર અફરાતફરી કરી છે. તો વસુદેવ કુટુંબકમની ભાવનાઓથી ના તો જાતિવાદ હોય, ના પ્રાંતવાદ હોય, ના ભાષાવાદ હોય, માત્ર રાષ્ટ્રવાદ. અને અમે બધાની ઇજ્જત કરીએ છીએ, બધાને આવકારીએ છીએ. આ ભાવનાઓ પણ માણસને જિંદગી જીવવા, વૈમનસ્ય દૂર થાય એ ચેનલ દ્વારા અનેક બાબતોનું. આપણો વાહક ગમે ત્યાં જાય, એ દેશ પ્રેમી હોય, માનવ પ્રેમી હોય, આ ચેનલ દ્વારા એ કામગીરી કરી શકે કે એનામાં સતત ને સતત સેવાની ભાવનાઓ, લોકોને રિસ્પેક્ટની ભાવનાઓ, આ ખૂબ સાંપ્રત સમયની અંદર જરૂર છે. તો ગુજરાતની ધરતી પર અહીંયા સરસ પ્લાનિંગ કરવા બદલ ફરી વખત સત્યા મેનનને હું આભાર વ્યક્ત કરું છું. ગવર્મેન્ટ દ્વારા પણ અમે ખૂબ સરસ રીતે ગુજરાત એવા નવા આઈડિયાઓ, નવા વિચારો અમારા મેડિકલ ક્ષેત્રમાં કે ક્યાંય પણ અમે આવકારીએ છીએ. અને આવી નવી ટેકનોલોજી સાથે જેન દ્વારા અહીંયા સ્કિલવાળા માણસોની જરૂર પડે તો બહારથી, તો સૌથી બેજ મહત્વની વસ્તુ છે કે સ્કિલ એજ્યુકેશન બહુ જરૂરી છે. અને આજે માત્ર ને માત્ર એક MBBS ડૉક્ટર કરતાં એક ટેકનિશિયન સારું કમાઈ શકે છે જો સ્પેશિયાલિસ્ટ હોય તો. તો આ બધી જ બાબતોની એક વિશાળ પ્લેટફોર્મ બને કે લોકોને માહિતી આપે કે તમે આ કરો, આ કરો, આ સ્ટેટની અંદર આ જરૂર છે, આ સ્કિલના પ્રોગ્રામની અંદર જાઓ. તો આ બધી જ બાબતો લોકો ઉપયોગી સાથે એ મહત્વની તમારી જે આ કંપની દ્વારા જે કામગીરી થઈ છે એમાં આ એક ઉમેરો થાય. અને આ ઉમેરાથી એ પણ સર્વે થાય કે કયા રાજ્યની અંદર વધુ, ઘણા દેશોની અંદર ડૉક્ટરો કે નર્સની ખૂબ જરૂરિયાત, તો એ પ્લેટફોર્મ ઊભું થાય. તમે એમને કહી શકો કે તમે અહીંયા જશો. એક સ્ટાન્ડર્ડ, એક વિશ્વાસપાત્ર કે આ કંપની અથવા આના દ્વારા થાય એટલે એકદમ શ્રેષ્ઠ એટલે લોકોને વિશ્વાસ પણ જરૂરી છે. જે ડૉક્ટર સત્ય મેનનની આ કંપની દ્વારા અને એમની ટીમ દ્વારા વિશ્વાસ સાથે શ્રેષ્ઠ વર્ક થશે મને વિશ્વાસ છે. આપ સૌનો આભાર. અસ્તુ. ભારત માતા કી જય. વંદે માતરમ.
आपनो नम्र आभार. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. टू डू द ऑनर्स मैं प्लीज रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूंगी डॉक्टर Satya Menon say please to kindly felicitate our honorable minister. Gentlemen and our lovely ladies, can we all rise with the non-stop applause? Sir, आपके words of wisdom, आपकी भावना से जो आपने हमें सब कुछ बताया और सिखाया, हम तहे दिल से आपके शुक्रगुजार हैं. हृदयपूर्वक आभार. Humble thanks to you, respected sir. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's continue the applause. Thank you very much, Dr. Satya Menon, Chairman and Managing Director of Blue Ocean Corporation, for this amazing moment and for this kind felicitation for our Honorable Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, we are truly indebted to Honorable Minister of State for Health, Family Welfare and Medical Education, Government of Gujarat, श्री प्रफुल्ल पंशेरिया जी. और प्लीज आप सर को फॉलो कर सकते हैं. और जैसे कि मैंने कहा, आज 12 जून है और 12th इंटरनेशनल योगा डे सेलिब्रेशन है 21 जून. We have 9 more days to go. So please do remember to tag sir as well कि हम मिले और साथ ही साथ सर से इंस्पायर हुए. We spoke about supply chain, about the progress of our country, Bharat. Ladies and gentlemen, please follow sir on Prafull Pancheria BJP on Instagram and all the social media handles. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a very beautiful moment as it's been an extraordinary morning. Powerful addresses, distinguished guests, and conversations that have truly set the tone for the rest of the day ahead. अब हम एक छोटा सा ब्रेक लेंगे, networking break, where I look forward to meeting you all sharp at 12:20. Well, we have 15 minutes to connect, to freshen ourselves, and जो हमने आज सुना है, to put it into practice so that हम सबके सपने साकार हो. Thank you very much, and with folded hands, humble thanks to you. I'll welcome you back at sharp 12:20 this noon. Once again, our humble thanks to Honorable Minister. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सर, आपके शुक्रगुजार हैं. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, Blue Ocean Corporation proudly received over 12,000 Google reviews. We invite you to share your experience from today's conference on Google. IPSC Ahmedabad 2026, proudly organized by Blue Ocean Corporation. Our knowledge partners, ASCM, IPSCMI, CILT, CIPS, CMI, ITA, PMI, ACI, CompTIA, PeopleCert, HRCI, and Zoho. We extend our sincere thanks to our logistics tech partner, Delivery, our industry partner, All Cargo, and associate partners, Moglix, Dock and Flow, Snowcap, and Air Surge. And our exhibit partners are ATOS, Digilog, and Sure Logitrends for their valuable support in making IPSC Ahmedabad 2026 successful and impactful conference. We also invite you to please go ahead and invite and visit our photo booths are also there. So do remember to take your pictures and visit our sponsor booths, capture the moments so that you could post them on LinkedIn, Instagram, and Facebook with hashtag IPSC 2026, hashtag Blue Ocean Corporation, hashtag Atmanirbhar Supply Chains. Your certificate of attendance will we email to you on your email ID. So please do check your inbox and do mark the calendar for our 13th edition IPSC Bangalore, which is at the Ritz-Carlton Bangalore on the 10th of September. For the future details, we shall share it with you. Stay tuned, stay connected. Once again, our humble thanks to our Honorable Minister, Sir. बहुत shukriya tahe dil se. Thank you so much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome you in the next 12 minutes from now.
Hey NRI, securing your child's
From a bold idea to a powerful movement, we started with a vision to solve the deep inefficiencies in the way manufacturing and industrial businesses buy and move goods.
We will come up with what can be the role of technology to solve that business problem, and we'll continue to design solutions, whether it is the technology, whether it is designing a SaaS platform, whether it is thinking about data.
India's industrial backbone didn't need disruption. It needed patient problem solving and purposeful innovation. Moglix chose to build where others hesitated. Moglix's vision is to digitize procurement, to bring transparency to supply chains.
If you look at it, we are today working with more than 1,000 plus manufacturing companies
across US, UAE, and Mexico. It's not just B2B commerce, it's infrastructure for enterprise growth. With Credlix, Moglix is unlocking capital for small businesses.
Backed by Ratan Tata, Sequoia Global, as well as Tiger Global and many other formidable investors, is the 13th unicorn.
Now, enterprise e-commerce unicorn Moglix acquisition of Uttarakhand-based Khatama Fibers, which is a sustainable paper manufacturer with a capacity of 50,000 metric tons per annum.
It's a national impact story. We are contributing to iconic nation-building projects like New Parliament Building, MTHL, Mumbai Trans Harbour Link, India's first bullet train project, Southern India's largest metro project, Jal Jeevan Mission, Chennai Outer Ring Road, and this is just the beginning. Together, we're not just reimagining the future, we are engineering it. This is Moglix. This is us. Our vision is clear. A sustainable ecosystem for Indian manufacturing, one that's inclusive, circular, and future ready.
Dreams are the seeds of aspirations. When shared, they grow stronger. At All Cargo, we understand the power of connection. From the farthest reaches of the globe to your doorstep, we weave the world together with all the colors of hope, guided by the vision of our founder, Mr. Shashi Kiran Shetty. With our logistics and supply chain solutions, we're connecting the world faster and more efficiently than ever before. With precision and purpose, we navigate the world of logistics, ensuring every promise is delivered with care. Because we understand that behind every shipment there's a story, a dream fulfilled, a bond strengthened, a life changed. But our commitment doesn't end with logistics. We're dedicated to sustainability, ensuring we leave a legacy for future generations. At All Cargo, we make connections. Connections that transcend borders, unite communities, and inspire endless possibilities. All Cargo, redefining logistics with seamless connectivity. Because together, we're building a world where no dream is out of reach.
Every product you touch, every order you place, every promise delivered on time is powered by something you rarely see. The supply chain. But behind the movement lies complexity. Planning, sourcing, manufacturing, delivery, returns. When these don't align, performance suffers, costs rise, customers wait. That's why the world's leading organizations rely on one globally recognized framework: SCORE. Supply Chain Operations Reference Model, a structured language that connects strategy with operations. Welcome to Blue Ocean Corporation, the world #1 in supply chain training and consulting, the only super brand in the training arena. This is where you begin to understand the real structure behind supply chains. In line with Blue Ocean's mission, supply chain education for all, aimed at inspiring 1 million learners around the world, we bring to you the fundamentals of SCORE from ASCM on 100% scholarship, a powerful introductory program designed to help professionals and organizations understand how world-class supply chains are built, structured, measured, aligned. On completion, you gain clarity, a common language, a strategic lens to evaluate and improve your supply chain operations. And for those ready to take this framework further, to integrate it into the digital heartbeat of their organization, there's a next evolution that is already creating a revolution. But every revolution begins with mastery of the basics. Before you explore the next stage, experience the fundamentals. Begin your SCORE journey today.
In a world of finite resources, where every choice matters, a revolution is rising. The circular supply chain, a vision where waste is not the end, but a new beginning. From production to consumption, every step is reimagined. Materials are reused, repurposed, and reborn. Nothing lost, nothing wasted. This is more than efficiency. It is a commitment to sustainability, innovation, and a future where every resource is valued. Together, we close the loop. Together, we bring a change. Together, we build a world that thrives, not just for us, but for generations to come.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. आप सबका तहे दिल से स्वागत है. I know it's been a great day already since morning, and the kind of insights that we've gained, well, till the end of the day, it's gonna be for sure incredible. I'm gonna please request you all to kindly take your seats so that we could begin the exciting series of discussions. तो आइए देवियों सज्जनों आगे कंटिन्यू करते हैं हम. Blue Ocean Corporation has proudly received over 12,000 Google reviews. We invite you all to share your experience from today's conference on Google. IPSC Ahmedabad 2026 is proudly organized by Blue Ocean Corporation. Our knowledge partners are ASCM, IPSCMI, CILT, CIPS, CMI, IATA, PMI, ACI, CompTIA, PeopleCert, HRCI, and Zoho. We extend our sincere thanks to our logistics tech partner, Delivery, our industry partner, All Cargo, our associate partners, Moglix, Dock and Flow, Snowcap, and Air Surge. And our exhibit partners, ATOS Digilog and Sure Logitrans for their valuable support in making IPSC Ahmedabad 2026 a successful and impactful conference. We invite you all to visit our exhibitors and sponsors booths in the networking area. Do stop by the photo booth and share your moments on LinkedIn, Instagram, and Facebook using the hashtags hashtag IPSC 2026, hashtag Blue Ocean Corporation, hashtag Atmanirbhar Supply Chains. Your certificate of attendance shall be emailed to you after the event. Please do check your inbox. And do remember to mark your calendars for our 13th next edition of IPSC Bangalore, which is coming to the Ritz-Carlton Bangalore on the 10th of September. Further details shall be shared with you shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to get started. A humble request to everyone जो मेरी आवाज सुन रहे हैं, to please join us in the ballroom. A humble request to everyone to please join us in the ballroom. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you had a great, refreshing networking break. I know अब बहुतों से मिलना है, connects बनाने हैं, आगे excel करना है. I thank you all for joining us in the room and to all those who are on time. This is Simran Ahuja, putting my hands together for all of you who joined us here on time. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया तहे दिल से. We'll now begin with our first panel discussion of the day. And it addresses one of the most important questions in our very own industry. So, ladies and gentlemen, are we all ready to truly get started with our brilliant panel discussion, the second panel discussion for the day, for the pre-lunch? And this is how it goes. We've all heard about sustainability agenda. We've all nodded at the right conferences. But if we are being honest with ourselves, one question remains. Can India go green? without going slow? Some will say yes, some will say maybe not yet, and a few will say we are all figuring it out as well. What matters is that someone is asking the question seriously, and our panel today is doing exactly that. Seriously, honestly, and from real experience. And that is precisely what our next panel is here to unpack. Sustainable supply chains that still perform. Can India scale green without losing margin? And to moderate this important discussion, may we please welcome Mr. Tejas Mehta, Assistant Vice President, Reliance Life Sciences. To moderate the session, may we please welcome our distinguished panelists on stage. Welcoming Dr. Pushpinder S. Puniha, Chairperson, Consultative Group on Tax Policy, Niti Aayog, and Advisory Board Member, Blue Ocean Corporation. Mr. Vivek Dhawan, Chief Strategy Officer, Omega Seeki Private Limited. Dr. Prasanta Gupta, Chief Procurement Officer, Aarti Industries Limited. Shri Ambalika Gupta, Director, Sustainability and Business, Snowcap. And Mr. Nikesh Bhanti, Director Enterprise, Moglix. We welcome you all for this panel discussion. An absolute honor, and अब तक हमें और कोई जगह नहीं है जाने के लिए than our very own planet Earth. Sustainability, gone are the days जब हम कहते थे need of the hour है. It is right now. So we have the leaders who will guide us through. Ladies and gentlemen, with a lovely round of applause, let's begin this panel discussion on sustainable supply chains that still perform. Can India scale green without losing margin? I leave it over to Mr. Tejas to take on. Thank you. जो पीछे खड़े हैं, please आपसे request है, gentlemen, to kindly be seated. Hello. Namaste. Jai Shri Krishna, please बैसी जाओ. Thank you, sirs. Sorry, sir.
Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for having me here, Blue Corporation. I must compliment the effort of Satya, who has started the session and saying that education for all. And I truly appreciate the spirit which he has brought into the conference. I also like to make one announcement. Whatever views I'm going to express, they are of my own and has nothing to do with the organization which I work with. I think it makes relevance probably. And most important part is we all have been talking about sustainability. And I'm sure nobody needs to be told what sustainability means a lot to today's organizations. What we mean by sustainability is very simple. You live, produce, and consume in a way that doesn't affect today's generation, and you leave a better world for tomorrow's generation, what our fathers and forefathers have done. So it's a moral responsibility. But at organizations, revenue and profits do matter. And most important part is the obligations and compliance which we have that makes a significant impact on the way we work, and most importantly, how we deal with scenarios which will affect today and tomorrow's. So I have a great panel with me, and I'm very privileged to say that I have a diversified field sitting next to me who is going to give a lot of perspective. And before I dwell into the subject, my request to each of the panelists to make us aware exactly what they do in day-to-day affair. Please.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I'm Dr. Pushpinder Punia, I'm currently the chairperson of the consultative group on tax policy at Niti Aayog. For those who are from the foreign country, Niti Aayog is our national institution for transformation of India. And I also serve as the lead of one of the groups of the high-level committee which has been formed by Honorable Prime Minister for bringing reforms in the non-regulatory, non-financial regulatory sector. And I lead the group on the corporate law, which the supervisory and the regulatory frameworks can be amended so that the cost of compliance and the pain of compliance can be reduced on the corporate law. Thank you.
Prior to run up to this conference, I had an interaction with him, and I love one thing he told to me. All sustainability is separate. Economical and financial sustainability are the critical for life. And I appreciate that and take it as advice from you. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Vivek Dhawan. I work for an organization called Omega Siki Mobility. We are an EV startup, and we work in the L5 domain, which is the high-speed three-wheelers. So I have been an electrical engineer and also had an opportunity to do a business course from IIM Bengaluru a couple of decades back. And having worked for companies like Siemens, Rockwell Automation, I decided to work for sustainability 8 years back. And when I joined Panasonic, worked for a battery manufacturing company. And now for the last 5 years, we have been actually building a sustainable and a green environment for the country. So we have close to 26,000 vehicles running on the Indian roads, and which has immensely contributed in terms of saving CO2 emissions. And just one last point, the segment where we work has seen the fastest adoption in EVs. So just to give you some numbers, if we have L5 vehicle segment, so the penetration in terms of EVs is the highest. We are closely at around 33%. And if we include the L3 piece, which actually is the e-rickshaw, so we are close to 52%. So this segment has really adapted the EV initiative, have contributed a lot in bringing sustainability and green mobility to the country. And I think the way things are going and moving forward, I think this will be the first segment which will fully get converted into electric by the year 2030. So looking forward to have an exciting conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vivek, for your effort in championing the public transport in sustainable way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy afternoon, everyone. This is Dr. Prashant Gupta. I'm the Chief Procurement Officer in Aarti Industries Limited. I'm happy to share with you all because today it's a very, a good day for me. We are discussing the sustainability. And the last week itself, Aarti Industries, we received the EcoVadis Platinum Rating Award. And that is among the top 4 organizations in the country. And we are one of them. So when talking about the sustainability is not a fancy today. It's a need of the hour for any of the organizations and the ecosystem to sustain their business. So in the process of our discussion, we'll discuss further on this. Right at this moment, let's hear from Ambalika.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. I look forward as an inspiration to you for championing the procurement in sustainable way. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Ambalika Gupta. I'm Director Sustainability of Snowcap. So we are an ESG and GHG carbon accounting platform and advisory. I'm also one of the co-founders of the business. Have been in sustainability space for 12 years now. Worked from steel manufacturing shop floor to financial institutions across different geographies. Also a certified auditor, so have had a chance to really get into the supply chain and also the way board looks at it. So delighted to be here. Thank you.
Great to see women leaders in man business. Thank you. Appreciate this.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Nikesh Bhanti.
I'm director at Moglix, taking care of the enterprise business. Before joining Moglix, I have more than 25 years of experience in the water and environment industry. So definitely this topic comes very close to my heart. As far as Moglix is concerned, we are, in the B2B procurement space, wherein we are solving a lot of complex problems in the indirect procurement segment. We are also trying to give the value in terms of commercials, operational excellence, as well as the sustainability. So with the holistic approach that we are having, we are trying to provide the best to the industry. Thank you.
Appreciate your help in helping the manufacturers in implementing sustainability. So now coming to the business, I start my first question with Dr. Paniha. You come from a policy background, right? So my question is, what is the government vision for sustainability? What you see effort which has gone in last decade? What do you see a lot of policy changes you envisage? And what is the outcome government is expecting? And what the role of private and public sector you foresee in sustainability measures for India?
Yeah, thanks. I think that's a very critical question, what you have asked. And I can kind of, begin with by sharing with you what Honorable Prime Minister said about supply chain when he was addressing the G20 summit in 21 in Italy. Honorable Prime Minister pointed out 3 T's as the core values for good supply chain to work across countries as well as within the country. And he said these 3 T's are that we must have first, what he said was that there must be a complete trusted source of supply chain. And for the trusted source, he also talked about that to ensure that supply chain does not break down, like right now, what was being pointed out also, like what the Hormuz, problem is causing problem in the petroleum supply. So he talked about that the trusted source also includes diversity of the sources so that your supply chain should always deliver those items which are critical for your production. The second aspect he talked was about transparency, because supply for working of smooth supply chain, the points of agreement, the delivery, the rates, everything has to be very clearly laid out so that your source is trusted and your delivery happens across transparent agreements, transparent way of going forward. And the third aspect which he emphasized was that there has to be a time frame. Supply chains can deliver required things in time, so there must be critical time frame. So the 3 aspects in supply chain in the government policy thinking in the last 10 years include all these 3 T's, like trusted source, transparency, and time frame. And then what he also talked about was that we must have sustainability as part of the supply chain thinking. And in this respect, I would draw your attention to current year's Financial Act itself. In this Financial Act, in the current year's Financial Act, 70,000 crores of investment has been laid out in the next few years to make India a maritime hub. And this maritime hub is not for only external supply chains across the nation. What is laid out is that we will have 20 new national waterways also, so that, sustainable transportation can take place. And in his aim of Viksit Bharat by 2047, what he imagines is that our internal transportation, which is only right now less than 4% through the waterways and the coastal areas, he wants it to increase to 12%. So for that, 20 new national waterways which are to be built, one of them, which is the real priority, is from Dhankuni in east, which is right next to Calcutta, to Surat, which is right next to where we are sitting from east to west. There need to be an waterway built so that that can be used instead of road transportation of items, as well as for the rail transportation, and it can lead to a far better environmental impact for transporting the same things now. And how we are thinking in terms of sustainability. Yesterday itself, a policy decision was taken in that the ethanol blended petrol has now been freed from the excise duty. Once again, here the emphasis is that we can go in for production of all those agriculture commodities which can lead to ethanol manufacturing in India. And if we can have from 20% to 28% in the petroleum product, the ethanol blended things, then there will be no excise duty on any of those items. And the other thing which is being changed is, in the thinking in supply chain, relates to collaborative governance. The current thinking at the top is, and I must say that, look, the vertical which I am headed is called consultative group on taxation policy. You get the stakeholders involved, not just to listen to their views, but get them engaged in the decision making. Then only the supply chain will work smoothly. And I must say, academically also, those of you who are interested, if I'm from University of California, my those 6 years which I spent there, my research was on collaborative governance. And the Ansel and Gash's paper written in 2008, and they are from University of California, Berkeley, in 2008, has been researched and referred to 12,000 times across 78 countries. And the lady sitting here, I must say, the Eleanor Ostrom, the first Nobel Prize lady winner in economics in 2009, she also, her research points out what? If stakeholders are involved in decision making, then the common resources are used in best possible manner. That's the same way the thinking at the top level in government right now is, that if collaborative governance becomes the core principle, then supply chains will work smoothly, both internally as well as externally. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Punia. Great to have a consultative and collaborative government who is willing to participate in the development. Great. Vivek, my question to you is, you have been helping the mobility. What are the real life constraints you face while you expand your network? And most importantly, how do you champion sustainability in mobility?
Yeah, so I think from an EV perspective, so I will just, give you some perspective on how we have progressed. I think I mentioned on the L5 side, we are already at around 30%. On the two-wheelers, because the two-wheelers, we have close to 75% of the entire population. If we see, the vehicle segment is on two-wheelers. So we are almost at 7%, which is actually a very positive inflection point when we see, the progress being made in terms of adoption. In terms of personal cars, we are close to 5%, because, the population of cars in India is hardly 7 to 8%. That is why, the focus has been more on the two-wheeler and three-wheeler side. And I think last but not the least, if you look at the small, medium, and the large commercial vehicles or trucks, which are normally interstate trucks for moving goods, the population is only 3%. But in terms of their contribution to CO2 emission, that is around 42%, right? So that is why, government has given a lot of emphasis on converting these trucks into electric, though, that has not been that easy, but there is a lot of focus on, getting to that segment also. So I think to champion green mobility, it is not a sprint, right? It is actually a marathon. It is actually a journey. So we have challenges, a lot of challenges on making, the supply chain resilient in India also. If I talk about, very, very broadly, the critical mass which is used in all these EVs, one is the motors and second is the batteries, right? So we have been exploring on different technologies of batteries. We started with the NMC, which is lighter, but challenges on, thermal management. We, have been trying on LTO also, which has been good in terms of longevity, but, not in terms of, prices. Finally, I think the country is on the LFP technology, right? We have seen almost 90% of the vehicles being produced in India are on now LFP technology. So at least we have identified that, which in technology or chemistry to focus, right? On the motor side, so we have primarily, when we started this journey, it was built on BLDC or PMSM motors, which has critical dependency on, the rare earth magnets, for which, we are dependent on countries other than India. So what we have been done, from the industry perspective, since, we have to meet that ambitious goal given by, our Honorable Prime Minister to be 30% of EVs within 2030. So I think we need to work more on the two-wheeler side. We need to work more on, the commercial vehicle category also. On the motor side, now we have solutions where we have eliminated the rare earth magnets. We have started using ferrite motors, though there are a few challenges in terms of them being heavier. The efficiency is not as high as the PSM motors, but we are making those adjustments by, increasing the output to that proportion. So on that part, I think there is actually some comfort or peace of mind that yes, we have a solution in place. But I think on the battery side, our dependency is still on, the LFP technology, where we have to source a lot of cells from countries outside India. So I think government in our last budget also has started working in this direction. So as a country, we need a couple of things. One is that we should have availability of these critical minerals in our country. And we have been allocated 1,200 crores in this year budget to, explore these technologies in states like AP and Telangana. So the work has already started. So the second challenge after we, sort out the mining part is the refining part, refining of these, metals. So that is why I said, this is something which is long term. This is something which is a journey which will take place. But we now have a clear roadmap in front of us that, which area to focus. And, we have stipulated the time frames also. I would also like to add here that, there are 3 other battery technologies also, which should, in my opinion, gain traction or momentum in the coming time. We are very bullish on hydrogen fuel cells. In fact, at our company, we have already, have a proto ready. But then, all those economies of scale take time. But at least we have seen, we have tried, and we have tested that product on hydrogen fuel cells. So we are getting that confidence. We are also working on a few other technologies like sodium ion. We are also working on aluminum air also. But then all those things definitely take, their due process. Once we, see a relative balance in terms of technology, price, and performance. Obviously, safety is also important. So we are in the right direction. But as I said, it is a marathon. It is not a sprint. It will take time. And last but not the least, we have to be sustainable within sustainability, right? So we can't afford, India is 72% coal the power is produced on coal. So I think we need to build alternate sources of energy also. And I can tell you, we have almost 1 million megawatt hour potential in terms of wind available, around 75k megawatt potential in terms of solar available. So I think we should also work in terms of bringing the new sources of producing energy. Just
Thank
to,
you,
keep
Vivek,
that
for your
into the,
perspective.
Thank
And
you.
I truly admire the work you do. And I understand the challenges you may be facing, but I'm very sure with the clear roadmap, we will have our goals achieved in times to come. Thank you for the perspective. Now I come to our champion, and congratulations for your recent award. I have one question to you. You have been putting a lot of effort in giving a sustainable procurement. Having said that, what are the problems that you have encountered? What are the system issues you have faced? And we would love to know how you overcome that. And while you do so, what impact that has created in the business in terms of revenue or in terms of the bottom line?
Thank you. It's a very, very good, interesting question, and it's very close to my heart. First of all, I would like to acknowledge the Blue Ocean Corporation for arranging this event and to bring the entire this supply chain and the professionals, the fraternity under the same roof. It's a very, very good, encouraging, I think, knowledge sharing session. When you talk about the sustainability is the business goal nowadays, because every organization are mandated to have triple bottom line growth. What are the triple bottom line growth? It's not limited to economic, the social and the environmental. In Aarti Industries, what in true sense what Vivek has mentioned, that we need to do this much of, to be carbon neutral, or you have to reduce the dependency on the fossil fuel. So we have already transformed from the fossil to renewable energy in the organization level at 53%. And we are aiming to cross 76% by end of this year. Solar, wind, and we are relentlessly working on this. To make the sustainability, the business sustainable, we need to be dependent on our business partners. Business partners means we call the suppliers or contractors. They are in true sense. Our dependency is so high on them. Unless they understand the meaning of sustainability, whatever effort we put in, that won't be enough, I believe. Because if we talk about sustainability, the scope 3 emissions, whatever you do in the scope 1 and scope 2, which is in your control, which accounts to maximum 20%, 25%. But the scope 3 emission, which accounts to minimum, around 72 to 75%, where your dependency is greatly on your business partners who are supporting you to achieve this goal. How to make it happen? So what we have done, this is a risk. We consider this one as a risk. Means working with the business partner who are actually emitting more carbon dioxide while producing or delivering the materials or services to us, that is actually creating an unworkability in our mindset of sustainability. Then how to get rid of that? We first identified and started a goal for ourselves. We'll work only with the low risk business partners. Who are the low risk business partners? Who produces the materials or services in a very sustainable manner. So we decided initially that the business partner, those are working with us and doing the business more than 5 CR in a year, we take them as the first target segment. And then we started doing their sustainability assessment by with the help of DNVGL. There, when we started doing this exercise, we started spending huge money. I was mentioning the other day, 30,000 we used to pay. We didn't charge to them. We spent it from our pocket to make that partner low risk. When you have done that exercise in the first event in 2020, we found 95% of our business partners coming into the high risk or the medium risk. Then we hand-holded them to convert them, to transform them from the high to low risk for our own interest and for their interest of the ecosystem. I'm happy to say that today we have 393 business partners last financial year who has done business with us more than once a year, and out of them around 72% are low risk now. So that is the transformation, that is the actually investment we have done in that. And how did that transform into our organizational profitability? Then we bond, because Dr. Pushpendra has mentioned the 3 T's, what our Honorable Prime Minister mentioned. I see that in the trust, transparency, and the traceability. So transparency, when my business partner, what way they are making the product, what type of carbon dioxide equivalent they are emitting to the atmosphere, how can we count that? So we brought one thing, we have a concept last year, and we have piloted that. We'll capture the cost of the carbon dioxide equivalent they are emitting to the atmosphere while producing the materials or the services they are delivering to us. We all know, who are in the procurement, we do the commercial analysis, commercial bid analysis, we say. It's a comparison, cost comparison. We started taking the cost of the carbon dioxide also along with the cost of the product they are supplying. So that means it's not the L1 technology anymore. If somebody becomes L1 and he or she wins the order. It's not. We started capturing the cost of carbon dioxide also, so that we are doing justice to the environment, to the sustainability, and to the ecosystem. So that, if you ask me what are the profit we had, this is a profit not only for the organization, that is the profit for the ecosystem as a whole. How, when we do that, our stakeholders or the business partners sustainability assessment, they also spend huge amount of energy and time. Why should they do it? What is the incentivization? So we incentivize them that once you become our low-risk business partner, we'll publish your name in our website. Today, if you go to Aarti Industries website, you will find at the sustainable procurement a list of business partners, those are rated low risk for us. This is a big incentive to our business partners, because when any of our business partners, they come to us, they, after executing the order, they come to us, sir, give me a certificate so that I can show it to others that I'm working for you and I have done a good job. I said, why to give you the certificate? You ask them to check at the website. If your name is there, that is the biggest certificate you have. That is the type of incentivization we have done. We have also started doing the ease of doing business for our business partners. What way? Normally what happens? We normally evaluate our business partners, how are they? But we never give them the right to rate us. How are we behaving? Are we making them profitable? Are we causing their success? So we have given them for last 5 years, we are doing this exercise. We give them at the 10 questions we have prepared in consultation with Accenture. It's not that what the question we like. It's the question what is meaningful for the sustainability. And then we reach out to our business partners. We tell them, you rate us. How do you feel? What is the ease of doing business with Aarti Industries? What support you need? And the scale of, right at this year, in the month of February, when you have last done, the score we achieved is 4.57 out of 5. So that makes a strong bonding with our business partners, which is creating the success in our business ecosystem. Probably that is the highest profit we are earning.
Thank you for your perspective. I get a sense that alone you can do little, but when you take and inculcate all this to your partners, it makes a big difference. And thank you for your perspective. You know, we play 50 over cricket. First 30 over you take little easy, and last 20 overs you make it fast. I hope my two panelists will get the message. Because you will be slogging fast. Thank you so much. Because we have a limited time available with us. So, Ambalika, you have been facilitator in ESG compliance. So, beautiful question I have for you is, in your experience, what comes first? Willingness to compile or pressure to complicate? What is the compliance important or willingness important? And having both said, how compliance will overpower the willingness to ensure that things will happen for a better future? How do you help people?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that question, Tejas. Interestingly, it depends who is answering the question, whether you are a buyer or you are a supplier. That decides your point of view with willingness or compliance. Like, just how Dr. Gupta mentioned, it was Aarti's willingness to do and invest in sustainability because they were trying to de-risk the business. So they went about, assessing their suppliers, deep diving in, probably going beyond tier one at this point. Congrats on your EcoVadis Platinum rating because that's rigorous one. So willingness comes mostly from a buyer perspective, and compliance comes from a supplier perspective. So because I want a retention in business, because I want a preferred supplier status, is the reason I will comply as a supplier to my buyer requirements. Now, the beautiful example that you've given around incentivization of the suppliers, so giving them a verified supplier status. Please understand, for everybody in the room here, for Aarti industry, it's an EcoVadis Platinum certification, right? It's a very rigorous, globally accepted, extensive certification process, one of really stringent ones. But for a supplier, it is Aarti verified supplier. The tables turn there, right? That is the kind of impact that it means for a supplier, because for him, a Aarti verified supplier is a better status for them to take to other buyers and seek equal value. So they see an investment into sustainability having direct business impact, and that is another myth that let's burst here, because it most of the time when I talk to different stakeholders in my business, an interesting conversation eventually piles around, like, where is the cost center for sustainability? Is it the procurement teams who will sign up? Is it the IT team because we are talking about a platform? Or it is MD office because it seems like a special project and there is no, family to this one. So it is eventually adding up into the business profit, which is direct impact to P&L. And that is where CFOs really need to be integral part of the conversation, because they need to anchor it from a compliance, because if something goes south, your license to operate gets questioned, and from a profit to business perspective as well, because then they know what is a return of investment. Probably they see it as an investment which they would like to either write off or would like to kind of secure some value out in 3 years, 2 years. What is the break even? But the fact is, you continue having a business, you de-risk your supply chain, and then you have a ratings and compliance. I see ratings and compliance as an indirect. So the willingness is always going to take it forward. And coming back to your question, Tejas, in case of the country and where we are today, I mean, it's beautiful. Like you mentioned, 95% of your suppliers were in medium or high risk. We need to get to a uniform and unanimous understanding. It's always medium and small enterprises. Your large ones have the money, they have the intelligence, they have the resource, they have the capabilities. They'll do it either ways. They also have access to green funds and sustainable finance and subsidies like that. It is your medium and small guys who need the largest hand holding, training, and it should not occur as a penalizing, initiative to them. So I think what you've done, Dr. Gupta, here is incredible, but that's where the willingness, compliance piece actually, really takes the center stage. And it's mostly the willingness. And there is profit. It's not philanthropic. There is profit with this willingness. So
Thank you for your perspective. I think you brought both buyers as well as supplier together. A lighter answer to your question, where is the profit center lies or the cost center lies? I will say lightly that all profit which comes to finance and all cost will go to CSR. Don't quote me outside this room. This is a lighter sense. I hope I answered you. Okay. Nikesh, I would love to hear a perspective. You have been helping actual people on ground how to bring sustainability in day-to-day work and operations. Having said that, can you take us through what is the actual roadmap on how organization can make sustainability as a part of the daily habit? And having said that, how will that contribute towards social objective and more importantly, the financial growth of the organization?
I think the most relevant when it comes to managing both. And let me try to handle the slog over Tejas under the pressure. So when it comes to sustainability and the cost effectiveness, we first need to identify the value that we are expecting out of this initiative. Under the circumstances and the resources available, what kind of feasibility it makes to us within the organization when we are going for the implementation of the same. Also, as far as the impact is concerned, what kind of impact that we are expecting in terms of water saving, energy saving, maybe greenhouse gas emission reduction. So after assessing all these three things, I would start with, for any idea, innovation, or any newer thing that we are trying to implement within the organization, first we need to unlearn. And in the case of implementation of sustainability within the organization for the supply chain, we need to unlearn a lot of things. So first and foremost could be, that sustainability comes at an additional cost. Second thing could be, that recycled material or products are inferior in quality. Today, the technology is available. Third thing could be that, data. And every time whenever we are talking about the data, that data sensitivity, automatically, the confidentiality aspects also comes in. Now just imagine the organization, my organization, Moglix belongs to, we have done a procurement of close to $20 billion over the period of time. Now this has generated a plethora of data. We are talking about the 40 billion transactions so far. If I put in the business analytics, which we are anyways doing, and the AI layer on it, what kind of efficiency we can unleash on the various parameters along with the sustainability from this. When it comes to learning, we definitely need to take into account the automation, machine learning, artificial intelligence. Now, very small but relevant example I'll give you. Mere $1 million of indirect procurement. If we increase the efficiency by 15% on the logistics aspects only, intracity, I'm not even going in interstate or international. Even if we go intracity, you can easily save carbon dioxide emission by from 6 to 700 kgs. So these kind of things that we have to bring into learning when it comes to. And last but not the least, as Peter Drucker said very well, that culture eat strategy for breakfast. So unless we develop a culture within the organization wherein everybody is thinking in sync on all these aspects, I think we may not be able to reach to our goals. We need to think constantly. The last person, each teammate has to come forward. we need to eat, drink, sleep the sustainability. Sustainability should not go on holiday. ऐसा नहीं हो सकता कि मंडे आई विल डू सस्टेनेबिलिटी, ट्यूसडे आई विल डू द ग्रोथ एंड वेडनेसडे आई विल गो फॉर द प्रॉफिट्स. No, it has to be a continuous, and we have to implement it in the most holistic manner. My perspective. Thank you.
I love your sentence that sustainability don't have cheat days. I love it. I think I love data, and your perspective of bringing in data into your perspective is great, because even a 50% reduction within the city logistic cost in a sustainable way is going to make a big difference. I think one of the forum which I was talking, they said that the cost of logistics to the revenue in India is close to 16%. It was, now it has come down to 13%. But if you go to developed countries, it is close to 7 to 8%. So we need to work on it, and probably sustainability is one of the way. Better infrastructure is another way to contribute towards the lowering of the overall cost. I'm sure, I think government is working on it. And I would love to ask one question to each one of you, and I would love to have a quick answer to that is, what are your thoughts on new trends that are coming up, and what we need to do to make sustainability as a habit and make it count for India in procurement and supply chain? Quick perspective from each one of you.
Sure. No, I can kind of summarize what is the thinking at the top at right now. At the initially, in economics, it was thought Viksit Bharat or Atmanirbhar Bharat mein contradiction hai. The self-reliance and development do not run in the same line. The same way that economy and ecology also have, trade-off costs which cannot be met. But right now, the thinking at the top is that supply chain can both be a tool and an impact when we start thinking rightly that economy and ecology can be merged, just the way we have done the merging of Atmanirbharta with the Viksit thing. To give you an example, an environmentally savvy cargo movement at the ports. In the last decade, we used to be 58th in the world ranking in the time of delay taken at the ports by the ships which are to be loaded and unloaded. Now we have reduced the dwelling time to 3 days, and to the turnover time to 0.9 days, and our ranking has improved to 22nd in the world. So if we can improve this further, this adds both to the smoothing of the supply chain as well as better development. We become, our ports can become more trading center in the world, and it can save the environment also, because the ships parked at the port cause much more, environmental problem. And if we reduce the time, then we will achieve the goal. So thinking at the top right now is that it is possible to merge these goals through supply chain.
Thank you. Great perspective.
I think short answer to your question is to be self-reliant, right? This is extremely important, and I think I should thank the government also, which actually has been driving a scheme called the PME Drive, which brought approximately close to 90% localization in the EVs, which are actually entitled for subsidy. So thanks to that scheme, that actually helped us to build skill also, helped us to build the supply chains also across the countries. So we will keep on moving that. I know there are some missing pieces, as we discussed, a few minutes back, but hopefully, we will address those also in the short time. Yeah.
Thank you.
See, normally, it says in India, supply chain is effective but not efficient. To improve the efficiency, what we should do, I call this is the reverse mentoring. Normally what happens, when we are as the buying community, we feel we know everything. And you give this, what I'm saying. Many things we miss out. This is the time has come, we must learn from them. Hey, you educate me, what are the things I'm not doing right? And that is unnecessarily causing into the, some additional expenses, additional activities, which is counterproductive to sustainability. So I think the time has come, we must exercise this reverse mentoring process to learn from each other and cause in the matter. One small example I'll give. We all are talking about sustainability, but please don't take it an offensive way. But probably 90% of the people who are here, they are printing their, the business cards. Is it a sustainable way? Can't we make it digital? We are, taking the help of digitalization. We are talking digital. We are talking about everything, all big, language. But the smallest thing also, which is easily possible, cost saving and environmental friendly. Can we do that from today onwards? That will be a big success.
Dr. Gupta, I'm becoming a fan of your practical applications every day. Thank you.
So there are two things that I would like to add. Number one, which is a fact, that ever since 2020, every year there has been a supply chain disruption event. So supply chains are far more fragile than we ever anticipated them to be. So that's a fact. And number two is, interestingly, in all such conferences, academic papers, case studies, business best practices, we end up talking only about environmental sustainability. We don't talk about social sustainability. Your supplier needs to exist in the region where he's operating for you to continue having a relationship with the supplier. Imagine drought, imagine flood, imagine any extreme climatic event beyond your control and risk mitigation practices that would impact your supplier. They might have to shut business, move geographies, and then you are in jeopardy given, your dependency to the supplier. So no matter, and I want to believe, and I do believe, that organizations are doing their utter best when it comes to environment sustainability. But in a way, we are kind of neglecting where is the societal benefit of it. Because just because I'm doing water conservation today doesn't mean I will have access to water tomorrow. Just because we are doing afforestation and engaging in Miyawaki forest and doing a bit of sequestration doesn't mean they are not going to be extreme weather conditions, heat waves, and because of that there would be massive number of climate refugees that we do not even consider when we are talking about a supply chain. So those are some trends which we really need to start talking more about. And yeah, that's where I would like to end this.
Thank you.
Yeah, so as far as the trends are concerned, as rightly mentioned by Ambalika, what I believe is that with this lot of upheaval as far as the supply chain disruption, economy, and geopolitics, what I find is that organizations are becoming more and more agile and efficient in handling such situation. Today they have started learning, they are trying to prepare themselves beforehand to tackle to any such situations. They are developing the talent pool, the technology to mitigate the risks that they may be having. But one more thing I would like to mention here is, apart from this, there are organizations who are, continuing subliminally as far as these activities are concerned. We were talking about the compliance, maybe 5-10 years back, as far as the CSR, sustainability, or ESG goals are concerned. Today, it seems that, these things are getting ingrained into the DNA of many organizations. Without, much gung-ho, people or the organization have started, doing this on a very or more robust basis when it comes to providing better to the society. So these are the two things which are coming up in my mind as far as the trends are concerned. Thanks.
Thank you, Nikesh. And thank you, my panelists, for having a wonderful conversation and bringing your perspective. I always say one thing: at supply chain, we are excellent crisis manager, but we want crisis to come so that we can manage. That's normal way of dealing the day-to-day affair. But I always say, gone are the days from reactive supply chain to you become proactive supply chain, who sees those things in advance. Disruptions are part and parcel of the game. You be prepared and make things in a way that affects the society in a better way. Thank you everybody for your perspective, and thank you very much for a great understanding. Thank you.
Hello, thank you. Truly an insightful and timely conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the applause. Our sincere thanks to Mr. Tejas, Dr. Pushpinder S. Puniha, Mr. Vivek, Dr. Prasanta, Ms. Ambalika, and Mr. Nikesh for the brilliant insights. So we all know that is our duty. We all need to really be a little more careful and aware. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time where we like to felicitate and honor our distinguished panelists. And ladies and gentlemen, to do the honors, may we please put our hands together and give it up for our dignitary, Mr. Abdus Salam, General Manager, India, Blue Ocean Corporation, India, to kindly join us here on stage to felicitate our esteemed panelists. Thank you, Mr. Abdus. May we please have the memento as we like to go ahead with Mr. Tejas Mehta, Assistant Vice President, Reliance Life Sciences. Thank you. So please accept this token of love, Mr. Abdus, to do the honors. Thank you. I'm going to call out the names. May we welcome Dr. Pushpinder S. Puniha, Mr. Vivek Dhawan, Dr. Prasanta Gupta, Ms. Ambalika Gupta, and Mr. Nikesh Bhanti. We'd like to thank all of you for the great insights shared on sustainability, which truly is the need of the hour. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we go with that beautiful thought, and not just a thought, but to make sure that we put it into practice. Because as of yet, we have no other place to go than our very own beautiful planet Earth. Thank you very much. To all our distinguished panelists and the moderator of our session. Sir, please, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, please join me in putting your hands together for them. As I said, योग, we have exactly 9 days for योग, और तालियां बजाना भी एक योग है. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. Oh wow, I heard a louder round of applause. We all set for the most awaited moment, ladies and gentlemen. जिस पल का आप सब भी इंतजार कर रहे थे, मैं तो बेसब्री से इंतजार कर रही थी. So are we ready? Sit back tall, as this is for the very first time, ladies and gentlemen, that we're going to have captain versus captain. We've all been huge fans of the very young legend who's truly created the legacy in the world of Indian cricket. Ladies and gentlemen, दोस्तों, बचपन से हम दो ही सपने देखते हैं. Since the time we are born, either we want to be a part of the film industry, and second, which is दिलों से, जान से हम चाहते हैं, मोहब्बत करते हैं, is cricket. Are we all ready? As we welcome our legend here with us, ladies and gentlemen, and this is gonna be very interesting. Our stage is getting all set for captain versus captain. Ladies and gentlemen, they both have been trailblazers in their respective arena of work. And this, let me tell you, you are all lucky, including me, that this is for the very first time we have something which is as interesting with captain versus captain. So, yeah, pehli baar experience karenge. Ladies and gentlemen, at first, I've been very simple in introducing the one and only Mr. Saurav Ganguly as the member of the board. Please be seated, sir. Please be seated. I'm going to welcome you in a very dashing way. As the member of the board of Blue Ocean Corporation. And ladies and gentlemen, let's also give a huge round of applause to our chairman and managing director. Come on, everyone. Let's please give it up for Dr. Satya Menon. Wow. Two leaders, two captains, two trailblazers who've achieved success without anything to follow, with their own wit, with their own definite thought, and that soulful, beautiful feeling that came from within. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a journey of decades, and it is such a huge honor as we have the loudest cheer. I know आप सबके अब mobile phones हाथ में हैं. Sorry sir, सिर्फ एक sentence कहना चाहूंगी. We have the mobile phones in your hands. You know you have to hashtag us, tag us, and please do tag Saurav Ganguly and Dr. Satya Menon as well. But आपसे कहना चाहूंगी, how do we cheer and celebrate now? Because every time I'm sure you want to whistle. This is the moment when you can officially whistle. Am I okay, sir? Dr. Satyaji, please. आप सीटी बजा सकते हैं. Wow, amazing कह सकते हैं. Because sir, gadgets है हाथ में. We all taking pictures and videos. तो हम ताली नहीं बजा सकते हैं for the time being. So feel free to celebrate this amazing moment as we welcome Padma Shri Saurav Ganguly and the trailblazer Dr. Satya Menon. Gujarat, કેમ છો તમે? Gujarat, કેમ છો? Ladies and gentlemen, on. Thank you, my lovely team. ऐसे होता है when we have the legend और हमारे, you know, जो हम सपने देखते हैं जब हम हमारे legends के cricketers के जब वो सामने होते हैं तो ऐसे हो जाता है, but absolutely fine. Thank you so much. Now, this is what we're going to witness for the very first time. The conversation between both of them. One who led a nation on the cricket field, the other who built an empire in a boardroom. And today, for the very first time, as I mentioned, we get to witness this. Ladies and gentlemen, this is just not a panel discussion. It is not an interview. It is captain versus captain. And I can see captain बिल्कुल तैयार बैठे हैं microphone के साथ. My God, I'm going to get dashing reply. मैं थोड़ा सा अब डर रही हूँ. Well, I like that. And this is what captain does. Always be ready 24/7. Ladies and gentlemen, the man who captained India on some of the most iconic cricket grounds in the world, the leader who transformed Indian cricket's fighting spirit, who built a team that believed it could win anywhere, and who proved that confidence, courage, and character will make you a champion. Ladies and gentlemen, the same transformational energy to Blue Ocean Corporation as the member of the board, Padma Shri Saurav Ganguly, popularly known as Dada, known as the Maharaja of Indian cricket, known as the Prince of Bengal. Sir, आज मैं आपको कौन से नाम से पुकारूं?
Saurav.
Thank you, sir. I wanted that. Thank you for not telling me Dada. Shukriya. Dada means elder brother. We respect you, sir. But I would definitely go with Saurav. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, and on the other side is the visionary leader who believed in his own vision, the globally respected strategist and institution builder who has spent over 3 decades shaping resilient supply chains and future-ready workforce ecosystems across continents. The thought leader in supply chain resilience, AI integrated strategies, and workforce development. He consistently advocates that the future belongs to organizations that invest deeply in people, knowledge, and ethical leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Satya Menon, Chairman and Managing Director of Blue Ocean Corporation. 2 captains, and you know what it takes to build the winning teams, cricket and in business. Two leaders who understand pressure, face all the challenges, and achieve success. And ladies and gentlemen, the art of giving. This is a conversation between both these two extraordinary minds, and we are privileged to be in this room present here while this is happening. So let's begin. Pele, toss se. Ladies and gentlemen, let's begin with the toss time. It's the first captain's call, where every match begins with the toss time. So let's go ahead. And it is Saurav Ganguly. Yay! Come on, everyone. Toss जीता उन्होंने. भाई टॉस करना जरूरी नहीं है, इमेजिन भी कर सकते हैं आप थोड़ा थोड़ा. शुक्रिया. Ladies and gentlemen, this segment explores the bold decision that shaped their leadership journey. And इस खूबसूरत से सेशन में our lives could change forever. If you take these mantras, our life will be full of success and we'll know how to face challenges. So let's get started and begin with this. Saurav, every captain has that one moment when leadership becomes bigger than personal performance. It becomes about bringing out the best in the team, making tough calls, and carrying the hope of a nation, carrying the dreams of every Indian. What was your first defining captain's call as an Indian captain?
It's very hard to pinpoint one particular decision as a captain's call. I think when you are on a journey to give results as a team and as a group, because we were in a team sport, a lot of decisions actually work together or need to be made together to make the team successful. And I think for me, the first decision, if you want me to pinpoint one, that what is very important in leadership and what is very important in getting a team together to play at its best is the talent. Is the talent you have in the squad, because it's very much similar to Blue Ocean, because it's the people who actually make this company. And in sport also is the same. It's the 11 or the 14 who are a part of the squad decides whether you win or lose. So the first and foremost thing is to make sure that the people who you work with or the people who you play with are skillful enough to deliver for you. So I think that's very important. And if I have to pinpoint one, I think it's the talent and the skill of the talent, which is very, very important. And I think down the road comes a lot of other things in leadership, which I think we will chat and we will speak as this session goes on. But as it's a team sport, as it's individuals who make you win or lose, it's about having the right talent in the group.
Wow. So noted, right? It's the talent, it's the right content, it's the right substance, not just the perceptions, but the content. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Satya Menon. Blue Ocean's journey across countries required more than ambition. It required vision, structure, and courage. What was the first major captain's call that you made that shaped Blue Ocean into this global organization?
First of all, for me, it's a fanboy moment. Even
Thank
though
you.
I know
Thank you.
Dada for some time, quite some time, but we have seen him on televisions playing and carrying the ambitions of 1 billion people. Now he's with Blue Ocean, and we meet quite often. And a lot of times when he gives speeches, the leadership talks, etc., I tell the team, you are facing a problem in challenging the team. Go and see that video. Which video, sir? That video which is in Mumbai conference. You please you look at that, or what you speak in Dubai or Delhi. So I just want to thank you, Dada, for being here. Why I'm saying is because he just arrived in the morning from Calcutta, and he's here only for 3 hours in Ahmedabad, and he's flying back. So, it's very tough flying 2.5 hours from Calcutta and then going back, just attending this conference. So this is an important function. That's why we are so lucky to have him here live. Now, coming back to your question. Yeah. Thank you.
Sir, since you said that, Dr. Saurav, yes, please answer it.
So a training industry, people think it's a very small industry. It's not an organized sector. It's mostly mom-pop kind of shops, very skewed towards certain cities or certain towns. So when we established Blue Ocean, we wanted it to be the biggest brand in the world. So today we train across 75 countries. We have trained nearly 800,000 professionals, and we still continue to grow as we speak. So the biggest challenge is, should we become a small company, run-of-a-mill kind of an organization, or should we focus on something? So we focused on supply chain, which is an emerging field. So people ask, will it die? No. We have to eat food. We have to travel. The fuel has to come. We have to have medicines. So supply chain will be there forever is what I feel. So that was the first call. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We've seen your love, Dr. Satya. I mean, in your love, your passion, every second, you just are so much a part of it that it's truly very soulful for you. Thank you so much. And now, after the toss, let's go ahead and build our team of 11. Ladies and gentlemen, once the toss is done, the captain's next real strength is the team that he builds. Matches are not just won by the player alone or the captain alone, and it is organizations which are truly not built by the leader alone as well. So let's go ahead and ask Saurav. As the Indian captain, you are known for backing young talent. Today, as the member of the board at Blue Ocean Corporation, you also bring that leadership lens into an organization built around people, skills, and opportunity. How do you and what do you really look for in a person before trusting them with a bigger role?
As they say, your biggest investment is human resources in anything you do. That's the best investment you do in life. And when you identify your young talent in sport, it's a bit different than business, because in business you probably have an opportunity to retake. If it doesn't work on a Monday morning, you can come back and still try and get it better on a Tuesday morning. But in sport, once you nick or once you get out, you cannot come back and bat again. So the reality and the risk of a sportsman's life is a lot more than it's normal. So as I said before, it's about the talent. So when you identify the talent, you look at a lot of skills. How good he is, what sort of a match-winning ability he has, whether he's capable of competing with the best in the world. And once you see that, and once you find that in an individual through his various performances over a period of time, then you decide that he is the man to take this team forward. And I think that's where leadership comes. The biggest factor of leadership is man management skills. Once you identify an individual who's going to perform for you or who's going to play for you, because as I say, it's a team game. No industry, no business, no sport is won or lost single-handedly. It's the people who work for you, make it or break it. And I think it's the same with sport. So when you identify someone to perform, and during my generation, when I first became captain, a lot of young players came into the side. Virendra Sehwag, Yuvraj Singh, VVS Lakshman, Zahir, Harbhajan, MS Dhoni, all these players came in differences of 5 to 6 months over a period of time. And once you had them in the setup, as a leader, as a captain, you had certain yardsticks that this is what the team looks at. This is what the goal is. Go outside India and play well. Be a competing team all around the globe. And for that, whether you fit as an individual. And once you realize that these boys are a part of a system which can actually make a difference, then there are a lot of factors which, as a leader, you need to make sure happen so that they can be in a position to perform. And for me, the biggest was to take the fear factor away, the fear of failure. Because all of us want to succeed. All of us who are in our professions, some may be a doctor, some may be a businessman, like Dr. Satya, who puts so much of his time, energy, money in trying to get this organization going. He knows at the back of the mind that there is the chance of failure. And that's with sport. When I first picked a cricket bat and I played my first test at Lord's, it was just one inning away from becoming a successful one, and a one inning away from never playing for the country again. That's how the risk factor is. And I went on to get 100 at Lord's in my first test, and it completely changed my life and my career, and most importantly, my inner belief at this level. So when you select an individual in our profession, it's not hire because you select. When you select an individual to perform at that level, as I said, you need to take the fear factor away. Because as I said, all of us want to succeed. All of us want to do well. And I think the biggest thing which is a block or an hindrance from you to expressing your best is that fear. And I think as a leader, it's important to set a goal for him, set a goal where your expectation is this much, and most importantly, stick to it. No one performs every day, but the best in the business perform a bit more than the not so successful ones. I've always said that the difference between the successful ones and the non-successful ones is that the successful ones make lesser mistakes than the non-successful ones. I tell to young people, young cricketers, I said, you go to the nets and train for 3 hours, 4 hours. I have seen Sachin Tendulkar go to the nets and train for 3-4 hours. The great Virat Kohli goes to the nets and trains for 3-4 hours. Why is he a better player than you? Yes, he's more talented than you. That's obviously one of the characteristics he have. He's blessed with a bit more talent than you have, but it's the hunger. It's the desperation to succeed which makes him different from the others. So once you have a goal, once you have a yardstick, and take the fear factor away from individuals, because once you go out to bat for India, you should not worry about what the selectors feel about you, what the media feels about you, what the fans feel about you, or what the captain feels about you. All what you need to do is focus on that red or the white ball coming out of the bowler's hand. And I think that focus, that concentration is very important to succeed. And as a leader, it's very important that you take that individual away from all the things which are happening around him. That's the biggest decision you need to make in life, is you cut off all the noise that goes around you and focus on what is your job and what you feel is going to make you succeed. It's not easy. It was a bit easier in our times because social media, phones were not as big and not as at you all the time. It's a little difficult for modern day cricketers because everything is in your handset. Your criticism, your people talking good about you, people putting comments on you, it actually affects you. So it is very important that as a leader, you find a way for your young player to cut off all these fear factors. And once you do that, once you take him out of that fear factor, you must give him that platform to express himself. If you don't allow the best in the business to express his talent, you will never be able to get the best out of him. A lot of leaders believe that my way is the highway, but the best leaders in the world say that you hire professionals to tell you what to do rather than the other way around. And I firmly believe in that. You don't hire professionals to tell them that this what needs to be done. This is my way. Either you do it or you're done. And I think the best professionals look at it the other way. I'll tell you a small story. I've played with some great players, and I keep saying that to everyone. And I had a great opening batsman in my team, in Virendra Sehwag, and he was a very attacking player. Sometimes as a captain, I used to go and tell him, "Ki Viru, thoda defend kar le." Because the ball's seaming, the ball's bouncing, it's quick, fast bowlers. I tell you, Viru, naya ball hai, thoda sa defend kar le. But his mindset was completely different. So we were playing a game at Lord's, the NatWest Trophy final, and he was batting with me. We had to chase 325, and I was not in a very happy mood at the break because England batted first and got 300. 325 those days was a lot of runs, and we had just lost a final in the West Indies. So as me and Viru went out to bat, Virendra Sehwag was whistling. So I turned up to him and said, "Yaar, हारते रहते final और तू यहाँ पे सीटी बजा रहा है." कहते दादा जीतेंगे. मैंने कहा कैसे जीतेंगे? बनाना पड़ेगा ना 325-50 ओवर में. कहते देखो ना हम बनाएंगे. So as we went out to bat, we got off to a good start. I actually played very well that evening. We were 60 for no loss in about 8 or 9 overs. So the best bowlers didn't have a great day. We got the better of them. And then a lesser bowlers came in to bowl. So I walked up to Viru and I said, "Viru, देख start अच्छा हो गया है. हमारी बैटिंग लंबी है, हम ये बना देंगे." He said, "हाँ दादा आप चिंता ना करो." तो I said, "ये रोनी ईरानी डाल रहा है, इसको तू इतना मत मारियो कि तू गलत शॉट खेल जाए. ओवर में 6-7 आ रहे हैं तो आराम से 300 पहुंच जाएंगे." He said, "हाँ दादा चिंता मत करना." So the first ball came up, he smashed him over mid-off for a 4. So I went up to him and said, "Ki good shot, Viru, चौके आ गए, first ball rotate करते रहना. हमारे इस ओवर में 8 आ जाएंगे तो हम रन रेट के साथ चलते रहेंगे." So he said, "नहीं, no problem, don't worry." Next ball he hits him over mid-on. One bounce into the fence. So I go up to him and say, "Ki great shot, but we are at par. Samal lena." He said, "Ah, Dada, don't worry." So next ball he sweeps him from middle stump and it goes for 4 over square leg. If he would have missed, he would have got out. So I went up to him little firmly. I tapped the wicket and said, "Ab bas ho gaya yaar, 12 run aa gaye to beach se sweep mare ja raha hai fast bowler." So he didn't listen. He went back. The next ball he opened the face of the bat and it went over point for a 4. So we finished that over with about 20 runs. I was very angry with him because some of the shots he played, the third, fourth ball from the middle stump. So I didn't speak to him after the over. I tapped, he tapped, and we both went back to our ends. We were 110 for no loss. The game finished. We got in a spot of bother, and then we won at the end of the day 325. As I went back to the hotel that night, I remember Vidu coming to me at the end of the play and said, "Ki Dada, aap bade gusse ho gaye mere upar." And I was happy also because we won. I said, "हाँ गुस्सा तो हो गया था, but अब ठीक है, जीत गए तो बात खत्म हो गई." He said, "नहीं आप गुस्सा मत करना, आप पिच पे गुस्सा कर रहे थे, अभी तो जीत गए ठीक है, बट उस समय आपको गुस्सा नहीं करना चाहिए." मैंने कहा, "मैं तुझे बोल रहा हूँ यार, 8-8 रन आ गए ओवर में, तो फिर भी बीच से मारे जा रहे, तू आउट हो गया तो फिर कैसे जीतेंगे?" तो बात खत्म हो गई, जीत गए, शाम को चले गए कमरे में. I was sitting in the room alone in the night. It was about 10 o'clock in the night, and we had a long day, so you don't get sleep very easily because it takes a lot of time to get out of the system. So as I was sitting in my room, we were at Lord's in London, and I was sitting in my room and happy and watching TV. I told to myself, I said, Saurav, today, that entire over, you went up to an exceptionally talented player to tell him how you want to play him, how you want him to play. And the fellow who batted that over had the belief, had the confidence to hit him for 5 fours in that over. And all you told him at the start of the over, कि एक चौका आ गया है, अब तू सिंगल खेल, क्योंकि हमको 8, 9, 10 मिल गए, हम जीत जाएंगे. And it actually changed me as a captain. I said, you have talent in this room who are blessed enough to do extraordinary things. And as a leader, you go up to them and say that you need to be defensive. Once you get to a certain run rate, you need to change your game. And the man who's actually doing it is thinking a level further, higher, beyond what you are thinking. And I think that changed my captaincy role and mindset of captain from that game. I said, if I have to be a leader of this team, if I want this team to be successful, because some of them were more talented than I am. I was captain of Sachin, I was captain of Dravid, I was captain of Lakshman, I was captain of Viru, I was captain of MS. So when I sit back and look at the mirror and I say, boss, these guys some of them are more talented than I am, then why am I trying to put what I think in their head? Yes, I have a role, I have an idea, and I tell them that this is what we need to do. But let's not go beyond the point where I take away their flair, their skill, and their ability to win matches. And I think that was a huge learning experience for me as a leader. I went on to captain for 6-7 years after that, captain many teams around the world. But the biggest thing I learned is that, you allow individuals, players who are more talented than you to express their talent. And it's never the my way or the highway.
Wow.
So in this room, and in Satya's company, there will be many people who are blessed, who are gifted, who have this huge mindset to change things around for the brand, and they actually do it. And I think that's where leadership comes in, that's where maturity comes in, and that's where you need to tell yourself that take a back seat for a while. Take a back seat. You don't need to be upfront and at the front table all the time. Let people who are more talented, who are more gifted, who sometimes have better ideas than you, take that leadership role and change the company. And it happened with me. When a young MS Dhoni came in, I never saw anybody hit sixes as good as he did. We went to Pakistan in 2004 and 5, and Musharraf came and told me, "Boss, isko kahan se leke aaya? Ye to chakka hi marta hai." And he had those big hair. We smashed Pakistan in every game, and MS Dhoni was brutal. I remember asking him to bat at number 3 in Vizag, young Dhoni with that flair, and he got 180. If I would have held him back at number 7, I would not have found an MS Dhoni of how good he was and the confidence he would bring to the team. So I always say that if you want talent to be noticed, if you want talent to be justified, push them at the deep end. The best will find their way out, and the not so good ones will not find their way out. It actually helps them or helps an individual to make or break a team. So allowing an individual as talented as he is to express himself is the biggest reason of success of a group of people working together.
Wow. Now, this has been truly incredible. And thank you, sir. I want that feeling. Let the entire Ahmedabad get this feel. Yes, we have Saurav here with us. Thank you for that feeling. I loved it completely. So, at first, well, this has not just told us about the fear aspect, but also about greatest leadership quality. And Saurav, I just want to mention this that I have still not come across a better definition of success, and we've experienced it live. So, thank you so much. The entire belief that I had has changed altogether. If a legend like you can give that freedom, is absolutely magnificent. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. That is why he is the best ever leader when we had the best of cricket and the best of winning with our Indian team across the world. That is why he is Padma Shri Saurav Ganguly. Ladies and gentlemen, and the similar question which goes to Dr. Satya Menon. Dr. Satya Menon, our brilliant journey we've had at Blue Ocean today brings together professionals from 18 plus nationalities across regions and cultures. How do you build a leadership team that stays aligned with that one vision while operating across different countries?
See, it's an outsinger. I just want to leave so that, people can hear more of Dada, I'm sure. Just give, one word answer. It's like, when you're dealing with multiple nationalities, we have nearly 20 plus nationalities, you need to trust them to deliver the best, exactly like what Dada said now. Yeah, thank you.
Dr. Satya Menon, but I would just like to add one sentence. Dr. Satya Menon is a leader because I've been with him, right from Saudi to, Dubai and several other countries. And he's the one who always believes in giving the freedom. He will not speak a word. And the same thing goes with his very brilliant team. So, Dr. Satya Menon, I haven't seen in leaders this aspect. When I asked you this morning that, do you want me to do something? You're like, no, I just want to say hi to you. I was so touched, sir. Thank you, sir. The faith that you have in everyone, the freedom that you give everyone, I think it's very few leaders who have it. So thank you to both of you for having that brilliant quality, which we've now learned. So let's open the game now for all. Ladies and gentlemen, a Duke captain, which opens the games for others when education becomes accessible. Millions get the chance to learn, to compete, and to rise. So let's go ahead and ask Saurav that throughout your career, you've seen how one opportunity can change a player's life. Blue Ocean's education for all mission is built on a similar belief. Talent needs access, backing, and the right platform. How important is opportunity in turning potential into performance? Though you spoke about talent, which is of utmost importance, but how do you think important is opportunity in turning the potential into performance?
Well, it is the most important thing. And that's what I said, when you have the best in the business, you don't hold them down. I spoke about MS Dhoni coming at number 3 in his early part of his career and completely changed batting in one-day cricket. In those days, there was no T20. In 2003, 2004, it was one-day and test. You could have had the option of putting MS Dhoni at number 7 because you had a fantastic batting lineup in Tendulkar, Ganguly, Dravid, Lakshman, Yuvraj. So MS Dhoni would quietly go down the ladder and bat at number 7, but you pushed him up at number 3 and you found one of the great one-day batsmen of all time. So opportunity is very important for allowing people to succeed. And I think that's what individuals, leaders, companies should aim to do. If you see someone good, give him that pathway, give him that opportunity to go and express himself. And I firmly keep saying, that opportunity and allowing expression of individuals is the most important thing in taking an organization forward. And as they say, you don't become players sitting in the dressing room. You become players when you go out and play in the middle. And I'd say to everyone, along with opportunity, a lot of us worry about the word pressure, because everyone has pressure in their life. When you're asked to lead a blue ocean company, when you're asked to lead the Indian cricket team, or when you are asked to lead the Adanis, or when you're asked to lead the biggest multinationals in the world, it's two way of looking at it. Is it an opportunity to make a name for yourself, or is it too much pressure on you? I remember when I went to England in 1996, I was asked to bat at number 3 in the test match at Lord's. It was wet English morning, and then I got a chance to bat at number 3, and I went on to go on and get 100. Now, as I said, there are two ways of looking at it. A lot of people after that, and at the end of the day, I went to a press conference, and many of the press people asked me that, how much was the pressure? They were asked to bat at number 3 with the new ball seaming, swinging in difficult conditions. So the pressure must be enormous. I said, because I batted at number 3 and I got that 100, my captain, my coach, my selectors will now believe that when it's tough, when it's seaming, when it's bouncing, it's Ganguly who bats for India. So when your boss pushes you up to do a difficult role, when your boss sends you to the remotest parts of the country to get things done, you must consider that he does this because he has faith in you. He doesn't do this because he wants you to be out of the job, because he wants you to teach a lesson. And I always say that to everyone, that whenever anyone gives you a chance, don't look at it as a pressure. Look at it as an opportunity to succeed. The best players, the best people in the world have been pushed out of their comfort zone, and that's the only way they have succeeded. Sachin is a big example. He batted all his life in the middle order, and then he was asked to open in one-day cricket much before I did, because obviously he came to play for India much earlier than I did. And the reason Sachin became the best one-day batsman in the world, because he was pushed from batting at number 6 from India to open in one-day cricket against the new ball. The same thing with Virender Sehwag. He keeps telling me, even when I meet him, I said, Dada, मैंने कहा वीरू तेरे बाल इतने कम कैसे हो गए? कैसे दादा आप ओपन कराते थे इसलिए प्रेशर में मेरा बाल कम हो गया. And he used to have those big hair, Sai Baba type hairs, and as he kept growing, his hair started thinning out. And he used to tell him, मैं मिडिल ऑर्डर का बैट्समैन था, आपने नया बॉल खेलने के लिए भेज दिया, उसी प्रेशर में मेरे आधे बाल निकल गए. मैंने कहा तू आधा प्लेयर होता ही नहीं अगर तू बीच में खेलता रहता. You became one of the best because you were asked to do a role which was different from your comfort zone. And I say that to everyone. I said, when you're given the new ball to bowl for India, when you're asked by the boss of Blue Ocean as a CEO to go to the remotest part of Africa or England or Australia to get a job done, it is because it's an opportunity for you to make a name for yourself. There is nothing called pressure in life. I never see anything as pressure in life. And that's what the game has taught me over a long period of time. It's that belief in me. Because I lived in a life where you wake up in the morning, you're at the ground at 9 a.m., and by 4 o'clock in the evening, you're either a star or you're a failure. And I've led that life for 15, 20 years, living on that edge every day. And what it has done is that it has given me enormous confidence in me. I've done various roles after that. After I finished playing, I became the president of CAB. I became the president of BCCI, the chairman of the ICC Cricket Committee. I do television shows which are rated the #1 in the state for 10 years. And, and the only reason I do is because when you ask me to do a job, the years of being under pressure, under expectation in a sport has given me this enough faith and toughness in me is that ab kuch bhi doge, main kar dunga. And I think that is very important in life. I still remember that evening after Lord's when I got 100 and I went back to the press conference. I still remember the questions which were asked to me by the media. A lot of them came up to me and said, you've proved the world wrong. People doubted your talent when you first came in, and you got 100 by the end of the day on a Lord's on a Saturday evening. I know the whole world's talking about you, and you've proved so many people wrong. I still remember the words I told them. I I came in as a young boy with a dream of playing for India in 1996, 22 years of age, and making a debut for the country. What I carry of this innings at the end of the day is that belief in me. Now, today, when I stand at the press room at one of the biggest grounds and the most iconic grounds in the world, my heart, my mind says that Saurav Ganguly, you belong at this level. So every step you succeed, every difficult decisions you solve, every time you take your company to a newer part of the world and make it successful, it just makes you a stronger, better, and a more confident entrepreneur than what you were the day before. It's not about what people think about you. It's not about who wants you to be successful. It's not about who wants you to be failure. It's the belief and the music in you which is important. That I wake up every morning to make a name and be successful for myself and the team I play or the brand I work for year after year. And that's the only way you can make a name. That's the only way you can take the noise around away from you. Because people will have different opinions. Some will say you can't bat, some will say you can't field, some will say you can't bowl. But it's what you think about yourself, that's what matters. What transforms at your field of work is what is in your mind. The rest doesn't matter.
Wow. Very interesting. I am completely engrossed in the belief, and I'm going to go and watch this, and I think my life is sorted. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the same thing goes for you. Let's go ahead and request Dr. Satya, the Blue Oceans Education for All mission, which is a bold commitment to inspire 1 million learners worldwide to the free access to quality education without language barriers. What inspired this mission? And I do remember when we had the Honorable Minister, Dr. Satya, we all had that question in mind that, Dr. Satya is doing this as a philanthropic work. I mean, end of the day, we do think of entrepreneurs that if they're doing so much of philanthropic work, then what are we gaining? Dr. Satya, we're all proud of you, but what is your answer to education for millions without any language barriers?
No, today education is not accessible in remote corners. Possibly it's available, a basic education. When we say 100% literary means somebody who can read, write, but that's not education. So we need skilled and talented people to take the organizations forward and most importantly, the country forward. So when I traveled across India, I found there is a big lack of understanding of how the world works. Most of the things people look at media and what happens in media, people take that for granted. But beyond that, if people have access to education, the right education, it can skill them properly. And we can bring out the talent. Like in the morning also I said earlier, that I was telling in the morning that even I was a cricket player, not like you, a small-time player. That's okay. Yeah. So earlier, if you want to play for Indian cricket, you need to be somebody from Mumbai or Delhi or Chennai or from Karnataka.
The big cities.
Big cities. But today, somebody like MS, you said, you spotted him from Ranchi. It's like, it is small.
Vaibhav Suryavanshi from Bihar.
Yeah.
There is no stadium in that city. And look at the way the young boy plays.
So talent is there everywhere.
Everywhere.
Yeah. So we need to find out the talent and for the betterment of the society. So we have this education for all, which we are giving training for free to inspire 1 million people this year. So 1 million people understand supply chain and how the world works. Automatically, we will, as an organization, we will be able to bring a difference in the society. So that's why we have got this.
Yes, absolutely. And I think you cannot restrict yourself to any particular part of India at the moment, because this country is exceptionally talented. As I said about Vaibhav Suryavanshi, you spoke about MS Dhoni. You look at Jasprit Bumrah, came from a remote part of Gujarat, and many names. As he rightfully said, when we started playing our cricket, Bombay was dominant, Delhi was dominant, Karnataka was dominant. These were the three most dominant states in India. But with time, you saw a young Sehwag coming from Najafgarh in a part of Haryana. Then you had MS Dhoni coming from Ranchi. Obviously, we came from cities like Calcutta. Rahul came from Bangalore. Srinath came from Bangalore. Anil came from Bangalore. You look at Rinku Singh coming from a small part of Uttar Pradesh. So with modern technology, with the phones, with social media, you get to pick talent very, very quickly. You just need to go to your playing field and put your videos of how you bat and how you bowl, and the world picks you up. So getting connected to people has been much, much more than what it used to be. And India as a country has changed a lot. India as a country, I keep saying to everyone that this is the best place to live. I travel around the world. I go and see various cities, various countries. And I say that to my young daughter as well. I said, England is okay. It's good for a holiday. But if you want to work, this is the place to work. And I firmly believe in that. So, as I said, social media connectivity has opened doors for anyone. You could be from Darbhanga, you could be from the remotest parts of Kerala. Look at Jammu Kashmir. They are the Ranji Trophy champions in Indian domestic cricket. Never before, and any team from Kashmir has ever competed. And this year, under the leadership of Akib Nabi, who I think is on his verge of playing for India, who comes from Jammu, they went on to become the national champions. And I think that's where this country has gone. It's an opportunity for everyone. It's an opportunity for talent. It's an opportunity for every young kid from all around the country to go and express themselves and make a name.
Brilliant. We're talking of the nation, and it's always about the economic growth. And the topic also for our IPSC 2026 today is on Atmanirbhar Bharat, the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, where he's looking forward to Viksit Bharat till 2047. And the next question is on nation building. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the belief that the team can become what we're truly looking forward to. And the fact that we're all global citizens and win anywhere in the world. And you were the first captain who had that belief and made everyone in the team believe that. So that's the reason you've been very, very iconic, from that front. For nation like India, where we truly need the same confidence, where did you get it at that point of time, regards career, skills, and leadership? And what must India do to turn its talent into a global capability, which you were the first one who started that, who had that vision?
No, I think India has enough talent, and the youth of India has changed. The youth of India, what it was when I was growing, and the youth of India, what's now, is hell and heaven difference, and that is because accessibility to the world. As I said, the Facebook, the Instagram, the Twitters, the YouTubes have made young boys and girls reach to the remotest parts of the world and make an opportunity for themselves. And I know sometimes they can be a bit irritating, too much negativity, but on the positive side, it opens up the doors for every young kid to make a name for themselves. So, as I said, it's the confidence, it's the want in you. Your life is in your hands. It's what you want to do about it. I keep saying that to everyone. You got to be respectful. You got to understand the situation, but at the same time, have a strong willpower of making yourself successful. And I think that's what I had when I was captain. When I became captain in 2000, the first thing which came to me is, there's nobody been from Bengal, a full-time captain for India. You come from a part of the world or part of India where people never gave you the numbers to be a international cricketer, and now you're captain of India. So you have to make a name for yourself because the world's watching. The country is watching. It's about 100 crore people watching and expecting and wanting you to do well. So the responsibility is enormous. And you cannot hide because you're on TV all the time, you're on internet all the time, you're on digital media all the time. So there is nothing to hide. And I think being pushed and put in that place got that desire out of me. That when you get responsibilities, when you're put in a position when the world thinks that you can do it, you have to think also that you can do it. And you have to make it happen. Otherwise, you don't make a name for yourself. And I think success is desire. Success is how much you desperately want to. And I think I always say that. And if you keep trying, there's no reason you can't succeed. The only reason you will not succeed is if you lose it mentally, if you mentally give up. And I say that to every young kid, to every entrepreneur, is your graph will always be not up. No business, no cricketer, no athlete will always be on the up all the time. You'll go up, you'll go down, again you'll go up, and again you'll go down. You have to be in that circle. You have to be in that circle of performance. But the desire of becoming the best is the most important thing in you achieving what you want to do in life. And as I said, when you get to your table at 10 in the morning, or when we get to the cricket field at 9 in the morning and finish at 4, those entire 6, 7, 8 hours should be your best time to make you successful. Once you finish, once you're out of your office, once you're out of of the cricket field, go and have a happy life. Go and take out all the pressure and all the difficult moments you've gone throughout the day, so that you come back fresh and better prepared tomorrow. It's a routine which you need to go through. It's about turning up at the office, switching off by the end of the day, and then waking up next morning again to do it better. Because as they say in sport, you can get a test 100, but the next innings, you're again starting from zero. So you have to redo it again, redo it again. Sachin Tendulkar got 100 international hundreds for India. But all must remember that when he completed that first 100, the second one he had to start from zero. When you completed that 50th 100, the 51st one he had to start from zero. But it's the desire of waking up every morning and giving your best and scoring the most number of runs made him play for such a long period of time. And I think it's the same with everyone.
Wow. Saurav Ganguly, who scored 11,363 runs in his ODI career and stands at the 9th position in the world. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the third batsman to cross the 10,000 runs in one-day cricket. And he holds the record for the highest score in an inning by an Indian batsman at the ODI Cricket World Cup. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go ahead and ask Saurav. Saurav did mention about the focus, but I'm going to go ahead and be a little, because he said, end of the day, you need to come back, refresh. So I'm going to go ahead, refresh the same question with Dr. Satya Menon and ask you something behind the scenes. We've seen the way you guys celebrate after you win a match. But जब नहीं होता है आपका win तो क्या करते हैं sir? In the room, just tell us that. I'm asking Saurav ji. Yeah, Saurav ji.
No, once again, I thought.
Yeah, so I said, I said we've seen the way y'all celebrate because we see it on the media. But जिस दिन हमारा luck नहीं होता India का luck, you go backstage and do what? We want to know, sir.
Obviously, you are disappointed because you have a responsibility and you haven't performed that day. The team may not have won, but then the most important thing is to pick yourself up for the next day. You can do two things: go and sit in the dressing room and think and be sad of what has not happened. You cannot change what has already happened. What you need to do is look forward for the next day. And I think the best in the business find a way to pick themselves up every day, as I keep saying. You will not be successful all the time. You will not be failing all the time. And as a professional, as somebody who will be at that level for a long period of time, what you need to understand is that the next morning is a new morning. It's about the belief. One film star told me one day, he said, every morning I used to wake up and look in front of the mirror and tell to myself that I may not be as good a dancer as X, I may not be as good looking as Y, I may not be as talented as Z, but what I need to do is make the best of the talent I have by working hard. And I think that's very important. Not every individual in this room will have the same ability. Not everyone can bat like Sachin. Not everyone can bowl leg spin like Shane Warne, but the rest also perform because they make the best of the ability we have. I said, I had two players in my dressing room. One was Virender Sehwag, who hit the new ball to make it old, and I had Rahul Dravid, who left the new ball to make it old. One used to open and one used to bat at number 3 for India. Both had two different ways of performing, but both used their talent, used their ability to the utmost limit that they became the best in the world in the way they played. You cannot ask X to bat like Y or Y to bat like Z. And that's what I said in leadership. You allow an individual to express himself with whatever talent he has and make the most of it.
Thank you. Dr. Satya, India has the talent, the ambition, and the scale to become a global capability hub. How does Blue Ocean contribute to India's nation building journey by strengthening supply chain skills, leadership, capability, and professional confidence? By the way, I've seen you work very hard, Dr. Satya Menon. Very hard. I've seen you like 24/7 on your toes all the time. So let's go ahead and look forward to Blue Ocean for our country, India.
So that's exactly the kind of efforts you need to put in 24/7. If we have to grow as an individual or as an organization or for the country. See, Japan, after the World War, they rebuilt themselves only because they worked 24/7. So that they became the world's biggest economy. They gave a big run for the money for the US organizations. A lot of countries in the West are on decline because they don't want to work after 5 o'clock. Yeah, after 5, for offices outside, even for us, for Blue Ocean as well, you don't get people after 5 o'clock. So you need to put in that effort without looking at the watch and work like a Japanese organization. And I always believe you have to do it first time right and with 0 errors. Then only you can progress. So that's a firm belief which we have. Yeah.
Interesting. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Satya. A good captain leads from the front, but a great captain creates more captains. And right from the first answer itself, Saurav has mentioned that. Many players who grew under your leadership, Saurav, went on to become leaders themselves. What does a captain do differently when he wants to create more captains and not just followers? By the way, please do follow Dr. Satya Menon and Saurav Ganguly on Instagram. And his birthday is on 8th of July. So please do follow him today so that we could all wish him. Please go ahead, sir.
You know, there's no hard and fast rule in making captains. Captaincy in sport comes naturally. Leadership is a very natural thing. And you see it in individuals. And the best leaders take things up front. You know, they don't let things drift and they don't shirk from responsibilities. It's a trait which you can see. It's the way he goes about his job. It's the way he bats. You know, when I first became captain, I first played for India in 1996. I never thought in 4 years time I'll ever be captain of India. I never thought about it. And when I became captain, I never had any hard and fast rule of captaincy. I just did what I thought was best for my country to win. And I still remember one of the greatest captains of that time, maybe just before my era. I went up to him one day and said, you know, sir, what's the art of captaincy? You know, what makes a best captain? He said, Saurav, there is no hard and fast rule, but only one advice I can give you, that when you come back to your hotel room at the end of the day and put your head on the bed, you must be able to tell yourself that I did everything what my country needed to do. I am different from others. No two individuals will be the same, but with my ability, with my methods of captaincy, I have done best for India. And I remember that all the time. We talk about meetings, we talk about planning, we talk about strategy, but I can guarantee you, with my experiences of captaining more than 350 games in my career, you plan, you strategize, but what happens on the cricket field, sometimes it's completely different than what you sit and do in the boardrooms. So you have to be on your toes, you have to be able to understand the situation and not just be too rigid in being flexible in implementing what you think will make this team win. So flexibility and thinking on the feet is very important in captaincy. So you don't help making captains. When you see leadership, and you see leadership in small things, how he goes about in training, how is he thinking before the game. There are people who you have to go and say कि यार ऐसे खेलना है. There are others in the group who will come and tell you कि, you know, हम 10 ओवर से 20 ओवर तक छक्के कम मार रहे हैं, हम या 20 ओवर से 30 ओवर तक चौके कम मार रहे हैं, वहां पे आप हमको आगे बढ़ना है, वहां पे हमको improve करना है. And you look at all these leadership traits in small rooms. The most important thing is people who take decisions on their own for the development of the team or the brand. And I think that's where leadership comes in. You know, for me, life is when you're given a responsibility, you don't ask the question, why me? You ask the question, thank you, it's me. And I'm going to take this team forward. So that's for me is leadership.
Wow. Dr. Satya, this is the last question coming to you. Strong organizations are built when people at every level can think, decide, and lead. How does Blue Ocean create future leaders within the organization and among the learners it serves?
Catch them young and watch them grow. So we have most of our senior leadership team today in Blue Ocean are the people who were in Blue Ocean when they were 21, 22. So today they are leading teams, they are handling different countries, and this is the only organization they worked in. So they don't know like what other organizations do, or they don't have any theoretical knowledge of, possibly they might be learning or doing on their own. But when you empower them, then they will come under pressure. They will, it's like, building your muscle. If you just take a water bottle and do like this, the muscles will not come out. So you need to take that pressure, the muscles will stretch, then the new muscles will come, and you have possibly a better body. So you have to give the pressure and you have to empower them so that, they deliver the best.
Wow, that's a beautiful reply. Yeah. Now, this is very interesting. I'm going to put my hands together for my lovely audience. Pin drop silence. What focus. What amazing focus. And I'm sure you gained all the mantras. Now, this is something very interesting. It's a one-word answer, which is going to be a challenge for everyone. Ek word mein answer karna hai. So let's go ahead, moving from deep reflections to quick instincts. Saurav, one word that defines a true captain. Let them have lots of words, the conversation amidst them, before we go ahead with one-word answers.
Okay, Simran, sorry
Yes, sir.
to, break you in, because, Dada, when we meet, he has told so many stories, which I don't think he has told in public. He has told so many stories in public, but in private, he has told so many things.
I have 4 questions.
Yeah,
Can we go
so,
ahead with that? Yeah.
so, I want to ask Dada, as a celebrity, even now also I asked you the same question. You said in England, when you go out, do you face challenges? Like, I'm sure in India, you cannot go out freely.
No, I go out because, I live in a city where they're used to me. I get so much of love and affection from people of that city. So I manage. Yeah, people come and ask for photographs, autographs, which I feel I'm very fortunate, and I don't mind it either. It happens in England also a little bit. And as you were saying, I'll tell you a small story. I went to Lord's a few days ago, and Lord's has a museum, and they have one of my jerseys in that museum. So Lord's has, individuals who take you around the ground because it's a historic and an iconic ground. So I took my friends and family a few years ago. They wanted to see Lord's, and I'm a member of the MCC. So I went into Lord's, and they wanted to see the museum and the ground and the dressing room. So I got it cleared from the secretary of MCC, and we went past the museums, and they were taking pictures, and then we went up to the dressing rooms. I get very, very happy when I enter Lord's because, it's a place which made me a player, which started my career. And as we went into the dressing room, and the dressing room has names, all those who have got test match hundreds at Lord's, and one of the boards had my name as well. So the guy who was taking us around, and we went into the Lord's balcony, and I sat on and we were standing on the Lord's balcony taking pictures and everything. So the steward came up to me and said, sir, this balcony is very famous. I said, yeah, it has to be because it's Lord's. There's so much of test matches being played. So many teams have won the World Cup here, standing on this balcony. He said, no, sir. There was an Indian whose name was Mr. Ganguly. I said, oh, is it? He said, yeah, he came here and took his shirt off. I said, do you know him? He says, no, I've never seen him, but I've heard about him. That, he in one of the cricket matches, they beat England, and he was so happy that he took his shirt off. Since then, this balcony has very famous, and they call the Ganguly balcony. I said, oh, okay. So I said, oh, okay, that's so sweet. You please give me a picture of Mr. Ganguly and I'll keep it with me because I'm sure this balcony must be very, very famous. He said, no, sir, I don't have his photo, but his name is up in the board somewhere because he's also got a Test Match 100. So I faced these sort of things as well. It was a young gentleman, I think he was from Africa or somewhere, and he was given the responsibility of showing that iconic stadium around to people. And I had that experience at Lord's as well. And I said, okay, please give him my regards and say that, I was fortunate enough to stand on that balcony and take a picture.
Wow. Dr. Satya, please, ऐसे और भी रास को fast करते हैं ना. 2 more questions, then I'll have 1 question.
No, I
before you
don't
go.
have. I think
Well,
he has a flight also, so we need to wind up.
Sure. But thank you. That was really interesting. And this is absolutely a fabulous moment for all of us. And that is the reason we all have been glued. And at the same time, not just glued to conversations, but glued to something, which is our learnings. So are we ready for the one word, everyone? Okay, feel free to cheer after every answer, all right? And celebrate life. Just the way we do it. Either we are in the cricket stadium or we are at home, but we celebrate, right? हम चिल्लाते हैं, excitement से celebrate करते हैं, celebrate life. So let's go ahead and ask Saurabh one word that defines a true captain.
Risk-taking ability.
Risk-taking ability, wow. Dr. Satya, one word that can change a learner's life.
Conviction.
Conviction. Saurabh, one word that separates talent from greatness.
Hard work. Talent is what you're born with. Greatness is what you do with your talent.
Hard work. My. Dr. Satya, one word that describes Blue Ocean's mission.
Education for all.
And for me, it is slowly becoming an ocean.
That's fair enough. That is actually one word because it has a lot of content, so it's absolutely fine. Thank you for that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead with Saurabh. One word. Every leader needs under pressure.
Belief.
Wow, belief. Kar dikhate hain. Dr. Satya, one word that defines the future of education.
AI.
Wow.
I have a word for that also.
Yeah.
Exposure.
Exposure. Wow.
There is no competition with Dada.
Exposure.
Interesting. Yeah. Saurabh, one word every comeback needs.
The belief again.
Belief. Dr. Satya, one word that every future leader must protect.
Perseverance.
Integrity. Integrity.
Wow. Kya baat hai.
Integrity is very important.
All right. It's beautiful. It's integrity, wonderful, and perseverance. Saurabh, one word young India must carry to the world.
The flair of India.
One word, Dr. Satya, you want this audience to remember.
Well left.
Which one?
I'm leaving.
Are
Giving to Dada.
So he's letting it go for me to answer. One word, this audience to remember. It's never over till you actually think it's over.
It's never over till you actually think it's over. True extraordinary journeys and truly the genius in their own arenas. And it wouldn't have been possible for me to even spend decades and get all these mantras. Now, before we go ahead, kuch crazy sa hame bataye na, please, Saurabh. The kind of experience that you have, which is a secret with only the cricketers, but our audience is here with Blue Ocean Corporation, and we should get to know something that, which is like, a ritual that you guys do. The team
all of us do rituals. All of us. And everyone has their own way of doing things. Sachin Tendulkar used to carry his cricket bat in his bedroom every night. Every night he would go to bat. he would take his cricket bat and keep it at the side of his bed. For me, it was my left pad first. I used to always wear my left pad before putting any part of my kit before going to bat. For Rahul Dravid, it used to be the same batting shirt every season. So if he was batting overnight 100 with a shirt, he would go to the room, wash it himself, dry it, and wear it next morning. He wouldn't give it to the laundry because they might not bring him back. So he would himself wash it, dry it, and wear it again the next morning. So everybody has their own way of things. Ashish Nehra had the front part of the toe of his shoe cut, because every time he did that, he got 5 wickets. So, people have their own beliefs, have their own superstitions, because it just makes them confident.
Oh, this is so adorable. Thank you so much. Thank you to Mr. Saurav Ganguly, ladies and gentlemen, Padma Shri Saurav Ganguly and Dr. Satya Menon. We truly have one request to all of you, where I'm going to chance Maro and come in the center. Not that I want a picture, but sir, I'm completely in awe with the beautiful picture that we have, because we're going to start with the award ceremony. I want both of you to stand in the same pose that we have in the posture, and we're going to have the chairs off, and then we're going to start with the award. Sir, please. Sir, what dynamic, sir. Beautiful, iconic pose with both of you. Please, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, come on, a standing ovation. Can we kindly all rise? Acha, hum tali nahi baja sakte? We have gadgets in our hands. Yes, everyone cheer. Wow, amazing. Blue Ocean, jo aapke dil mein aaye, let's cheer, scream, whistle, and once again, let's celebrate life. We're two young legends, ladies and gentlemen, and our lives have changed forever with this past 60 minutes. So I want to in advance congratulate all of you. I'm going with greatest insights I've ever had in my life. And what a brilliant way. Sir, please, aap bura nahi mane, sir, social media ka zamana. I'll be a little naughty, sir. That pose, both of you, yes, please. And yes, yes. Woo! Come on, let's cheer, ladies and gentlemen. What a beautiful moment. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to thank both of them. And now we begin with the prestigious IPSC Awards ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, a celebration of excellence in procurement and supply chains. Thank you so much, sir. That was very kind of you. Appreciate it so much. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats. Today, we honor the individuals and organizations creating real impact through leadership, innovation, resilience, and transformation. And to present the awards, we are truly privileged to have with us Padma Shri, Saurav Ganguly, and Dr. Satya Menon. Gentlemen, we're going to have the award ceremony. Thank you. Appreciate it so much. We all are huge fans waiting for this moment. As I'm going to call each awardee, may we please come forward to receive your award and kindly remain on the side of the stage for the group photograph as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, we now begin with the prestigious honors for the individual award categories, recognizing leaders who have demonstrated excellence, innovation, resilience, and transformation across procurement and supply chain. And ladies and gentlemen, the Supply Chain Excellence Champion Award goes to Mr. Rameshwar Tiwari, Head Supply Chain Management from Mahale Engine Components India Private Limited. Congratulations to Mr. Rameshwar Tiwari. This award recognizes exceptional contribution in championing supply chain excellence across a complex and demanding manufacturing environment. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me. Aap sab baith sakte hain, deviyon aur sajano. Please be seated, everybody. We have 5 more minutes. Please be seated. Please join us in congratulating Mr. Rameshwar Tiwari. Congratulations to you. Rameshwar, you can smile. You don't be nervous. You can smile. Enjoy this moment. Have the belief. Presenting the Supply Chain Innovation Trailblazer, and the award goes to Mr. Ankur Dekivadia, DGM SCM Farmson Basic Drugs Private Limited. Oh, I love the excitement. So you can jog also and come. Ankur, I like the excitement and the thrill. Appreciated. This award recognizes a trailblazing approach to supply chain innovation and the ability to drive transformative results in a highly regulated industry. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause Mr. Ankur Dekivadia. Congratulations, Mr. Ankur. And the Supply Chain Resilience Champion Award goes to Mr. Balaji Swaminathan, Deputy Manager, Ford Motor Company. Heartfelt congratulations to Balaji Swaminathan. Recognizing exceptional resilience in building and sustaining strong supply chain operations in one of the world's most demanding industries. Congratulations, Mr. Balaji Swaminathan. Our next award for the Strategic Supply Chain Leader Award, ladies and gentlemen, may we please congratulate Mr. Keyur Doshi, Head SCM, Vadilal Industries Limited. This award recognizes outstanding strategic leadership in supply chain management and the ability to deliver consistent results in a competitive industry. Ladies and gentlemen, may we please congratulate Mr. Keyur Doshi. And give it up for the recipient for the Supply Chain Leadership Icon Award. And it goes to Mr. Tejas Mehta, Head of Logistics and MMS. Congratulations to Mr. Tejas Mehta, Head of Logistics and MSS, Reliance Life Sciences, where this award celebrates an individual whose contribution to supply chain and logistics leadership goes beyond their organization and leaves a lasting impact on the wider industry. Mr. Tejas Mehta, Head of Logistics and MSS Reliance Life Sciences. Congratulations, Tejas. Ladies and gentlemen, and we continue celebrating excellence. Now we move on to the corporate awards, recognizing organizations that have demonstrated outstanding leadership, innovation, and strategic impact in supply chain and procurement. And our first corporate award is for the Excellence in Digital and Sustainable Supply Chain Award. And it goes to Reliance Digital. The award recognizes Reliance Retail for its outstanding commitment to building digital and sustainable supply chain practices at scale across one of India's largest retail networks. The award is received by Mr. Suryakanta Dash, VP SCM CRO on behalf of Reliance Retail. Congratulations to Reliance Retail. Congratulations to Varsuni India Home Solution Limited for Excellence in Supply Chain Agility and Business Continuity Award. Mr. Avinash Kumar, General Manager, on behalf of Varsuni India Home Solution Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting Excellence in Supply Chain Collaboration. And the award goes to Kalpatru Projects International Limited, recognizing Kalpatru Projects International for building an exceptional culture of collaboration across supply chain partners, enabling stronger outcomes for all stakeholders. Welcoming on stage Mr. Manish Jain, VP, GPSCM, Kalpatru Projects International Limited. Congratulations to Kalpatru Projects International Limited. Manish Jain, our VP, and the entire team to kindly join us here. Let's give it up for Kalpatru Projects International Limited. Presenting Excellence in Sustainable Supply Chain. And finally, we present, ladies and gentlemen, the award for Excellence in Sustainable Supply Chain. And the award goes to Hindustan Platinum, recognizing its exemplary leadership in embedding sustainability across supply chain operations and setting a strong standard for the industry. May we please welcome Mr. Ajay Singh, Chief Supply Chain Officer, on behalf of Hindustan Platinum, to kindly receive the award. Congratulations, Mr. Ajay Singh. Congratulations to each and every single awardee today. Excellence is a result of choices made consistently under pressure in the service of something larger than yourself. You've all demonstrated that. Now all our recipients to join us down, and may I please request Mr. Abdul Aziz, Dr. Pushpinder S. Puniha, Mr. Sanjeev Purushothaman, and Mr. Grant Svenepal to kindly join Mr. Saurav Ganguly here on stage, along with Dr. Satya Menon, please. Padma Shri. Saurav Ganguly and Dr. Satya Menon, please, on stage. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for all our recipients. We are truly proud of each and every recipient. At our International Procurement and Supply Chain Conference at Ahmedabad 2026, this is a beautiful moment for all of us. And now our beautiful team, Nova, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for everything. Nova and team, may we please have the beautiful Blue Ocean team. May we please welcome the Blue Ocean Corporation team. Thank you so much. All the Blue Ocean team members to kindly join us here for a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have the loudest cheer? Come on, everybody. A standing ovation once again for Padma Shri Saurav Ganguly. Our lives have brightened. उनके दर्शन तो हुए, साथ ही साथ उनके जो मंत्रास हमने सीखे, जो कोई किताब हमें दे नहीं सकती. Truly, we can't learn it from any book. But this 1 hour really would change our lives altogether. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to truly express my heartfelt gratitude and thank you to Dr. Satya Menon for allowing us this fabulous moment and indeed the brilliant 70 minutes with Padma Shri Saurav Ganguly. Ladies and gentlemen, and it's time for us to go ahead and enjoy the sumptuous lunch, networking lunch. We're on for it, ladies and gentlemen. And we'll resume at what time, ma'am? We'll be back? So please, Dr. Satya Menon, I won't get sleep for entire week if I won't have a picture with you, please. Thank you, sir. So kind. Humble thanks to you, sir. Heartfelt gratitude with folded hands. Ladies and gentlemen, a wow moment indeed for all of us. I look forward to welcoming you. I forgot to ask my team what time. Ma'am, what time? Anjali, ma'am? Okay, I'll welcome you back at 3:15. So grab your lunch, some networking, and we'll be back in the ballroom. I truly want to thank each and every one of you and can't thank you enough, Padma Shri Saurav Ganguly. Thank you for truly a moment where we are completely elated for the kind of person that you are. Wow, we are all the more in love with you. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I look forward to seeing you all at 3:15 to welcome you for a post-lunch session. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया तहे दिल से. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
failed idea to a powerful movement. We started with a vision to solve the deep inefficiencies in the way manufacturing and industrial businesses buy and move goods.
We will come up with what can be the role of technology to solve that business problem, and we'll continue to design solutions, whether it is the technology, whether it is designing a SaaS platform, whether it is thinking about data.
India's industrial backbone didn't need disruption. It needed patient problem solving and purposeful innovation. Moglix chose to build where others hesitated. Moglix's vision is to digitize procurement, to bring transparency to supply chains.
If you look at it, we are today working with more than 1,000 plus manufacturing companies
across US, UAE, and Mexico. It's not just B2B commerce, it's infrastructure for enterprise growth. With Credlix, Moglix is unlocking capital for small businesses.
Backed by Ratan Tata, Sequoia Global, as well as Tiger Global and many other formidable investors, is the 13th unicorn.
Now, enterprise e-commerce unicorn Moglix acquisition of Uttarakhand-based Khatima Fibers, which is a sustainable paper manufacturer with a capacity of 50,000 metric tons per annum.
It's a national impact story. We are contributing to iconic nation-building projects like New Parliament Building, MTHL, Mumbai Trans Harbour Link, India's first bullet train project, Southern India's largest metro project, Jal Jeevan Mission, Chennai Outer Ring Road, and this is just the beginning. Together, we're not just reimagining the future, we are engineering it. This is Moglix. This is us. Our vision is clear. A sustainable ecosystem for Indian manufacturing, one that's inclusive, circular, and future ready.
Dreams are the seeds of aspirations. When shared, they grow stronger. At All Cargo, we understand the power of connection. From the farthest reaches of the globe to your doorstep, we weave the world together with all the colors of hope, guided by the vision of our founder, Mr. Shashi Kiran Shetty. With our logistics and supply chain solutions, we're connecting the world faster and more efficiently than ever before. With precision and purpose, we navigate the world of logistics, ensuring every promise is delivered with care. Because we understand that behind every shipment there's a story, a dream fulfilled, a bond strengthened, a life changed. But our commitment doesn't end with logistics. We're dedicated to sustainability, ensuring we leave a legacy for future generations. At All Cargo, we make connections. Connections that transcend borders, unite communities, and inspire endless possibilities. All Cargo, redefining logistics with seamless connectivity. Because together,
to a powerful movement. We started with a vision to solve the deep inefficiencies in the way manufacturing and industrial businesses buy and move goods.
We will come up with what can be the role of technology to solve that business problem, and we'll continue to design solutions, whether it is the technology, whether it is designing a SaaS platform, whether it is thinking about data.
India's industrial backbone didn't need disruption. It needed patient problem solving and purposeful innovation. Moglix chose to build where others hesitated. Moglix's vision is to digitize procurement, to bring transparency to supply chains.
If you look at it, we are today working with more than 1,000 plus manufacturing companies
across US, UAE, and Mexico. It's not just B2B commerce, it's infrastructure for enterprise growth. With Credlix, Moglix is unlocking capital for small businesses.
Backed by Ratan Tata, Sequoia
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I
Tiger
appreciate
Global and many other formidable
your punctuality for being here back in the ballroom. Welcome to our prestigious International Procurement Supply Chain Conference 2026. I've had a wonderful time with you. As it is, Ahmedabad is my favorite place. We love the state of Gujarat for the grand celebrations that we have across the world of this brilliant culture of the state of Gujarat. We truly enjoy every bit, right from the cuisines to the garba, and of course, to the brilliant celebrations that we have together. I welcome you back again for the post-lunch and still great insights to be shared right with our keynote speaker, followed by the panel discussion. So we'll begin in the next super few minutes from now, maybe 2 to 3 minutes, and I officially look forward to welcoming you all. This is Simran Ahuja, and thank you for being so brilliant right since morning, glued to your chairs, with your focus, your concentration, your attention, truly to excel and be the best version of ourselves. So 2 minutes, and I look forward to officially welcoming you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, hope we've taken lots of pictures and videos at the backdrop that we have outside, visited our sponsor booths, got to know a lot of new people, made sure that we network because it's all about the supply chain. And we truly look forward to all of you getting great connections here. At first, thank you very much on behalf of International Procurement Supply Chain. This is Simran Ahuja welcoming each and every one of you, organized by the prestigious Blue Ocean Corporation, जिसकी मैं बड़ी fan हूँ. So I've been to their office as well at Dubai, and I am completely elated meeting Dr. Satya Menon and the entire dynamic team. So without any further ado, let's get started for the post-lunch session, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you, everyone, for being here. The thing is, post-lunch, either we feel a little ice to really get a nap, or we feel energetic, right? It depends on us if we like the food. But either which ways, if you sit tall, just make sure you stretch a little. Everyone, can I see your hands up? Everyone? Thoda sa haath upar. You can even make that noise. Stretch. All right, and I want you to clap up. Clap up. It takes a lot of effort after lunch to do this, but trust me, all your cells will thank you. Your cells of the body are feeling good. Okay, now normal clap, louder. Clap for your own self. Come on. We need to have that energy, that freshness to truly grab all the knowledge that we are seeking. It's a very important day, ladies and gentlemen. And Blue Ocean Corporation is proudly received more than 12,000 Google reviews. We look forward to your reviews as well. We invite you all to share your experience from today's conference on Google. IPSC Ahmedabad 2026 is proudly organized by Blue Ocean Corporation. Our knowledge partners are ASCM, IPSCMI, CILT, CIPS, CMI, ITA, PMI, ACI, CompTIA, PeopleCert, HRCI, and Zoho. We extend our sincere thanks to our logistics tech partner, Delivery, our industry partner, All Cargo, our associate partners, Moglix, Dawson Flow, Snowcap, and Air Surge. And our exhibit partners are Atos, Digilog, and Sure Logitrans for their valuable support in making IPSC Ahmedabad 2026 a successful and impactful conference. Now, this is what I said in the morning, and I promised you that it's going to be a great day ahead. And that's the reason we announced it in the morning as well. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we also invite you to visit our exhibitor and sponsor booths in the networking area, and do stop by the photo booth if you haven't got your picture yet, so that we all stay connected on the social media. LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook. We are on all the social media handles. Do remember to tag us and hashtag us as well. Ladies and gentlemen, the hashtag is IPSC 2026, hashtag Blue Ocean Corporation, and Atmanirbhar Supply Chains. Your certificate of attendance will be emailed to you after the event. Please do check your inbox. And do remember to mark your calendars. Let all your loved ones in South know about our next forthcoming IPSC Bangalore, which is at Ritz-Carlton, Bangalore on the 10th of September. All the details will be shared to you shortly. Stay tuned and stay connected, as myself, Simran Ahuja, would like to welcome you all for the post-lunch brilliant session right into the powerful industry. Case study by Delivery, our logistics tech partner. Thank you. I heard a couple of applause, but it's fine, absolutely. But I want you to be a little alert. So what happens when I feel sleepy? I like try to, wake myself up by, giving myself that little massage, in between your fingers. Clap your hands. Just make sure you're feeling good. Sit back tall and be focused. Transport operations is entering into a new era where planning, procurement, tracking, billing, service, and analytics can work together as an intelligent system. Our next session introduce Transport One, 6 specialized AI agents working as one autonomous freight brain to manage the entire procure to pay cycle with speed, visibility, and control. May we please welcome on stage Mr. Ravi Vyas, Regional Platform Head, Delhi Very. Address everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, our keynote speaker right now. Hi, Ravi.
Hello.
Thank you very much. Ravi, I find the brand name to be so impactful. It's like Delhi Very.
Yes.
Wow. Let's go ahead. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ravi.
Pleasure is all mine. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Well, the sessions after lunch are a little too lazy, so I'll try to make it a little more engaging, interactive, and maybe we just deep dive into what you do on a daily basis. So, my name is Ravi Vyas, and I'm from the tech business of delivery. I work as a capacity of a regional head leading the software business of delivery. I'll just give you, while delivery has actually reached out to everyone in the room via some or the other means, I'm just going to share some interesting facts about delivery which might come across as a surprise to you guys. Delivery today is India's largest fully integrated tech-enabled logistics firm. So we're largest by revenue and listed at 10,000 crores. In terms of scale, we have delivered more than 4 billion shipments so far, which means every third parcel that you receive at your home today is powered using Delivery's network. With regards to volumes, we do close to a little over 2 lakh full truckload trips on an annual basis. Now, it's a privilege to be amongst veteran supply chain leaders here. Well, some of you all have experienced more than the existence of delivery. Now, what is the disruptor that delivery has gotten, and why is it that we were able to scale to what we are today? So if you see on the bottom right of your screen, the 80+ technology applications is the essence to delivery's growth. And now, today, we are offering this as a plug and play to the enterprises. Now, I'll just take a pause over here and maybe just deviate from my conventional pitch. I'll just talk about how has supply chain functions transformed. Now, a typical supply chain options includes demand forecasting, planning, procurement, inventory management, logistics and distribution, compliances and risk. Now, I would like you to maybe think over 10 years back. Now, within the functions of a supply chain team, procurement has witnessed the impact, the benefit, and the fruits of digitization. Today, we see more than 60% organizations who have digitized procurement processes in place. Now, 10 years back, when you spoke about digitization, not that teams weren't functioning then, teams were. But today, you'll hardly find any organization who doesn't use anything on the procurement front from a software perspective. So, with this reference point, now, the next, we see the digitization, optimization happening in the field of logistics and distribution. Now, referring to this, I would say logistics and distribution today is where procurement was maybe 10 years back. So this is exactly what the management resonates with. And why do we feel that the next disruption is coming in the logistics and distribution space? Today, as a consumer, be it via e-commerce, be it via food delivery apps, be it your grocery apps, be it your radio cabs, your Olas and the Ubers. Well, on the supply chain front, in the capacity of an individual, we have witnessed what efficiency, visibility, and transparency can get. Here we are typically referring to the pal ki khabar. As a consumer, we know where is my order now? When was it packed? When was it accepted? When was it received? When was it dispatched? Where is it now? So why not on the enterprise front? So exactly on this thought is where we have built Transport One. With this, I would introduce you to Transport One. That's the software arm of delivery being offered to the enterprises on a subscription basis. Now, what comes along is not a typical software that you might have seen or you will see. Here, we are referring to the 15 years of database, the 15 years of disruption, the 15 years of scale that delivery has witnessed is what now we are offering to the enterprises. Now, one more thought over here is, why is it important? Well, this is something which I would like to maybe give some food for thought in terms of maybe a decade back, we spoke same about procurement. I mean, coming from a supply chain background, I understand what exactly does digitization do? How does it help? So while we talk about efficiency, while we talk about optimization, while we talk about digitization, the real detail lies in the devil. Okay? Now, when we say that delivery today is a 10,000 crore company, it's on the profit side, it's causing some major disruption across the industries. Now, let me just tell you how is it that we do it internally. Now, delivery today is an asset-light organization. So with DNA of operations and brain of technology is where delivery is placed today. Now, just to give you a quick overview of what comes along, apart from the ecosystem and the intelligence that delivery has developed, is number one, procurement. So while procurement as a standalone function, be it for your direct purchases, be it for your indirect purchases you've digitized, here we're referring to a transporter-led, transporter-driven logistics procurement ecosystem. Now, what comes along? While we have all the possible methodologies of an price discovery that's there, moreover, what comes along is the benchmark. How do you benchmark that ye lane se wo lane ka itna paisa hona chahiye? So typically, the organizations refer to the legacy rates or the previous rates. What we are referring to is a freight index, what you see on your bottom right. Now, this is a database of the pricing that delivery has paid to its transporters, which comes handy to you alongside the software. Plus, we also talk about the lane intelligence. Now, when I refer to lane intelligence, typically irrespective, be it your tonnage-based or your lane-based or your truck-based kind of a movement. Here, you get an intelligence on what is that landed price to the transporter. Depending upon your route, depending upon your vehicle, this intelligence gives you a deep dive on what should be the landing price for the transporter is equal to, leaves you with a thought that what is the margin that a transporter typically charges you. Plus, within the procurement functionality, we also have WhatsApp as an added communication channel. While this is mostly adapted, and that is exactly how procurement happens even today, while we have tools, somewhere the communication is led by WhatsApp and phone calls. So here we've added WhatsApp as a channel. Now, this has come from the actual on-ground nuances we faced when we were scaling. Next, I'll just switch the gear, and maybe I'll move to the planning part. Now, planning is typically where we understand what, where, and how. Now, when we refer to the what part of it, we understand your SKUs. We understand the length, the breadth, the height of your SKUs. Alongside, We also measure the weight and the volume that your load carries. Now, how does this help? It helps you plan effectively. So these are thousands of permutable in combination that runs in the background, suggests what is the optimum vehicle that you need to select for this specific load and this route. Furthermore, we also refer to the logics, the industry-specific logics, like your stacking norms. दो के ऊपर तीन डब्बा नहीं रखना चाहिए. The bundling norms, the upright norms, the repackaging norms. So all of these are incorporated along with your SLA being on the top is where the entire planning is facilitated. Then we talk about the visibility and execution. Delivery today manages India's largest IoT layer. Here we talk about your actual pal ki khabar. When will the indented vehicle reach your plant? What is your loading tat? What is your indexed dispatch time? Is your operations functioning as per your plan? So here we're referring to planned versus actuals. Then your vehicle leaves. The control tower monitors it till the time it reaches. Now the control tower also offers intelligence like your dynamic traffic conditions, your city permit limits. So here we're looking at a complete digitization of the pillars of your logistics operations, your procurement, your planning, your visibility and your execution. And coming to the last part, until we close the circle, the operations is still incomplete. Freight, billing, and audit. Here we're referring to a radio cab, your Ola Uber kind of invoices. The platform has the intelligence, kitne paise mein ye humne gaadi kharida hua hai. Once it reaches the destination, we understand what should be the bill amount for this. So the freight bill is generated, sent to transporter for validation, and if he validates, this solves your 80% of your BAU. Now let's understand the exception part. POD reading, OCR, AI plus ML. So here we're referring to image to text, transcribe, summarize, backed by decision making. So we start from procurement, your planning, your load execution, your control tower, freight billing and settlement, and what comes along is the most comprehensive reporting that's required from boardroom to downstream. The most comprehensive reports that you might have ever seen. Now for the organizations who have matured, who have digitized, is also where we have something readily available. Now, what sits on top of your digitization are these 6 agents. Now, if you see the name, let's go through each one of them. Let's talk about Creta. Now, Creta is you could imagine it as a new hire. What Creta does, it floats an RFQ. It has an intelligence of the freight index. It has the intelligence of your zero-based costing. It runs a specific price discovery and negotiation event on behalf of you. It makes those regular calls to the transporters. With the insights that it already has, eventually what you get is not multiple clicks. You get the outcome that's desired, the optimal price discovery that sits within your ecosystem, just as a downstream of your logistics manager, and it comes across as a new hire to you. Alongside, we have Nayan, that's a visibility layer. Okay? Now, let's say you have a control tower in place. You know that this vehicle is delayed. So there's still that minute effort that the team has to invest to understand, bhai, kya ho gaya, kyun ho gaya, kahan pahuncha, kaise hoga. So that is being replaced by an AI agent here, Nayan, which actually interacts with the transporters. And here we're referring to only the exceptions. What's running as usual gets parked aside. We're referring to the exceptions that is monitored constantly, that is communicated by our agent Nayan. Furthermore, we talk about the freight billing and settlement. Now, this is the piece in the logistics ecosystem which is still not yet sold or understood by many. So here we're referring to an agentic layer where, be it on your internal communication handle like a Teams or a Slack, just a command, just a logic stating that whatever is business as usual, please approve. So your Artha does it on behalf of you. So while digitization helps you surface the data via multiple clicks, the advanced layer of agents or the digital twins is something which actually helps you automate the task. The typical outcomes is something that's there on your screen here. And last, we're going to talk about Agent Priya, the most important utility that your logistics ecosystem can have. Now, here you're talking about a centralized, toll-free kind of an arrangement where it's a physical number. Any stakeholder within the fraternity of your logistics ecosystem, could be your consignee, could be your transporter, could be your client. Anybody can call on this number, like we have the FAQs on your e-commerce platforms. Where is my order? So this voice-based agent actually communicates with you. All you're going to do is spell out your order number. It will dive into the database and exactly flash you where is your order now, what time will it reach, and highlight any exceptions, if any. So furthermore, we talk about the last part, which is the insights and analytics. At any point of time, if any one of you would want to know last 3 महीने में मेरा FTL का expense कितना हुआ, what was my primary expense in last 2 months, what was my secondary expense in maybe last 1 year, what was my utilization of vehicles around the year, what was my utilization for last week. So this is an interactive agent that runs analytics in the background and surfaces the data at the source you are at. Could be on your emails, could be on your chats, could be on your Teams. So that's much about it. Thank you so much for being patient listener. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
And I definitely want to mention that everyone was like one-pointedness, just like Arjuna had the focus. So thank you. The all credit goes to you. Maybe please once again put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, and give it up for Mr. Ravi Vyas.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing. So please be here with us. We'd like to felicitate you, please. To do the honors, may we please welcome Mr. Sailesh Bojak, Director Conferences, Blue Ocean Corporation, to kindly join us here on stage and felicitate Mr. Ravi Vyas for the very powerful industry case study shared by Delhi Very, our logistics tech partner. Ladies and gentlemen, feel free to put your hands together. Thank you, Mr. Ravi Vyas, and thank you, Mr. Sailesh Bojak, for the wonderful moment of recognition. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to request my team to set up the dais for the panel discussion on why Western India matters, the geography of India's trade ambition. Ladies and gentlemen, as we begin this afternoon session, we turn our focus to a conversation that is especially meaningful here in Ahmedabad, at the heart of Western India. Ladies and gentlemen, Gujarat is not just participating in India's growth story, it is helping drive it. With its strong manufacturing base, world-class ports, expanding logistics infrastructure, and strategic trade corridors, Gujarat has become one of India's most important engines of trade and industry. From manufacturing scale and industrial connectivity to port-led growth and global investment, this region holds a powerful position in India's economic future. But the real question goes beyond the numbers. It is about advantage. How Western India can convert geography, infrastructure, and industrial strength into a larger role in global supply chains. And that question is exactly what our next panel will unpack. Why Western India matters, the geography of India's trade ambition. Ladies and gentlemen, to moderate this conversation, may we please welcome on stage Dr. Sanjay Sarkar, ex-CEO and Executive Director, Indo-Asia Copper Limited, ex-President and COO, Aditya Birla Limited, and ex-COO, ArcelorMittal. Joining him today are our exceptional group of leaders. I'm just going to wait for another few seconds for the microphones to be placed. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may we please welcome Dr. Sanjay Kumar Gupta, Joint President and Chief Procurement Officer of Dani Group. Mr. Manish Jain, VP, GPSCM, Kalpatru Projects International Limited. Mr. Sameer J. Shah, FCILT President, the Air Cargo Agents Association of India. Professor Debjit Roy, Co-Chairperson, Center for Transportation and Logistics, IIM Ahmedabad. And Mr. Pankaj Pandey, Director of Sales, Air Surge. Ladies and gentlemen, may we please welcome our moderator and our distinguished panelists on stage with a warm IPSC welcome. Thank you very much to our distinguished panelists. And Dr. Sanjay Sarkar, I request you to kindly moderate the session. Why Western India matters. It's been a great knowledge day. Ladies and gentlemen, we can truly call this the magnificent day of 2026. Thank you very much. We request you all to kindly take your seats, and I request Dr. Sanjay Sarkar to proceed further. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Hello. Thank you, Blue Ocean Corporations. Special thanks to them for this honor, and really grateful to be part of this particular conference. And, you know, for me, I have seen, a lot of presentation, which has refreshed me for last 40 years of my experience. And the good topic is Western India, the engine of the economy of the country, major economy of the country. The session started with sustainability. In between, we have gone into skill, people, and talent, which is definitely ultimate of entire things we talk or think. But we have to little unwind because we are now coming up with a different topic. But still, I want to talk little about that. Sustainability started with implementation of sustainability in the organization of any organization, any business, any act we do. The industry 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dot, we are very shortly going to cross industries 6.0, 5.0. We should not, and then we are not forgetting to take the carbon should not go out of our hand, because the entire world is facing the energy crisis. And the entire economy totally depending on the energy management. Measure of our cost, 75% of our variable cost is energy, and that is carbon. And we are throwing to the atmosphere, and we are talking about 2070, we are becoming net zero, which is not possible. So the mindset of today, entire world is changed that environment-friendly process, maintaining the planet is costly, wrong. The moment we take care of environment-friendly, we reduce the cost. Rather, we become more competitive, economic. So this is what I have really, I've become very happy that the topic has come up, and then we talked about, and everybody is believing that we have to be totally pollution-free, carbon-free, and net zero. And both the captains, the insight is really the world is facing. The lot of businesses, lot of establishment is completely becoming zero paradise because of talent, because of people, because of skill. And I should also thank to our Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi ji. He has already taken an initiative for skill set for the entire country. So with that, I'll not talk much about that, except I want to go to the panel. I want to take the name of the panelists: Mr. Samir Shah, Dr. Sanjay Gupta, Professor Debajit Roy, Mr. Manish Jain, and Mr. Pankaj Pandey. I want to only just add before going to them is that out of $850 billion of export, 70% of export is happening only from the West Coast. Out of 800 million tons per annum of cargo handling, 552 million tons of cargo getting handled by this West Coast. So why Western India matters, the geography of India, trade ambition. I give to Dr. Sanjay to introduce. Before that, I'm based at Gujarat for last 42 years. Over to Sanjay.
This is a Khushro Sandesh. Hello. Yeah. खुशरो का एक स्टेटमेंट है कि दुनिया में कहीं स्वर्ग है तो अमी हस्ते यानी कि वो हिंदुस्तान है और हिंदुस्तान में हम जहाँ बैठे हैं फॉर्चुनेटली I have been working in the last 35 years only in the infrastructure industry, one of the biggest port in India. The only if we talk about the 800 million ton, here in the Adani is executed around 450 million ton in India, especially in the Mundra, which is located in the Gujarat, and now we have a more big port in the Kandla and the Mundra and Dahej, Hazira, and coming multiple. So if you talk about both the things, one of the sustainability, one of the quantitative, one of the, so sustainability, definitely it is not only the talent sustainability, the qualitative sustainability, the process sustainability, and the energy sustainability. Nowadays, most of the cargo which is developed, or the ships which is developed by shipping corporation, shipping lines from the world, is either from the green energy or the solar energy. Especially we are talking about, if somebody is seen from moon, there is only one light is igniting, which is the Khavda. There is the single location, 70,000 megawatt. Yeah. So 70,000 megawatt is there. So you can see what Gujarat is in. And fortunately, we have also one of the co-panelists, Mr.
Yeah, so
Manish.
please pass on so that,
Thank
they introduce themselves, I'll come back to the questions. Only just you introduce yourself to the audience.
Good afternoon. I am Manish Jain from Galtor Projects.
Good afternoon, and thank you to the organizers for this wonderful opportunity. My name is Sameer Shah. I'm a logistician, custom broker, freight forwarder, and I also happen to be the president of the All India Air Cargo Agents Association presently.
Thank you so much, all of you. It was such an impressive energy I witnessed this morning. So I'm Devjit Roy. I'm a professor in Operations and Decision Sciences at IIM Ahmedabad. Apart from my role, I also co-founded the Center for Transportation and Logistics, which is one of the first center dedicated for transportation and logistics in India. And currently, I'm also the president of the Production and Operations Management Society, which is the international society focusing on operations management. And I look forward to this panel discussion.
Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity. I'm Pankaj Pandey from Airsource Logistics, Director Sales. Thank you.
Thank you. For the audience, we will, we have a specific questions to Sameer Shah on the same, why Western India? Sameer, why has Western India becomes India's gateway to global trade? And how do ports of this Western side contributes to most supply chain efficiency? And what challenges do Indian port face in competing the entire global rest of the country, rest of the global countries?
Thank you for the question, sir. We must understand look at it differently. We always hear Western India is doing so much, Western India is doing so much. I would always like to take a pause, look at the country, and ask myself, why is Eastern India not doing so well? Why is Western India supplying to the east, countries to the east of India, as far as the west coast of the USA? I think it has only been the enterprising approach, the enterprising attitude, and also politically, we have always been on the right side of the central government at whichever point in time, if you look at it. We've been advantageous in getting benefit of every possible scheme of the government of India. But what is more important for me and how I look at it is that it is the people over here who are driven so much. They're really driven to do a lot. Our biggest challenges are going to come when the East Coast starts developing, when the rail network, the road network, right from North India into Orissa, Jharkhand, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh gets developed well. I think all of North India will start deciding that, do I want to go to the west of India or do I want to go to the east of India? So our challenge is going to be able to remain a few steps ahead of the east coast of India.
Yeah, thank you. I think what Sameer has said, and then you are really witnessing 1980s export numbers in terms of $1 billion, million tons and billion tons. The coastal area of the west side has now gone to 1.5 to 1.6 kilometer. And all the business houses in the country has witnessed the kind of a demurrages they used to pay year on year, which has made the businesses losses. So we see nowadays the damages has come almost to nil. And then in at the same times, the lead time because of number of ports were less, were much more than today. The entire Gulf, the entire African countries from the West, including part of the Europes, maximum from 4 days to 20 days. Whereas the eastern part has not come up with this kind of a facilities what we have in western side. Absolutely, that is the reason most of the economical contribution is from the western coast. Thank you, Samit. So, going to Dr. Sanjay Gupta, I have a specific question audience request. Why do manufacturers prefer Western India? How does industrial clusters improving supply chain performance? And what role does infrastructure play in attracting the investment? A lot of foreign direct investment are also coming in the western part of the country, north, east, and south.
Sometime somewhere we are losing, somewhere it will get a positive opportunity. The land availability and the geography. One of the second best coastal line available with surrounding. The two DFCC project which is completed, one of the is located from Delhi to the Maharashtra side, which is located from Rajasthan, Gujarat and Maharashtra. Then the coastal side. The coastal side, you can see the two biggest refinery in that time, one of the Jamnagar refinery and the SR refinery, and now the Baroda refinery. So your mostly all the crudes come from here, even it is transported from Mundra to Salaya or Mundra to Panipat and Monipat to other Bhatinda. That is also come from here. And all the crudes are shipping here. Industry environment and the atmosphere and the geographical, definitely the Europe and the Middle East is just nearby here. And nowadays even China shipment is around comes in around 7 to 14 days. The geography is politically balance is one of the state most trading people's mindset, because the Gujarat and Rajasthani, the Marwadis and Gujaratis are known for business mindset and lot of export import minds, and the financial hub surrounding in Maharashtra, the political geographical or the financial capital, where all the group corporate offices are located there. One of the leading college in terms of the education, which is the IIT Mumbai or Ahmedabad is located here. All the top class institution like the Fashion Research and other institution, or maybe the research institute like in petrochemicals, medical equipment, medical industries, pharmaceutical industries. These are the surrounding based at here. And atmosphere are good, though there is a scarcity of water, but industries, atmosphere and the cultural mindset, the peoples are very, very positive, and they contribute around, you can say 17-18% from the surrounding three states. So that is the one of the biggest reason. It is a success. The infrastructure very good. Your road, now the road corridor also starting from Mumbai to Delhi. Other states are now we have connected with the bullet train and very soon. So surrounding all atmosphere are positive for the industry. That's why this Western India is matter for any of the industry, transportation or the business, either it from the input side or the output side.
You are absolutely right. So the products which is getting exported, the rest of the world's demands, for the products to be, exported from India, mostly western part is manufacturing. Ease of doing businesses, the support resources required for setup of a business, you find most at the western part. Same, of course, India as a whole is now looking, to develop, support all these kind of facilities to make the product scale to jump from, trillion 4 to trillion 6 or 7, which is India's dreams, and they're driving for it, is now available at western side. The Gujarat itself was 1980s was a full of drought state, but now there is no crisis of water. So that is the planning. The country has focused most at western part. because of various difficulties, that has not come up with the North and then East as a whole. But then gradually the country is now focusing. And this is, of course, what Dr. Sanjay said. Manufacturing, all product hubs are at West Part. So thank you, Sanjay. For Professor Debojit Roy, who is co-chairperson, Center of Transportation Logistics, IIM Ahmedabad. Question goes to, how does Western India transport network support the national economy? And what are the biggest logistic advantages of the region? And how can logistic cost can be further reduced?
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sanjay. I think, let me give you, you're hearing the practitioner's perspective, so let me give you a bit of the academic side of the lens, right? So if we talk about logistics, I'm sure you always hear that India's logistic cost is very high, 13%, 14% compared to the West, where you're talking about 8 to 9%. And if you ask yourself, why is that happening? Where is the logistics cost stemming from? It stems from two places, right? One is the availability of large lands, availability of large warehouses. That is where you're holding inventory. The other is the integration of the particular warehouse with different modes of transport. Very few states can really leverage the waterways that Gujarat has. In fact, we have some of the best ports. I remember 10 years back, I had the opportunity to visit the Pipavav port. The kind of automation they had 10 years back, very few ports in India could even dream about, right? So all I'm saying is that in terms of integration with the ports, in kind of integration with the state and national highways, in kind of integration with all the manufacturers. So to make a logistics powerhouse, to make a supply chain powerhouse, you need two things. You need good source, good manufacturing clusters, which Gujarat has. So you're closer to the MMLPs, the multimodal logistic parks. The second is that you have very close access or better access to the railways, waterways, roadways. And that is something that helps Gujarat to make it so powerful. And now you have the Dholera, which will again make it a superpower in terms of further reducing the logistics cost. So that is my kind of takeaway is that, well, to make any kind of logistics cost lower, you have to have good access to the model. So I say there are two things that makes it, nodes and the modes. The first is have good nodes where you have located them in Gujarat. The second is, do you have good modal connectivity to nodes to further reduce the inventory holding cost? That's number one. And the second is the transportation cost. I hope that kind of answers your.
Yeah. I think the transportation and logistics is a big challenge, and it affects the entire geo economy of any country. Look at, all of you will be knowing that the product may be $50 a ton, but then your transportation cost to export becomes $100 a ton. So it is within the country, we talk about 10%, 15%, but if you across the globe, when you just try to compete globally, you find that your transportation costs become 200%, 300%. Today, there are a lot of commodity which cannot be sold because demand is there. We have got surplus supply available, but then because of transportation, it becomes not feasible to export it. So the transportation logistics is very important, which India has focused. That's the reason there are a lot of hubs, godowns, warehouses developed in the entire country, which is reducing the transportation cost. So I'm going to the fourth panelist, Mr. Manish Jain, President Kalpataru. How does Western India contributes to India's food security and export, which is very important? That is what exactly the economy. And what are the major supply chain challenges in agriculture? And how can technology reduce post-harvest losses?
The question is,
yeah, how does Western India contributes to India's food security and exports? what are the major supply chain challenges in agriculture?
Western India contributes a major extent to the food requirements of the country.
Yeah.
Along with the other industries which span across the Gujarat coastline and Rajasthan, Maharashtra, food is also an important part, and Gujarat, Maharashtra, and Rajasthan contribute to a great extent. The warehousing infrastructure, what is prevalent in Gujarat, it can be seen across in the terms of that the food grains brought in from outside are distributed from Gujarat. No doubt we have infrastructure challenges, we have transportation challenges, but the enterprising spirit that puts a end to the challenges what we have across over in western part of India. In fact, all put aside, if we say why western part is more enterprising, means more prominent on the Indian circuit, I will attribute it to the enterprising spirit of the people who live in the western part of India. And because of this enterprising spirit, only this part of India has prospered and have turned any adversity into opportunity. Be it industry, be it in agriculture, be it infrastructure. We have, like Samir sir rightly told, East has also got the same sort of infrastructure available, but East has not been able to copy West. So on Western side, we have so many ports, so much of infrastructure developed. And I attribute it mainly to the enterprising spirit of the people. Why Gujarat model is being tried to be implemented across India, first of all, and even across the globe, people try to emulate Gujarat model for success. So if it means all other things can be put as academics, but mainly Western India, I'll attribute it to the enterprising spirit of the people. And it can be attributed to the industry, to the agriculture, and other structures of the industry.
Right. But I think, why we are talking about these particular things, agriculture, the entire world's economy, in case of any crisis, all depending on the agriculture, food, which is very important. Back 1960s, India's economy, at least 50, 55 to 60% contribution was from agriculture. But today it is maybe below 50, whereas India is the world's largest fertile land country. In comparison, even China has that huge land, but in compared to the fertile land, India is leading in the world. But then India's economy in terms of agriculture has come down below 50, which is very important for entire country's food security. So last questions to Mr. Pankaj Pandey, Director Sales of Air Surge. What will Western India's supply chain look like down 2035? And how can sustainability be integrated into logistics and manufacturing? Which technology will have the biggest impact of the region?
Thank you.
Again, sustainability.
Sure. Thank you. I will answer as per the perspective from the logistics side. See, to start with, I'll say the eastern part moves the cargo and the western part moves the ambition. This is because the proximity to the Middle East country and the European country. As per the logistics side perspective, I will focus on the risk first. Though we have world-class ports, but all the global trade ambition fails in the last 100 kilometers of the procurement. That's because That's from port to CFS, CFS to factory, and again from factory to CFS. And, going for looking forward for 2035, the Vadhavan port, which is a dream project coming in Palghar in Mumbai, we are looking forward to it. So for more reduced congestion, port congestion.
Yes, you're right. So, if we talk about logistics and transportations, the India has gone much more ahead in compared to 1980s. But then in future, a lot of panelists and a lot of people also talked about how the India is planning for connecting the transportation through ship within the country, connecting the rivers up to the sea, so that the transportation also can be through small ships from different parts of the country, apart from which the country is integrating train, roads, ships, and then various areas also, we are integrating it. So I think with this, India will be the most economical towards second leader, not possible immediately, but India is progressing for the all audience speedily towards net zero, because India has also committed by 2070, India will become net zero country. And then that is not going to help the entire planet, but at the same times, India will get the advantage towards reducing the overall cost and compete globally better than today. So I think for the conclusions, I'm leaving to the audience and the panelists one more question. Why Western India were to strengthen one area to become global supply chain leader? What should it be and why? Anybody can answer.
Can I take that question, sir?
Yeah, it is open for anybody else.
Sir, we have to remember that there are three elements which is going to govern the future. One is going to be infrastructure, second is going to be technology, and third is going to be talent. We have to accept that talent is going to be our biggest hurdle to overcome. The demand is going to be much more than the supply that is coming. So, and logistics as an industry, it's high time we recognize that we, like the IT, we also should be a self-help industry. That is where we help ourselves instead of always expecting what the other is going to do or what the government is going to do. And talking specifically about Gujarat, while one of my panelists talked about it, but I think let's go down a bit to the blue collared people who are going to actually run the logistics sector. We don't run the logistics sector, we just direct it, guide it. And Gujarat is very well placed over there with about 4 colleges offering a undergraduate program in logistics. We have at least a dozen colleges offering an MBA in logistics. We have the IIM, we have Gati Shakti, we have the Gujarat Maritime University, we have the Kaushalya Skill University, we have the Adani Skill Units. And it's all for the people of this place to be able to find the talent, because technology, there are people, which technology will work, whichever is the easiest to use. I am not concerned what AirSurge or anybody else does, what technology they use. I am more concerned how easy it is for me to use it. Because I don't want to understand their portion, it's for them to work it out. So we have the infrastructure.
Absolutely.
I mean,
it's a good topic, and everybody I know from audience also, everybody will believe that today's crisis is skill or people or talent. So I always feel, although I'm extra learned, but then I feel always felt also that too much education is not required. With wisdom we born, the education, whatever we have learned, if we get guided and developed our skill, we can contribute much more earlier than studying in universities unnecessarily. If required, then only we should study. Otherwise, skill is very important for to match at pace with the rest of the world. Thank you so much, the panelists, and thank you so much, audience, to listen all of us. Thank you, Blue Ocean, for giving this great opportunity to speak. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for the truly compelling conversation, gentlemen. We appreciate it so much. Truly, what we heard today is that Western, please kindly come ahead of the table to strike a pose. What we heard today is that Western India is not just a geography, it's an engine, a powerhouse of manufacturing, trade, and connectivity that is increasingly shaping India's global ambitions. To do the honors, may we please invite Mr. Grant Swipnipal, our regional lead, Global Channels and Alliances, Blue Ocean Corporation, to kindly felicitate our moderator and our esteemed panelists. Our sincere thanks once again to Dr. Sanjay Sarkar, Dr. Sanjay Kumar Gupta, Mr. Manish, Mr. Samir, Professor Roy, and Mr. Pankaj for sharing such valuable perspectives. Thank you very much. I'm going to kindly request Mr. Grant Svenipal to kindly do the honors. Dr. Sanjay Sarkar, please step ahead and accept this honor. Thank you so much, dear sir. Dr. Sanjay Kumar Gupta to kindly step forward, please, and accept this appreciation, a token of love, a memento from us at Blue Ocean Corporation. Mr. Manish Jain to kindly step ahead and receive this honor, please. Thank you, Manish ji. Mr. Sameer J. Shah, please join us ahead. Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you for the few applause that we received. Professor Devjit Roy. Thank you, Sameer ji. Thank you, Professor Devjit Roy. Mr. Pankaj Pandey. Gentlemen, I'm going to request you all. Thank you, Devjit Roy, sir, and Pankaj Pandey. I'm going to request all the gentlemen to join us ahead for a lovely group photo, please. Thank you very much. Thank you for the truly compelling conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please applause? Thank you. I'm going to request my lovely team to kindly clear the stage. Sure. Can we have the chairs down? Thank you to my lovely team at Dalila, Gandhinagar. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, this beautiful Dalila was unveiled by our Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji. And I was truly humbled to be here to start with the very first event at this wondrous place, Dalila. I think it's one of the best venues Ahmedabad has and the best hotels. Truly, in the world of hospitality, it gains a lot of momentum. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very excited, because I can see still that twinkle in your eye for learning. And that is exactly what it means to grow. So I'm going to once again request you all to put your hands together for your own selves, for being a part of the magnificent IPSC 2026. Do remember to hashtag us as well. Hashtag IPSC 2026, hashtag Blue Ocean Corporation. We're going to start with our felicitation before we begin with our next panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, it's all because of the sponsors, their love, their support, and their relentless faith that we excel in our endeavors. To do the honors, once again, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to please request our trailblazer to join us here on stage to felicitate our sponsors this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, in the next 10 minutes, I want you all to feel absolutely refreshed, rejuvenated, and welcome back. A lovely evening to all of you. May we please put our hands together as we welcome. Thank you. Appreciate it so much. Our Chairman, Managing Director, ladies and gentlemen of Blue Ocean Corporation, may we please give it up for Dr. Satya Menon. Thank you very much, Dr. Satya Menon. Thank you for joining us. To receive an honor from your hands means the good luck coming to us, and we appreciate it so much. Ladies and gentlemen, may we please welcome and take a moment to honor the organizations whose support has made IPSC Ahmedabad 2026 possible. May we please welcome our logistic tech partner, Delhi Berry, to kindly join us on stage to receive this honor on behalf of his organization. And sir, post-lunch, we started with your session, Ravi sir, which I must say it was completely brilliant. Let's give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for our logistics tech partner, Delhi Berry. Congratulations. Thank you so much. So we look forward for a future association as well. Thank you, Delhi Berry. देवियों सजनों, आप दिल से ताली बजा सकते हैं. Everybody, make some noise. Let's celebrate. We'd like to now recognize our associate partner, ladies and gentlemen. At first, thank you very much to our integrated logistics partner, All Cargo. In case we have any representative, please kindly join us here. Welcoming our associate partner, Moglix. May we please request our dignitaries from Moglix to receive this honor, please. Thank you, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, Gujarat is full about rhythm, about the pace. Everybody, come on. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Thank you so much. Thank you to our associate partner, Moglix. May we please welcome our associate partner, Doc Inflow, to kindly join us on stage to receive this honor. On behalf of your organization, let's go. Thank you very much to all our associates and sponsors. We truly appreciate your relentless faith, and we look forward to a continued support in the future as well. Doc and Flo are our associate partners. Ladies, thank you. Thank you so much for the applause. Ladies and gentlemen, may we please welcome our associate partner, Snowcap. Thank you, Snowcap. Thank you very much to our lovely team. Ma'am, you were the first speaker, the first lady speaker. Thank you so much. Now this is the group which has maximum ladies. Come on, a special round of applause for our ladies. Everybody. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. Thank you, Snowcap. Welcoming our associate partner, ladies and gentlemen, Air Surge. May we please request our dignitaries from Air Surge to kindly receive this honor on behalf of the organization. Thank you very much. Wow. We'd like to felicitate our exhibit partner. Thank you, Atos Digilog. May we please welcome our dignitaries from Atos Digilog. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. We'd like to felicitate our second exhibit partner, Sure Logitrends. May we please request the representative of Sure Logitrends to kindly join us on stage to receive the honor on behalf of the organization. Thank you, Logitrends. Sure Logitrends, trucking into the future. Dr. Satya Menon, thank you so much for doing the honor, sir. We are absolutely touched. Thank you so much. Our deepest gratitude to each and every one who is present here from the organizations for the invaluable support, trust, and partnership in making IPSC Ahmedabad 26 a reality. And Dr. Satya Menon, A humble thanks to you for honoring each of this organization today. Your presence in this moment means more than words can say. So our team is getting all set up for our next panel discussion, which is very interesting. Highways, roads, and connectivity. Now, let me tell you, Gujarat, overall Gujarat, right from Surat, Ahmedabad, Vadodara, we always look forward to the great infrastructure, the great progress taking place here in Gujarat as well. So our next topic is very interesting. That's on highways, roads, and connectivity. And Ahmedabad to get the first, wow, the first speed rail, as we know, which starts from Mumbai to Ahmedabad with the technology of Japan. The work is already on, where we will reach from Mumbai to Ahmedabad in 2 hours and 7 minutes flat. Wow. So this is what we're going to talk about, ladies and gentlemen. Moving the afternoon with an energy and conviction that this morning has already built. India's supply chain story is no longer just about potential. It is about becoming a story of infrastructure, speed, and execution across the country, where we are witnessing massive investments in roads, rail, freight, connectivity, and logistics ecosystems that are redefining how trade moves. Highways are being built at record pace. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the multimodal logistics, the parks are becoming strategic nodes, and freight corridors are reshaping the economics of supply chain operations across the country. But the real question for business leaders is this: what does this transformation mean for how you design, build, and run your supply chain? And that is precisely what our next panel will head on to. Highways, roads, and connectivity, the backbone of India's supply chain ambition. May we please welcome Mr. Rajesh Bhandari. A humble request to Dr. Rajesh Bhandari, Assistant Vice President, Blue Ocean Corporation, to kindly join us here. You have a lot of fans, Dr. Rajesh. I can hear a lot of applause from the ladies. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, may we please welcome Lieutenant General S.K. Seni, sir. Retired, former Vice Chief of Army Staff, ex-Army Commander, Southern Command, leadership mentor, and strategic advisor. Former Commandant, Indian Military Academy, and member Editorial Advisory Board, Journal of Defense Studies. Thank you, sir. We salute you and your spirit. We appreciate it. We welcome Mr. Tapaswi PVN, Vice President, Exim, Commercials and Logistics, Arvind Limited. Mr. Tapaswi. And Mr. Ajay Singh, Chief Supply Chain Officer, Hindustan Platinum. Ladies and gentlemen, may we please give them all a huge round of applause. And I'm going to request Dr. Bhandari to start a panel discussion. Thank you, gentlemen. Kindly take your seats. They will do it for you, Rajesh, because they cheered for you the loudest. I didn't want to carry it through. Oh! Sir, what focus? Wow. Gentlemen, can I request you for an applause, if you don't mind, and a lovely lady? Thank you, appreciate it.
Hello, everyone. Only few people left. Why? Because the roads are fine, I think, and they have run away already. And this is already happening in India now. Am I right or no? So my first question, not to the panelists, but to the audience. In India, before we were talking about how many hours it will need to reach from point A to point B. And now we talk about kilometers. How many kilometers within this? Now my question is, are you still saying how many hours, or are you saying how many kilometers? Yes, guys, I need your answer. Small people, so we can hear each other, no problem. Hours? Okay. Hours? Now, That's the reason why we are here, right? Because this is what we always talk about. We say that the complete industry is getting disrupted actually. So in this disruption, whether we are talking about hours, and I was surprised, including the ladies around here, they said hours here. So we need to really see from the experts here whether it is going to be hours or kilometers or how the changes are actually happening. If you look at, when we talk about this infrastructure today in India, we say that it is no more, like for example, the Bharatmala and, when we talk about different road networks and so on, we talk about here, is it just like the 20th century before? Or we talk about here that is it basically rewiring the complete nervous system of the infrastructure? So think about it, guys. We are talking from the perspective of complete change, which is going to happen and which is already happening. So in this context, we talk about here, we have got three of our panelists, all of them, the experts into their own field, and at the same time being worked in different industries and so on, and having seen, India change right from start to today what we are. So let's go and check with them what they feel about. So welcome, Mr. Jay, welcome, Tapasvi, and welcome, General Saab. So in this context now, guys, the first thing what we actually talk about is that, okay, we have built the infrastructure, okay, everything is going okay, but is it that the last mile, what is last mile, guys? Sorry, I'm a trainer, right? So I ask questions normally. What is last mile? Yeah? Okay. So sorry, guys, I asked people, I know that you are experts into that. But what I'm trying here is whether this last mile, is eating away our first time gain. Okay, the last mile, is it eating away our first mile gain? Oh, everything we are going okay. But the last mile, maybe it is killing us? Yes or no? So maybe I'll go to Tapasvi. Maybe what do you think about it?
Thank you, Mr. Rajesh. Well, see, first mile, the focus of the PM or India, the government, the whole thing is on first mile. Okay, as of now, that is PM Gati Shakti, Sagarmala, all that is on, the concentration is on the first mile. If you talk about the last mile, say for example, a city like, say in Andhra, Adoni, or a village like in Karimnagar, or not village, but small cities like Karimnagar, Warangal, in Telangana, or in Gujarat. If you take these cities also, they have to be connected seamlessly with the first mile. I'll tell you an example now. See, if we talk about dedicated freight corridor, which is coming up in a big way, and it will reduce the lead time of primary movement, that is the first mile, drastically. Say, for example, if I have to book a truck from Ahmedabad to Dadri, it reaches in 16 hours. If I go to Palanpur and I get truck on wheels, or the dedicated freight corridor itself, the train reaches Dadri in 16 hours. Whereas the general goods train or the rake, which we call in normal logistics, the rake takes around 40 hours. And if you say the truck goes around in 38 hours, approximately 36 hours to 38 hours. So that is how the connectivity in the first mile has reduced drastically. Now when my material goes from, say, Ahmedabad to Dadri, and I have to connect to interior parts of, say, UP or Delhi, so how do I connect that? Where is that connectivity? So that is where we have to concentrate more on. For example, this is a problem. If I have to talk about solution also in the same question, because we are short of time, so if I have to talk about solutions also, in the last mile, what do you think the major, every village has a point wherein you can store the material, but we are not focusing on that. Every village, every town has those points. Can you just name those? I mean, just for the sake of discussion. We can develop those, but every village has it. Post office, in a way, yes. Sorry? Absolutely. Bus stops. So every village has a government bus stand. So the problem of the last mile retailer is we think about the first mile, say we think about primary logistics of cement, agricultural products. All these are multimodal bulk products. But we have to also think about the MSMEs who have to connect, to the last mile and the first mile. The major challenge for MSMEs is to connect from the first mile to the last mile or reverse, from their town to the cities. So that is where if we develop, if the governments take the initiative in this particular aspect as an addendum or whatever it is, develop warehousing in bus stands. I took this example from what we have abroad in US or the Europe. We have PO boxes because the population is very sparse and, people have to go there. So they just have a post box to drop their materials. From the post box, the materials are picked up. So in that way, the MSMEs have to have that confidence that, okay, if I manufacture something, say 1 ton material, 2 ton material, how do I transport it to Delhi? To save costs. That is where if you build these models and drop the boxes there in the bus depots, which are, controlled by the government, and from there anyway, the buses go. So if we have a cargo bus, instead of, having a regular bus also, have a cargo bus which goes to the nearest city. So that is how we connect the last mile and the first mile. So thus it doesn't eat away.
Right, so do you all agree? Right, so what should be done with the bus stop now? Right, yes, that's what I expected, to clap, right? Okay.
Bus stops will have space. I mean, they have a lot of space.
Understood what you said, yes, certainly. And if you had a space, it should stop in that space as well, right? That's the second part of that. Now, if you see now, the infrastructure is really moving very, very fast. But now you people, C-suite people or down the line people, do you think that the company's strategies are also changing as fast as the infrastructure has now been built? So I would like to ask General Siani just to say, like, what you think, is the strategy catching up with the speed of infrastructure?
I think if a company does not take into account the transformative changes which are taking place, then it is already strategically obsolete. The Western DFC and the Eastern DFC, they are not merely incremental upgrades of the rail lines. They are fundamental pillars which have changed everything. The slow-moving, mixed rail traffic which used to be there, which was always unpredictable, inconsistent, has been transformed into consistent, predictable, and where you can estimate the exact time of, say, moving from JNPT to the NCR region, which earlier used to be 60 to 70 hours, takes only about 24 hours now. So you have double trains running with double stacked containers on these freight corridors. And if a company is not factoring in these changes into the plans, then I think there's a time penalty which is taking place. The cost penalty which they are paying. The traditional methods of sourcing, that is coastal first or relying on the very expensive road transport, they are outdated. So these companies have to move along and accordingly adapt. And if they don't adapt, they are likely, there are going to be 3 implications in which they are going to pay. Firstly, is that where they are storing. If their warehouses are still at the old railway line junctions or the old transportation hubs, then they are not taking advantage of the multimodal logistic parks which are directly connected by your DFCs or dedicated freight corridors. Then from how they are moving their loads, if they are still basing their plans on 70-30 mix of road come rail, then again there is a cost penalty, plus they are overpaying for carbon emissions. So which we talked about sustainability in the pre-lunch session. So which is very important these days if you want to export your products to say Europe, where the CBAM or the carbon adjustment tax mechanism has already been promulgated. The third point, if you, from where are you sourcing? If the tier 2 manufacturers who have advantage with respect to land and local labor costs, if you are not factoring in your sourcing from tier 2 component manufacturers, then I think your margins are going to get squeezed. So to sum up, I would say infrastructure construction is very slow during the initial stages when the infrastructure is being constructed. But once it gets operationalized, it's a game changer. And therefore, the DFCs or any other, the golden quadrilateral, the roads which have come up, they have to be regarded as fundamental pillars of your supply chain and procurement strategies.
So that's why, General Saab, I think that this is why this change now, what is happening. And actually, we feel that it is actually going in the right direction in which way.
Rajesh, I would like to add to that. As he spoke about DFC, sir spoke about DFC. Another constraint with DFC currently is that along the DFC corridors, we don't have warehousing at most of the places, most of the stations. So for example, if you don't have warehousing space at the DFC station, then the issue is that the time taken to load a DFC rake, they give 2 hours or 3 hours. In the 3 hours, you have to load the rake. So 3 hours to fill the whole rake of 40 odd wagons, you need to store the material, you need to have that volume. And companies which don't have bulk volumes, they can't store it on the platform. Suddenly if it rains or the material gets damaged. So if the warehousing solutions are provided along the DFC corridor stations, then people can store the material at the station itself. And whenever the rake comes, the TAT of 3 hours can be met. So that is one of the constraints which I think the government is working on. If that happens, that will be a game changer.
Thank you, Tapasvi. That's also a very nice add-on input because that makes a difference in terms of putting it towards the logic of how things can happen if that happens. Now, guys, just to the audience again, because we always say, right, audience are sleeping. Sometimes they say, is it true or no? Okay. So now my simple question. Is in India the logistics cost going down? Yes or no? No? Yes? No? Okay. I thought that you all will say yes, and I had prepared my next question, and my next question was by how much? But now since some people says no, so I don't know, so I have to go to the panel now, right? That's the only option what I have. So now they say that, based on some survey which I tried to find out, by whatever basic knowledge what I have, they say that the logistics cost now is going down from 14% to 8%. Now think about it. 14% to 8% logistics cost in India is going down. Now the question is, certainly because of this, we are going to be competitive, right? Because our costs are gone down. So naturally, people will have more money to chunk in and so on. But the question to Mr. Ajay is that do you think, yes, certainly in India, this is helping us, but do you think this will give you, basically a missing link, what you can say, in terms of the global competition, what we have?
To answer your question, yes. And to answer the question whether we have the logistics cost coming down. So in certain vertical of industry, yes, it is came down from 14, 15 odd to around 10 to 12%. And on an average, it is around 10 to 12% because the government paper itself last year shows around 10 to 12% what the logistics cost in average in India, what is there. But with this, the major link is totally today, we are more than 60% dependence on the road transportation. Because that is one of the reasons, I think when you see the developed countries, the equilibrium of the road transportation is around 30 to 40%. And then you have a rail, and then we have a air. So this is not changing across in India, because if you see in the major
cities, like when I have to send some temperature sensitive some material to Visakhapatnam, and final delivery is around 50 kilometers from Visakhapatnam. So I have a big challenge. My carrier is taking the goods to Visakhapatnam, but what about the last? That what the
Last mile delivery,
last
what we
mile
talked
delivery? I have to wait. Now we have done some jugaad. We had done it that the carrier or the transporter of the organization who's coming to drop the people, they can wait at the airport. We have synchronized the timing, and they can take the cargo and go back to their factory, because temperature sensitive -2 degree temperature we have to maintain. So the logistically air connectivity even into the second tier cities is not that matured enough to have this what we call is like a game changer for a logistics cost in India. I think that is what we need to deliberate a lot on this. And unless and until we have a robust system across India, we are talking about corridor between Delhi and Mumbai, but what about South? What about Northeast? Where we are? So unless and until we have all across logistics costs we are talking about, or the penetration of availability of this transportation, I think the challenge still will be there to manage the logistics cost in India.
Thank you, Mr. J. But I was very happy to see, at least when he said that from Visakhapatnam, he said kilometers. So at least there is a change. So put it in mind, we are changing from hours to kilometers. At least a little change is moving towards it. Now, if you look at...
Mr. Rajesh, I would add to that. In terms of costing, I'll give a short example on how the cost has reduced in terms of primary transportation, again, not the secondary, but primary. Again, I'll go back to the example of DFC, again, Dedicated Freight Corridor. So if you transport a truck from Delhi to Ahmedabad to Delhi, a 20-ton truck approximately costs around ₹1,00,000, approximately. The same thing if you use the dedicated freight corridors, truck on train, TOT model, the truck on train, the dedicated freight corridor charges 24,500 per truck on the train. So you go to Palanpur, put your truck on the train goes to Dadri, it's 24,500, plus you add your transportation from Ahmedabad to Palanpur and Dadri to Delhi. So add another 25,000 to 30,000 to it. 25,000 plus another 30,000, 55,000, you're there. So in this way, in primary, the logistics cost definitely from 14% has gone down to 8%, reduced by half. So that's a classic example.
So this is for the guys who said no. Okay, so thank you, Tavasri. Now, if you see, we are talking about integration of different technologies into logistics and so on. So now, my question to General Service that we are talking about, like still people say, "Where is my truck?" Try to say, "Where is my truck?" So even after having all this data with us in terms of e-way bills we talk about and FASTags and so on, do you think that companies have started using the predictive analysis? Or do you think still they talk about where is the truck?
Data is increasingly becoming the fifth factor of production, besides your land, labor, capital, and technology. So we have to move away from an infrastructure construction mindset to asset productivity, whereby we can use these assets which we have created optimally. A lot has been done. For example, the ULIP, Unified Logistics Interface Platform, which aggregates data from 43 various systems across 11 ministries. Then we have e-way bills, we have FASTag, RFT tags, then we have container tracking logs which are there. So all these help the companies to actually, besides giving them real-time information as to where the load is, or if due to some exigency, if it is stuck somewhere, but the way they have to use it is to plan ahead how they want to move their load and whether they are going to ship it directly to the ports or they are going to transship at various places en route. Again, when you come to the transshipment issues, we are slow over there. We do not have automated things. You saw the presentation by delivery which he gave. I think that was a very good example of predictive analysis, but not everybody has adopted that. And I think it'll take time, especially for MSMEs, to have that kind of IT team which is able to give them the benefits of predictive analysis.
Thank you, General Saab. You know, we are under time pressure. The same happens in logistics in India, right? She came and told me that the time is up, right? But still, you know what we say? No, we are just there, 2 more minutes. So I will take 2 more minutes, okay? So just the last question to every one of you. You know, if in case you want to fix one bottleneck in India's connectivity today, what do you think? Let me start with Mr. Ajay.
So multimodal transportation, I think that is the crux of the hour. I think looking into geography of India, whether it is sea, air, or road, rail, all the networks, I think multimodal transportation is the key where we need to really work upon. And I think the work is going on. I think it'll take some time because infrastructure progress is very slow, but still a long way to go within India to have this thing.
Okay, Tapasvi.
For me, it's warehousing in tier 2 and tier 3 cities.
Warehouse?
Warehousing in tier 2 and tier 3 cities.
Okay, interesting. Nice and short one. Yes, General Saab.
So I will give you the analogy of a defense manufacturing company. So I think for a defense manufacturing company to increase its efficiency, you don't need to build any more roads or railway lines. Connectivity is only half the battle. Where the delay takes place is after a high-end product has been created. Testing then hits a logjam. You have to utilize the government ranges which are managed by either DGQA or DRDO. So what we need to do is in the defense industrial corridors in UP and in Tamil Nadu and the defense clusters which are there like in Mumbai and the NCR region, we need to have private ranges which are government backed where these OEMs, they can test whatever state-of-the-art equipment they are producing, because that will compress the life cycle of prototyping to military induction.
Thank you, General Saab. You also took from the defense side. So even that point which was there, you have covered it for us. Thank you so very much. You know, I can talk 3-4 lines more, but no, I will stop definitely for now. I just say that let's build the future together. I hope this was an enjoyable session, right? I want to talk more, but I know that you people say, no, it's enough now, so I would like to go, right? So thank you so very much, right? Thank you once again. Thank you to all the panelists, right? Thank you to all of you in there for staying along with us. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much.
Simran. Thank you as well.
Humble thanks to you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, the discussion beautifully connected policy, connectivity, logistics, and business opportunity into one larger vision for growth. Sir, please join us for a group photo op. There is felicitation as well. To do the honors, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Mohammad Irfan, Vice President Training, Blue Ocean Corporation, UAE, to kindly join us on stage and felicitate our distinguished panelists and Dr. Rajesh Bhandari, the moderator of this session. Our sincere thanks to each and every one of you, where we kindly present the token of love, the memento, to Dr. Rajesh Bhandari for moderating it brilliantly well. Mr. Rajesh Bhandari, yes, Dr. Rajesh ji. Thank you. Lieutenant General S.K. Seni, sir. So thank you for sharing great insights. Wow. Decades of experience, and we've learned all the mantras all day long. Mr. Tapasvi, PVN. Mr. Ajay Singh to kindly receive the memento from us at Blue Ocean Corporation. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a day full of the brightest ideas and the mantras of life. For us to be successful in our endeavors, one photo op, gentlemen, one photo op ahead of the table. Table se aage aa jaye sabhi, shukriya. I want you all to go ahead and ponder over every session, the learnings we've had, and at the same time to make sure we put it into practice. For a better tomorrow, a better us, a better future, we truly need to work on this and take action. You have the entire knowledge with you right now. It's been truly a magnificent day. And ladies and gentlemen, to propose the vote of thanks, please join me in welcoming our Vice Chairman, Blue Ocean Corporation, Mr. Abdul Aziz. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you all to be seated because what comes next is something truly worth staying for. May we please have the honor of welcoming Mr. Abdul Aziz, who shall thank all of you for making IPSC Ahmedabad 2026 a super success. Thank you, sir. Very kind of you, sir.
Thank you, Simran Ahuja, for the warm welcome. And I have personally brought a few gifts from Dubai, and gifts will go to people who stay till last in this hall. That's the only way for me to make you stay back till my speech last. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, what an incredible day. Every great journey begins with a single moment. When we all walked through those doors in this morning today, we were polite strangers with our corporate masks on, checking our mobiles, and holding our cup of coffee. But as the hours rolled by, something incredible happened. The atmosphere completely changed. You could hear that during the breaks. The noise level in the corridors went through the roof. People were leaning in, laughing, debating, and throwing ideas around. That's exactly how you know event is in love. Just rolling through the PowerPoint deck, it means the place is genuinely alive. It has a pulse. Before I go further, let me begin with the person who guided the story so beautifully from one chapter to the other, the master of our show, Simra Ahuja. Keeping the room full of visionary, high-achieving leaders on schedule on absolute logistical nightmare. But Simran, you did it with so much warmth, passion, energy, charm that was barely noticed. You were keeping us on track. You gave this a day is rhythm and heart. To show our deep appreciation for your incredible presence today, we have a small token of appreciation, gratitude for you. Can you come forward, please? Thank you. Come forward. And she was a former Miss India, and I don't know, I wonder why she did not contest for Miss World. You would have won it, actually, that energy you have. Thank you. Put your hands together, please.
Very kind of you. Wow.
To our sponsors, you wrote commitment to the existence before certainty could arrive. In an age of hedged bets, calculated risk, you placed your faith in gathering that existed first only in possibility. This is a definition of visionary support. Thank you. Now comes our incredible speakers. Thank you for being so generous with your wisdom. You didn't just give us dry data, you gave us perspective, you challenged our thoughts, and you left us with ideas that will stay with us long after today. Next in row, authors behind the scene, the lovely Blue Ocean team. Long before this hall was filled, you were writing the story through planning, coordination, patience, and passion. Every smooth moment today carried your hard work. Every detail carried your care. Every smile in this room carried your effort. Great work, team. A wonderful job done. Now to our vendors. Thank you for adding lights, sound, comfort, and finishing touches that made this experience complete. Delegates, all of you showed up today. You gave us this story, its heartbeat. And we are the honorable guests today. In their absence, our Minister for Health, Gujarat government, and our beloved Dada, they also helped us to make this event a great event. And thank you everyone for being here from morning till now. And thank you, and we'll take this forward. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been the personification of wow, Dr. Satya Menon. I think we've received so much in abundance today that we are enriched with this experience this month of June. So now it is our responsibility to let our loved ones, let our colleagues know about our next IPSC, which is our 13th IPSC, which is going to be at Bangalore on the 10th of September. Please do pass on this word with all those who would truly look forward to excelling in their careers. Ladies and gentlemen, whenever you post along with your hashtags, do mention that the 13th IPSC takes place at the Ritz-Carlton at Bangalore on the 10th of September. And do remember to click your pictures if you've missed out on taking them. At first, Mr. Abdulaziz, thank you for this very warm and heartfelt words. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been truly an incredible day. And trust me, as we leave as a community, completely inspired, connected, and ready. All we need to do is let's put it into action. Be focused and let's go ahead and excel. Because if there is one thing IPSC Ahmedabad 2026 has shown us today, it is the India's supply chain story, which is not just being written in policy documents or in boardrooms, but it is being written right here by leaders like you. Thank you very much once again for being a part of IPSC Ahmedabad 2026. Safe travels and see you all on the 10th of September at Bangalore for our 13th IPSC Conference 2026. Feel free to have your pictures, your photos taken on stage so that you could hashtag us, tag us, and let all your loved ones know about the future date as well. We are now connected even to the hashtags on our social media handles, LinkedIn, Instagram, and Facebook. Do remember to follow us on Instagram